here, Sherlock. How can I be of assistance?
I am devising a small treat for Watson. A picnic.
Each to their own, I suppose. Personally, I shall be dining at a table.
I have the scent. View halloo! The hunt is on.
Why have you done all this, Holmes? The picnic, I mean.
There is something I wanted to tell you.
I've always been a good girl. But someone just pushed a prefect out of a window. And everyone says it was me. If the other girls won't play by the rules... then it's time to break them. Yeah! Someone has to take the fall.
My name is Laura Tanner. I'm writing an article about the people here and about the comet.
The meteor? Like that's our biggest problem? Anyway, welcome to Laburnum Creek.
Oh, you write? That's awesome. I'm an artist too.
I'm not so much an author, more a journalist. I just want to know what's so great about this place that people will...
Welcome to day 2 of AdventureX 2025. For anybody who's just got a day ticket for today, welcome. I hope you enjoy everything. Go and play some of the games. Anyone who's was here yesterday, welcome back. Hopefully you've also had a chance to play some of the amazing demos that we've got out there. I think we've had one person dropped out for family reasons, but we've still got 34 demos out there, which is fantastic. And I hope everyone's not kind of too hungover from the after party as well. I want to just kind of go through a couple of things. Sorry, there's going to be a little bit of repetition from yesterday, but to just kind of reiterate kind of what's happening. This is kind of quite a new way of presenting AdventureX. A lot of people have been to AdventureX before, but we have an entirely new organisational team and. Ooh. Right. No. Anything you want to share with the rest of the class? No, I'm sorry. We've got a new... I'm such a twat. Sorry. New organisational team and kind of new venue as well. So there are going to be inevitably some teething problems. If you spot anything, please come and find one of us. We're the organisers here, or anyone with a yellow lanyard or wristband, one of our volunteers. So just a quick introduction. Amy, who's starting over here as a kind of head organiser, has been doing huge amounts of the kind of work for this year's event, spearheading the whole thing, carrying it. Steve here has been doing a fantastic job comparing, but also organising health and safety, all the really boring stuff. So, like, thank you all the kind of legal.
I'm an accountant. Boring stuff in my life.
I know. we need that. And then myself, I just kind of, I just look pretty. That's fine. That's all I need to do. So, yeah. If you spot anything, please come and find one of us. And we also have a fantastic load of volunteers. The whole event is volunteer run. It's a non-profit event, and it wouldn't be able to happen with the immense hard work from all the volunteers, which is led on site by Helen Harvey, who's been doing the job for years. He does a fantastic job. Liam here, although he does interrupt occasionally, he does an amazing job with the audio video side of things. And Jan, who many of you will know, who's been part of kind of AdventureX Furniture for many years, has also been helping on the kind of the digital and web side of things as well. We want to spend a bit of time just saying thank you to our sponsors. Firstly, because we're obliged to, but secondly, because this genuinely would not be able to happen without them. And I think I speak for everyone, especially all the organisers and all the devs, when we say that London South Bank University have been absolutely incredible. The venue is brilliant. The exhibition space out there is fantastic. The on-site staff have been brilliant. They've bent over backwards for us. It's been they've made it so easy for us, and I really hope that we get to come back here next year as well. We also have, and again, apologies sorry John, I found the lowest res version of your logo that I could, and I put it in there, and then blew it up massive on the wall behind me. But incredibly generous support from Inkle, Ancient Machine, who you'll be able to go and see in the exhibition area outside, and London Games Festival, who've kind of sponsored the lanyards as well and give us some amazing support for this year's event. In addition to that, we've got game editors, Revolution Software, who some of you may have heard of, Spooky Doorway, Warlocks, College Fund Games, RC Draft, Visionaire Studio, Whale Stalk Interactive, and Application Systems Heidelberg. They've all got, you should all have a program in your goodie bags as well. That's got some information about the talks. It's got a little map on the back, but also they've got adverts for things that they've kind of been working on as well. So definitely make sure you check those out. And also Wadget Eye, again, a little tiny studio, Polygon Treehouse, Adventure Games Podcast, Diamond Games, and Two Realms, Whispers from the Rift as well. Thank you so much for all our sponsors. And so yeah, here's some of the games you can go and enjoy. Please do. I know my phone's going off. I'm not going to take it. No, that would be. Hi, Mum. No, it was the venue. It's like, no, it's fine. I'll call them back. So here's do make sure you kind of play the games. I know a lot of you are here for kind of the incredible talks and panels we've got, but we've also had breaks and a lunch break in between. Do make the effort to kind of go and play some of the games, talk to the devs, and engage kind of with them as well. We also have an overspill theatre, which that call was about. We've been trying to get the door unlocked for that, to make that accessible. But if it gets too busy in here, then we do have a limited capacity. Hopefully we'll be all right, because it's a little bit quieter today. But there is another overspill theatre, which is kind of just on the other side of the exhibition hall over there. We will be live streaming everything that's in here. Will be live streamed in there, so you can kind of come and go as you please, or if you're not sure whether a talk is going to be right for you, you can kind of go in and just see and leave without kind of disturbing the speakers. And and you wanted to, yeah, you're going. Sorry, yes, I'm going to pass over to Amy now to say something.
Hi everyone. Good morning. First off, please a round of applause for the whole team who have helped to make this happen. Everyone's done brilliant work. I keep getting called the head organizer, but I couldn't make this happen on my own. So, yeah, everyone is crucial. Anyway, I briefly want to give tribute to two members of our community who sadly couldn't make it here this weekend because they passed away recently. Roberta Vaughan, many of you will not know her, but those who did, she was a pillar of the community for. She helped so many in so many ways. And we really miss her. Wish she was here. Thank you, Roberta. And some of you might be more familiar with Rebecca Heinemann, who was supposed to be our keynote speaker today, but unfortunately she passed away from cancer start of this week. So please a round of applause for her. An absolute industry legend who helped make PC gaming, adventure gaming, gaming in general, what it is today. So we wouldn't be here without her, I think. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, that's basically it from my end. Over to Steve.
Okay, as Tom said, I will be the compere for today, unless, as he did yesterday, Alasdair Beckett-King sneaks into the programme, previous compare. First with all the boring technical stuff, we hope we do not have a fire alarm during the event. But if we do, a loud audible alarm will sound. Please exit the venue in an orderly fashion by the clearly marked 5 exits throughout the building. And I will point out for this lecture theatre there are actually 2 exits at the back, so you can get into the exhibition hall from both sides, so that's also good for flow just during the normal non-fire course of the event. The assembly area for evacuation is the far side of the Keyworth Centre. If you go out the main entrance, the Keyworth Centre is on the left on Keyworth Street. If that area is also hazardous, turn to the right, proceed onto the main road, Newington Causeway. As that is a main road, if we do have to go that far, be very careful about traffic. AdventureX is a fully inclusive event. We welcome individuals from all walks of life and do not tolerate discrimination of any kind. Everyone is welcome here, even those with really bright shirts, much to my relief. We also encourage people to put their preferred pronouns on their lanyard badges to ensure they are addressed correctly. You can also use your lanyards to put other information you wish people to know, such as if you're here for press and representing a website or other organisation. Any intolerant, abusive or otherwise problematic behaviour will not be tolerated. Any such behaviour may lead you to being expelled from the premises and banned from attending future events. So don't be a dick. If you witness any abusive behaviour, please report it to the member of the organisation team or one of the volunteers with the yellow lanyards that will be about the venue. On the subject of lanyards, we have stickers available. You can add a sticker to your lanyard to indicate your preferences for physical contact. Green means you are not averse to physical contact, though you should still ask before leaping on holding somebody. Red means limited or no physical contact is preferred. If you are fine with limited contact, please make sure to clearly indicate your preferences and boundaries with other attendees when appropriate or necessary. Please respect other people's preferences in this area. There is a cafe on premises which is already open. At 11 o'clock, a canteen will open downstairs. If you're on the corridor on this side, if you walk straight down towards the canteen, straight towards the cafe, the stairs down to the canteen are directly in front of you. They're fairly obvious. There's a big banner up there. That offers more substantial food. The cafe will be open till 4. The canteen is expected to be open from, as I say, 11 till 5. There will also be food at the after party. These are pizzas. Last night they were sort of towards the back of the venue, so I don't know everybody saw them. So when you get to the venue, have us look around sort of behind the bar. That's where the pizzas were laid out last night. There will be a range of options, both providing gluten and dairy-free if you need them. If you have a craving for quiet from the pretty well-attended event, we also have a quiet room. In this corridor, you go all the way past the exhibition hall. It's clearly labelled at the end, so if you need to get a bit of space, do make use of that. Speaking of food, and I see we had the same problem yesterday, because there are signs on the door. The venue says we should not have food and drink consumed within the lecture theatre. So please, when you go out, make sure you take your cups with you, and please avoid having food and drink in here. Have it outside, in the various seating areas outside. We don't want to be breaking the venue's rules because, as Tom said, they've been great to us. We want to be able to come back here next year. There are priority seating areas near the back end of the theatre, near the entrances. Everybody is welcome to sit there, but please be prepared to offer your seat to someone less able to stand if requested. Remember that not all disabilities are visible. This year we have a photographer, an official photographer for the event. You may have well seen him all around. He's carrying a big tripod today, I see. In fact, he's sat right here at the front. Gentleman in the there. He's going to be taking photos around the event, recording stills and video footage. If you don't want your image to be featured in any of the photos or videos that we'll use on the website and publications afterwards, this is the gentleman you need to tell. There is the fantastic after party, as always. Now, some people had trouble finding the venue yesterday, apparently, which is odd because there is literally a map on the back of the programme that all of you should have. But it's very easy to find. You go out the main entrance, turn left towards Keyworth Street, turn right, and proceed until you get to the main road, then turn left again. Massive signs We were in the far entrance last night, so I presume we will be again. But they have security on the doors, so if you flash your bands, they'll say, oh, down if you haven't gone far enough. But there should be a good crowd going down, so it's likely you can follow those as well. And on that front, you've all got the wristbands. This is not only important for getting in and around the event, you're also required to get into the area we have booked for the after party, so please do not tear this off as soon as you leave the building if you want to join us for the after party time. And that is it, so I'm just going to set up the presentation and then we shall have our first talk. No, I was just closing. Oh, it's already open. Oh, thank you. Okay, as principal narrative designer at the Chinese Room, Sagar Beroshi was the main writer of the Simon's Rest DLC for horror game Still Wakes the Deep. He has a history of other game projects behind him, including Helldivers 2 and As Dusk Falls. Today he's presenting a talk on how to avoid your game narrative getting too hairy, with a talk called Planning Your Haircut, Cutting Narrative Without Losing Style.
Hello, good morning. I was sure there were going to be about 4 people who were like kind of zombie-like sitting in the side here, but this is a pretty good turnout for a Sunday morning. So you see, I did have the right slot. I knew it. We are going to be here to talk about planning your haircut, and yes, I am going to do it this loud and this fast, just to wake everyone up. I've also left in a little Easter egg that really is a very tough puzzle. So if you happen to figure it out, come find me afterwards. It's hidden away in the text in my slides, and we can talk about how amazing that specific game is. Planning your haircut is really all about scope reductions, the Grim Reaper of scope reductions. So I am targeting this talk at this subject of what you do when story gets cut, when narrative has to come down in some way or other. We tend to talk about all of the exciting generative parts of storytelling, but while some other disciplines will talk about this, it is really worth us thinking about how systematically we can think through cuts, how systematically we can respond to them, how we can plan for them, how we can own them. So, who am I? I am Sagar. I have worked on a range of previous titles, but it's actually relatively sparse for how old I am. I had a career before games that was weird and wonderful and bizarre, and it doesn't mean anything particularly special, but it does mean that I have seen how a few different industries work, how a few different sectors work, and perhaps it's allowed me to notice a few trends that we have in games that are worth commenting on. These days, I'm a principal narrative designer, as Steve said, at the Chinese Room, where I did this project. Let's get to it. You folks. So there's a range of people here in the audience. I am particularly targeting this, I suppose, at people who are doing narrative design or games writing themselves. That doesn't mean it's not relevant for you if you haven't, but the current or aspiring is very intentional. I think that this might be of particular use if you are in your first few years in the industry, or you are looking for a job perhaps, or you have one studio maybe you've worked at and you're curious how it might work elsewhere. Those of you who are more senior, you may find that you already have internalized some of these lessons and you might have more to add. I would love for us to talk about it. But especially this audience is one where we have quite a number of solo devs. And part of what I want to talk about here is the act of doing paid work as a narrative designer or a games writer by someone else, being a contractor or an employee on a team of people that are doing this. Because I do think there are some things a bit distinct about that type of work. So here we are. My analogy here is going to be for this game that, I have, in case you have not noticed, a very strong American accent. So I grew up in the Midwest in the States in the 90s, which inevitably meant that I had a very particular experience that probably no one today has, which is that we would have a computer lab that we would go sit there, and then we would learn how to type. And then after we learned how to type, the teachers didn't know what to do with us, but we were allocated for the entire semester to keep going. So we would play SimCity or other edutainment games. And number 1 on that list was this game, Oregon Trail. Does anyone know this title? You do? Okay. I was not sure if it crossed over to Europe, but this is great. Okay, so this is how we all thought we looked, like little Kevin here. Yeah. Little Kevin, very shortly, playing into this game, was about to die of typhoid. Yeah. So this is a pretty brutal game to have given an 11-year-old to play. It's a game in which you play a sort of 19th century caravan that's heading west across the North American hinterland. And you can, yes, indeed, die many times over and over from various sources. It was a game that was developed over, frankly, many decades, actually, I think still to this day. And it is my metaphor. And the most obvious thing you might think about is that if you are this caravan up here in the corner, that this river that you're going to confront is like the scope reduction, is like the cut. It's something, well, let's do this correctly. It's something away from you that you are approaching, or that is approaching you, that you have to confront. I would suggest that we change it. I think it's worth thinking about a scope reduction as something you carry along with you. It's part of the caravan the whole way. It's not extrinsic to you. It is part of the journey. It is something like the fact that you need to plan food rations. That's just part of who you are. It's not necessarily an external thing that you have to fight in an antagonistic way. It's just something you have to plan for. And if instead of going west across a land route, if you were, say, planning a 19th century journey, a boat journey across, island hopping across the Caribbean, well, you would plan it very differently. You might outfit yourself very differently. You might have a very different set of food with you, let's say, right? So similarly, the expectations you have about the journey you're about to go on, about the project you're about to do, are tremendously important. That sounds really obvious, doesn't it? It is pretty obvious, but that's almost why it's worth saying. It's easy to get excited and to come into a project and to forget that it's worth being systematic about understanding that project itself, what it is and what it can be for you. So, I would suggest that every good game narrative that you play has had some sort of tough constraint, and it has used those constraints to get some good solutions. But I would go farther than that. I would say that the greatest of game narrative really, really focuses on understanding those constraints. Because if it doesn't know what those constraints are intimately, and when I say good narrative, I particularly didn't personalize that, right? So that could be people, that could also be the general system that you're all working with. That representation of narrative in your game understands the context in which it's making that game. So this is the way we're going to proceed. I am going to talk at first about things that are a little bit more abstract, and then I'll go into tools. And those tools will be how you respond to scope cuts and all of those things, but they're also a little bit about just how you prepare for the job as a whole, and hopefully it will resonate with some of you. Let's start with expectations, which is about the really, really understanding bit of this. So, the very first thing that I think is worth talking about is that we have a particularly unique challenge, or let's say approach, as narrative people who work in games. And that is that we are immersed our whole childhoods, our whole formative years, in work that is made by other media, so other different parallel mediums, right? Where there is typically a very strong singular voice. We tend to grow up reading novels. There is not a person here who has not had to do that, right, for their various language classes, let's say. We grow up watching films where we get to know auteur filmmakers. We get to read specific poets, let's say. And as we come into the industry and we look at doing this ourselves as craft, we go similarly to sort of solo voices, right? So these are some of the things that I have read or seen that are inspiring to me. There's another side to it, which is that we might consume media, and we often consume media that itself is specific to a person in some sense. It's almost like an auteur-driven framework. These are some of the things that I like. If you like any of them, come and talk to me, because I would love to talk about Ultraviolet Grasslands with someone, if anyone knows that. But really, I mean, you can see that the names are often pretty prominent in these works, right? Those are individual people who are, say, writing a comic book, or making a TTRPG campaign, or writing a novel, or being a writer-director on a film. These are the stories that live in our heads. Games writing is not like this. Games writing on teams is not like this. This is amazing. I love doing this. It's super fun. It's what we spend most of our time thinking about, because it's the fun bit. But it's not what it is to do creative work, creative writing in particular, in a group. Those are a different set of constraints. Group-based art is like a slightly better version of the group projects we all had to do in school. Yeah? The group projects we have to do in school, I'm convinced, are the hardest types of work you ever have to do in your entire life, because there's no hierarchy, you walk in with no expectations, and you somehow have to figure out how you produce something. Luckily, at work, it's a bit better. There's usually some structure, there's usually something to do. But it is distinct. It is distinct from being a novelist. It's distinct from being a portraitist. It's distinct from being a painter. Those works still care about the things that you will, but they care in different proportions. All work, all artistic work that is, will have creative skill and will have production skill. That is just true. It's true. You will both be expressing yourself in some ways and getting better at expressing yourself, and also conveying that to some sort of audience. There are, of course, exceptions to almost everything I will say in this talk, right? But largely speaking, that's true. The difference with group art is that the second one becomes a bit more prominent. It becomes more important how you document things, how you share information, how you maintain a vision. It's not that it's more important than learning how to put lines of dialogue on a page. It just relatively becomes a more even split. That's what group-based art is all like. And if you are looking for a job in narrative, in games, on a team, you are doing group-based art. It's worth internalizing this. It took me some years to really figure that out, and it helped change your mindset completely. Because there are really special things about group-based art that you can't do in solo art. Solo art those are the prominent stories that we remember. Now, the huge exception is if you are a solo game dev, right? Many of those people will still be, and many of them are represented here on the exhibition floor and beyond. You will still be able to primarily have a strong creative voice in the work that you're doing, 100%. So that's why I guess in some ways all of these lessons are targeted at people who are going to be working a little bit more in teams. A little bit more on that sometime later. Second, in some ways, we get very excited about coming up with a game narrative, right? So John took us through yesterday morning the process of coming up with a story, beginning to end, what it could feel like, how you might be able to pitch that to someone. That is actually a weirdly rare thing that you get to do in games, right? So sometimes you might well get a pretty open sheet, but it happens to be the case that even if you get more and more senior, you are still under some sort of constraint. Almost no one ever gets to come up with an entire game narrative from scratch. Even if you are a narrative director at a big studio, you have a constraint. That constraint might be the skill set of the team that you're working with. It might be the relationship you have with the publisher that's long time, you're working on an existing IP and you're building on it. Or you might be more junior. You might have just been hired as a narrative designer, but there's a reason you were hired. You were hired to, say, fix a character who isn't testing really well. Or you were hired to help improve this scene that doesn't seem to quite get the pacing right. There is a task you're doing. You're not necessarily coming across the entire story. That's super fun to do. But even the people at the heads of studios are under certain constraints and under certain structures. So I don't say this to puncture the bubble. I say this to say, if you are going into this work, that's likely what you have to expect, but there is a huge amount of creativity to be had in there. In fact, it's incredibly releasing. There is a process in which you can become junior, mid-level, and senior over the course of this type of work that you don't get if you're following a career, say, as a novelist, where your debut has to be incredibly strong from the get-go and you have to maintain that. There's something really special we get about bouncing off of other people. Really only TV writers get to do something parallel. Even in film, you usually are writing a screenplay on your own and then you're selling it off to a studio and then they take it from there. We get something special and we should lean into that. We should lean into the specialness of games writing, of narrative design. Context. So, when you start onto a project, you have this rare opportunity to really understand what the game is about, what its central concept is, what its central structure is. And what the game is about often isn't known by the dev team, right? The more innovative the game is, the more new it is for that studio, or really in the industry, the harder it's going to be to have a really clear sense of, this is what this game is. These are its parallels. These are the constraints that it works under. But there will almost certainly be a lead of that project, a creative director, perhaps, who you might be able to ask a bunch of questions. Maybe questions like these. These are just examples. I'm sure you can come up with some of your own, but they all roll up into this. What's the player supposed to feel? We tend to, again, we think of ourselves as if not Shakespeare, maybe we're Marlowe, right? But we get really excited about these ideas. But the truth is, in some ways, we are experienced designers. We are trying to evoke an emotion in the player who is interacting with our work. And worst of all, we almost never get to see them feeling it because they're doing it behind a computer screen or behind a console in their home, right? That is a unique challenge that we have that we get to work through. Getting a shared singular vision is the most important thing. When you are onboarding, you have free reign to ask these questions, not just of the creative director, but of the producer. What's the work? If you just treat it as a job with things to do and things to deliver, that can be very that can feel very, I suppose, like gray and square, but it's helpful just to have it, just to be aware of who you're delivering to, of what the goals are. You're doing something very different if you are delivering, say, a demo to a publisher than if you are releasing a final game to rabid fans that are really excited and have been anticipating it for ages, right? You would prepare and work in really different ways. So use that onboarding period. It's incredibly helpful, not just to involve you in the team, but because this is essential. This is core. And it's not always going to come later. Now, you might find some of these questions are a little bit sensitive, aren't they? Right? They're a little tough. You can't imagine necessarily getting a new job and going to someone and saying, which departments of yours are struggling the most? But frankly, it's quite necessary. It's why you need to be able to build a really good relationship and understanding of the studio at hand. That's our next topic. So the studio. These are things, frankly, that most of you probably know or you have some intuitive sense of. It's not the most accurate thing in the world or the most accurate structure, but this is the way that the industry tends to understand game studios. We tend to group them in these large categories, and I've come up with number schemes. I'm sure many of you would come up with slightly different ones. I think the most important thing is you have a bit more creative flexibility in the indie world, but you're fighting for awareness for the release of your product, fighting for that audience. I think I've spent my career in the mid-size range, generally in companies about that size. And here, it's almost always about proving a hypothesis. You have an idea for a game that you think can go, that has a bigger audience than the market necessarily realizes, and you want to prove that. And you'll often see companies that ride the wave from the second category to the third. Remedy and IO Interactive have done that over the last decade or so. And even though they've both had stumbling blocks in 2025, that's the normal process. It's normal to have to learn a different category of work as you move across these tranches. You know that the AAAs, these are the ones that get headlines written. The category I've left out is this, is sort of solo devs. So that solo dev category is what we see a lot of on the exhibition floor. Many of you might be in this position. You have maximum creative freedom here, kind of if you're like rock band size or smaller, so to speak, because you can have a level of intimate communication and shared vision that it just falls apart later. You don't have as many mouths to feed, but that might be okay, but you might have a little bit less stability as a result. None of these are moral judgments. They're just the likely nature of what this work is like. And of course there are exceptions. We get excited about the Lucas Popes and the Eric Barons of the world and the Toby Foxes, but there's survivorship bias here. These are some of the biggest successes. That's not to say you shouldn't do that work. You should just be aware of the type of work you're doing, because if you get a job, if you walk in somewhere and you have a title and you've signed a contract, probably you're out here. It's not inevitable, but most likely you're out here. Get a sense of where you are and what that studio's strengths and weaknesses are. Are we good so far? Yeah. All right, cool. Let's keep going. So we're going to jump into tools, and because I thought it would be helpful, I've changed the color scheme. Okay. So here's the color scheme. We are going to be talking about a few things you can do that will, yes, help you for scope reactions. And the first and most important of those things is just to know what story you're telling. This is weirdly a hard thing to do. You might find that quite a bit more of this is being debated than you realize. It might not be easy to figure out how to do it, because of course you might not be telling a linear story. But even so, you almost certainly will be able to zoom out to a certain level, put things on a board, and say start and end. There's a bunch of things that happen. Yeah? Do you see how I've made this like clearly a Post-it note, and you can tell because it folds up in the corner there? Yeah? Yeah, that's on purpose, okay? You don't want these to be too detailed, at least not at this zoom level. I just made up this story. I kind of like this actually, this like underwater story, so maybe we can talk about this later, but you can just put them here like this. Of course, yes, you can group them into acts or into structure, should you prefer, but even just having it at this level is very helpful. And it's helpful for yourself, even if you don't have anyone to share it with. But it is helpful if you can share it. If it doesn't exist for your studio and you put something like this together, you can ask them. If you don't have the seniority, you can ask, is this a good reflection of the story that you think is likely to be told? Where is there ambiguity? Which ones are solid, which ones aren't? And critically, you can rate them. You can put a high, medium, low. You can put a gold, silver, bronze, whatever you like. What are the most important sections of the story? Now, this does not correspond necessarily to gameplay duration. It's very typical that we have pretty short acts 1 and 3 and very long acts 2. I'll show you an example of this. So, sorry, spoilers for a game that's a quarter of a century old, but really, you should have all played this by now. It's Majora's Mask, all right? So Majora's Mask I bring up not only because it's a freaking amazing game, but because the director of this game became even more senior in the current Zelda iteration in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And because it was a game made under tremendous constraints. 1 year's time using just Ocarina of Time assets. It is an incredible case study. You could break it down exactly this way. Start to end. Beginning is doing a lot of work. It's trying to explain Link encounters some weird side character from the first game, and gets brought into this dark world that has a whole different ecological situation, apocalyptic situation going on, and Link is depowered. Great. Middle act. Oops, too fast. Middle act. Link goes through a bunch of different sections of the world, makes allies, gains in power before he brings those allies and those newfound powers together to stop the dark evil that brought him into this world, to reset things and to return to equilibrium. Almost all Zelda stories are equilibrium stories, yes? But you could do this. You could add priorities around this. It's doable. Do this with your favorite game. Break out the story beats at the highest level. If you're part of a big team, of course, then you can zoom in. You can say, oh, I'm assigned to Act 1. Let me zoom in. Let me see what the different beats are. Which of those am I going to convey how? And that's our next and our second most important thing here, which is know the methods of delivery that you have. Know the ways in which you are going to tell this story. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this upcoming slide. It's a little bit meaty. And many of these things are going to be overlapping and vague. But what we're going to talk about are the potential ways you can deliver one of the scenes, one of the beats that you've just identified. Okay? Things will vary tremendously on whether you're making a game that's a 3D character moving in a world, a 2D platformer, a game played in the UI. All of these will change things, of course. But generally speaking, these are broad generalizations. Some of the most expensive way of delivering a scene is to do it through a full cutscene. We kind of forget, cutscene is a games industry jargon. Other people do not know what we mean when we say this word outside. So you can just tell them it's like a mini movie, yes? A mini movie. The top of this, the full works, this has kind of become the new standard for what AAA games will do. You will see this at the beginnings of their games where they're trying to have the biggest impression, or at their climaxes, or somewhere in between. Ghost of Yote recently has just done an amazing job of great mocap. The various Senua Saga games have done this incredibly well. Hellblade games. You'll see this at the beginning of every single modern Final Fantasy game. But I mean, you know what these are. This is when you put an actor in a room with a bunch of sensors on them and they're moving around. What that means is you have to have the budget to get the actors, to get the room, to have all of the staff that's supporting all of that. One step down, that next line here, is what used to be the main standard for cutscenes, and that is just everything else, except you don't have the actor in the room and you don't get their physical performance. What's pretty interesting about that is that character is a joint performance. It's a joint performance of usually the vocal performer, the voice actor, as well as the animator. And we don't often think about those animators, but they are conveying those characters just as much as someone else would. But that means you have to have an animation team, right? So the type of studio you need to be delivering those things or to do them at certain points automatically changes things. What's kind of hidden here is I think one of the biggest costs is to form them into mini movies. You lock cameras. You sort of stop the player from having free movement. If you let go of that specific constraint, you are in the second category of not having locked cameras. The first of these is actually kind of a sparser category, ambient voiced animation. By that I mean it's basically the same as a full cutscene, except the player can move around. The very fact that the player can move around means that you almost can't ever tell anything that important in those scenes. Right? It means that you tend to see this in like town squares that you're flowing through and there's a bunch of animation happening, or people are moving through a pub, or you're moving through the Citadel in Mass Effect, something like this, right? But that does happen, so they tend to be smaller loops that occur. Location and action-triggered VO, these are the powerhouses of dialogue, of vocal delivery that we see in games. So location-driven VO is slightly higher. It's like you arrive into a space, and a line of dialogue plays saying that you have arrived, right? Nathan Drake shows up at a level and says, I need to go into that cave and to kill 1 million people to like steal this cup, right? That's his favorite thing to do. So that's sort of location-driven dialogue. The reason it's just slightly above action-driven is a speedrunner breaks you for this, okay? They mess this up because you have to plan for the people going so fast that they trigger the second location-triggered dialogue and the next one, and you have to keep them short enough, and I hate this, all right? I hate this. All right, the third one, action-triggered VO, is fundamentally the same idea. It's just more in response to a player action, and you can sometimes like lock the player in that moment. Like you can have them play a cupboard opening animation and play a line that you know is going to take exactly as long as that animation does. You just have a little bit more control. As someone holsters a gun, they say a bark in response. That's what this is. These are the powerhouses. If you excise VO from this list, you get to the last box here. And I think it's important for us to not underestimate the power of this last box. The entire industry did this for the 80s and 90s, yeah? Like this is amazing. You can have a huge amount of creative freedom out here. Tonal vocalizations are what every Zelda game does. I've been playing Banjo and Kazooie with my 3.5-year-old daughter. First of all, the greatest game of all time, perhaps? Yes? Okay. It lives and dies off of these tonal vocalizations. But even modern games do this. I was replaying Pyre the other day. Still amazing. Jeez, it's very upsetting how good they are. And Pyre does tonal vocalizations as well. It's cheap. You can do emotional things. It's not only Simlish, right? There's many different things you can do there. You don't have to have any sort of sound at all. You can use other types of sound effects. This bottom middle category, text box and interact, I was sort of thinking about classic JRPGs, kind of top-down-y JRPGs for this. You go to a space, you click on something, you get dialogue, you zip through it. Visual novels are kind of in this range as well. I think actually the bottom category is the most interesting one. It's to deliver narrative through text systems. So this is the moment where all of you will start to be thinking of FromSoft games in the back of your minds, but I will come back and I will say Donut County beats that any day. Their inventory item descriptions are the greatest I have maybe ever seen. So good. But it's not just this. It can be through your health bar. It can be through your UI, through your HUD, all sorts of different ways you can convey narrative, right? So this is like a menu, or it's like a deck of cards that you can choose to have. You might want to play some in different points, right? It's not always obvious which ones you will want to play when, but it depends on that cost. This is a cost curve. It's not a quality curve. It's very often better for you to mix and match and pick different things from a different category because that is the best way of delivering that bit of the story. It's not a degradation curve. It's a way of having different options so that you can meet your overall budget. So that when a scope cut comes, you can say, you know what, that scope cut was for a fully animated voice scene. What if I just deliver it this other way? Can we still get the idea across? Absolutely they can. You have to have this in the back of your head. And you have to also know what your studio's capabilities are. If your studio doesn't have an animation team, that's no problem. It just means that the range of options that you will have will be slightly different. That's entirely fine. There's still a lot of variation you can do here. And last of all, no game uses just one of these. You use them in an interesting way that combines stuff, right? And that is what every single game does. It picks a balance of these things. Unless you are Yakuza 0, and I have no idea how any of their budgets work. I mean, they have an insane range of these things. Someone please tell me if you know. So next, know the incoming cut. So when a cut is coming your way, your very first job is not to panic when the Grim Reaper comes, but is to think, what is the systematic way that I can think through this problem? Here's my rule of thumb. Your mileage may vary. This might feel like a very sort of softy thing to do, but I think the most important thing to do is to empathize with the source of the cut. Scope reductions come in many different flavors, and they come from many different reasons. If you are working with a team, there is a reason. You missed your last milestone. The audio team, the poor audio team who was always after narrative, gosh, pour one out for the audio team. They maybe haven't been able to finish anything because you were too slow in writing your script, right? Maybe the art team is down to just one person because someone has gotten sick and is no longer available. And you actually have to change your production for that. That's normal, that happens. Sit with that team, understand their workflow, understand exactly how they're implementing your work. It will help you because it will help you make a choice, a key choice, which is what it is that you are gonna propose. And you should propose something. That proposal might be that you proactively sacrifice the very thing that they're asking for. That is a completely rational and reasonable thing. If when you empathize, you're like, I get it, that makes sense. That is a reasonable decision that you've all made. Let's go for it. Perhaps you might tweak the way that it's done or offer the way it's done. But if you proactively propose something, even better. You might gain a little bit of credibility, a little bit of political capital that you can spend a bit later. It depends on your team, of course, right? But maybe you think this is really important. You've done your story beat structure and you think that this is really quite critical. You might want to debate for it. Well, what's your role in that team? We're all political animals. We sit within hierarchies for these structures, right? If you are not the creative director, not the head of the project, and there isn't a good reason for you to push for it, make the case, but do it in good faith. Be comfortable if you don't win that case. Be comfortable if the outcome doesn't necessarily go your way. And be absolutely ready to fight or to propose or to sacrifice the next time something comes through. Okay, so reacting to scope reduction starts with empathy, I think, and then moves on from there. And empathy too, of course, with the player experience. This is Siren's Rest. Siren's Rest, I saw a player describe this as like the grimmest version of Pokemon Snap they had ever seen. You are going through a sort of haunted house on the base of the sea 10 years after the events of Still Wakes the Deep. And it involves, yes, taking pictures of scary bodies. I had a bunch of these. I'd written loads of backstory in the typical failure way that a narrative person might do. Loads of deep detail about who all these people were. And then someone came to me and said, I'm gonna cut 40% of them. And I'm like, let's see why. Let me understand why. And as it turned out, we had quite a limited art team for this budget. I knew the artist. In fact, I had a really good relationship with him, but I hadn't. It's so easy to just go to stand-ups every day where you don't actually talk to each other and not understand necessarily what constraints someone is under for the long run. So we sat down, we talked about it, we figured out what was available, what resources he had, and genuinely, he didn't have that many resources available. And I was like, you know what? It's fine. What was it that we wanted players to feel for this? This is an atmosphere game. It's not one in which a huge amount of things happen, but it's one in which the mood needs to be prominent. Is the mood going to be damaged if there are 13 bodies rather than 20? No. It was fine. We were easily able to find options. We did it in one meeting, and then it was done. That's a typical way that this type might flow. So you can see that knowing your team, knowing exactly who they are, is a really key part of this. It's very easy this is a uniquely easy trap for narrative to fall into, and that is for the game to be made over here, all of these people making it, and for you to be on your old typewriter in the corner. This happens partially because this is the legacy of how narrative used to work in games. The advent of the narrative design position has helped to this problem because it's meant that you are one of these people in the team quite a bit more. But historically, games writers were brought in at the beginning to, say, give some ideas, or at the end to stitch over a bunch of levels that have already been made. Not everywhere, of course, right? But that legacy can exist. It can be easy if you have contact with one key person, with one key way. You are giving deliveries, you are not seeing them in other contexts, for you to become isolated. And the key thing about isolation is nothing says it has to remain that way. Everyone in game dev is pretty friendly, yeah? So nothing stops you from having one-on-one meetings with the other fellow team members. You might not get that structure handed to you on a platter, but if you go and do it, you might be able to solve something pretty amazing. I know that on this floor, games like Helldivers 2 are not thought of as your number one thing. I got a job at Helldivers 2 because I couldn't get any other job whatsoever. And then it turned out that this game that we were sure was going to be a disaster was not. But it's a game where, if you do look at it, unusually it's a game in which... We're running over time. Okay, yeah, I'll be just about done. It's a game in which you roleplay a lot this world of... This sort of satirical world. And there's a lot of narrative to how that could work. We had a lot of good ideas for how it could work, but it required us to... It was easy for those features to get cut as the game was getting close to completion. And the only reason it changed was because narrative took the time to speak to all of the different teams and to re-pitch them on what their vision of this was, which they had forgotten in the middle of 1,000 bugs and 1,000 release schedules to deal with. It worked. It's a big part of how people roleplay. This is a fan map. It's not even a real map. Someone has actually gone off and done this. That's it. I'm almost done. All right, super fast. Recap. We've talked about expectations and context. I've handed you over a handful of different tools to think about for this. And there's really just one key message I want to give with you, which is, I suppose in this talk, it might seem that what I'm saying is, just shut up and do the work. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it is helpful for you to increase in knowledge. It is almost always beneficial for you to figure out what the realistic worst and realistic best of a scenario might be. And that's it. I just want you all to feel like you have choices, that you are not trapped, because from there, we can all have a fantastic future and move on, remaining alive. Thank you all so very, very much. Bye-bye. And come and talk to me if you have any other thoughts.
The threat of it all ending.
You shouldn't be asking why Laburnum Creek is so nice and why everyone wants to stay. The question is, why did you come here?
I don't know if it's the altitude or the way the wind shudders through the pines. Maybe it's cosmic rays. I couldn't tell you, but Laburnum Creek does something to people.
I get the feeling you're not talking about the comet, but I don't understand.
Sometimes this old place seems unfamiliar. I see things and then they're gone.
Everything around here is a little strange sometimes. There is more to Laburnum Creek than meets the eye.
Visitors to the resort often take a day or two to get in tune with the vibrations. You can feel them?
I know I'm not the only one, but no one talks about it. Feels like this place is pulling me apart. I've got my eyes open. I see what's coming. Do you, Miss Tanner?
This is a tale of Rufus Stone. If you can't change, we'll die alone. So much work, no time to play.
Excited to have that work with that talk Beroshi, Modularized, authored narrative in a Proc-Gen world.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm very aware it's kind of very much Sunday morning, so it's really lovely to see as many people here. But yes, as you said, this is Beroshi Modularized, authored narrative in a Proc-Gen world. It's going to be about the challenges and successes of writing for Shadows of Doubt. I'm Stark, I was the lead writer on the project, and since I know we have busy schedules, let's get going. We've got 30 slides in 30 minutes, so let's see if we can run through this all really quickly. So show of hands, who's heard of Shadows of Doubt? Oh, guys, this is amazing, thank you. That's a great show of hands. But for those of you who don't know, Shadows is a first-person detective stealth game set in a fully simulated kind of neo-noir sci-fi city, which means the city's layout, its citizens, their routines, murder cases, they're all procedurally generated with each new game upload, with each new game start. So usually when I say to people I'm the lead writer on Shadows of Doubt, the first thing they ask me is, how do you write for a game like that? And that's what I'm going to tell you, hopefully. But first of all, a bit about the team. This is us. So me, Stark Holborn, Cole Jeffries was the lead developer, Nick Diamond was on sound and music. And I think because the game is so ambitious, people assume it was made by a big studio, but it wasn't. This is us. This was the core team for most of the development, 3 people. We had lots of other people joining a bit later on, some extra programming and art, obviously, but this is the core for the most part. And you'll hear me talking about those names as we go on. But back to me, most importantly. So I was the writer on the game. I'm also a novelist, as well as being a games writer. I'm probably best known for my novel, Nunslinger, which it sounds like a very stupid pun, and I would love to say I set out to write a revisionist Western that, you know, challenges all of the stereotypes of the genre, but really, the name came from a drunken night out. We got back from the pub, and there was a Western on TV with a nun, and someone said, Nunslinger, gunslinger, ha ha ha. And of course, me being me, went, all right, and then I wrote a 200,000 word novel about it. But the point I'm making with this is that how it's a single kernel of an idea that can contain an awful lot of potential and information. So, you know, Nunslinger. The narrative really is in the title. It's 2 things that have been put together that shouldn't work. So, nun with a gun in the West. It asks a lot of questions. And that's very much the case with Shadows. It's a sort of single kernel of an idea containing a lot of narrative potential. So Shadows of Doubt didn't start off as a first-person game. This is actually how it started off. It was a top-down, police station management game. Those are some very early screenshots there. And over the course of its life cycle, it changed a lot, and there's some really, really good snippets of information on Cole's dev blog. It takes you all the way back to here, to 2018. If you're interested in the life cycle of the game, do go and check that out. This is one of my absolute favourite things from the blog. I'm not going to read it all out, but he basically says that, you know, we could put first person in here. We could let the player just walk around solving crimes, but where do you stop? A line has to be drawn somewhere. It's like, oh, Cole, you have no idea what's coming for you. This was written in 2018. The game actually came out in V1 at the very end of 2023. So this was a long time before the game actually came out. And what we realized as we started writing it is the more we got into the procedural generation, the sandbox element of it, that's where the game's strength lay. That's really what we should have been focusing on. So, especially when it came to, we got the tutorial mission working, it's scripted, and it was so hard to get the AI to do what we wanted within the Proc-Gen environment. So at that point, we made this decision. We started writing scripted missions for the whole game. This is all stuff that got written. It's all lots of content that was going to go in. And then we thought, no, out with all of that. No scripted missions anymore. All Proc-Gen. This was about 2021. We made that decision. So, out with that. And we ended up with Shadows of Doubt, an immersive, first-person, open-world detective stealth game in a fully simulated dystopian neo-noir city. How do we write for a game like that? I'm going to say, well, at least, this is what we did. Other people may have taken a very different approach. It comes down to three things. For me, anyway, what we did was figured out what we could control and maximized it to the very best of our ability. And in the case of Shadows of Doubt, that meant we were working with static content, we were working with dynamic content, and we were working with the AI systems. And the challenge was how to make all of that work together to kind of to create the world and create the kind of space that the player is going to interact with. So, going back to the idea that a single kernel of an idea can contain an entire vast narrative, this is something I really tried to think about when it came to the static content. This is a quote from an artist, Senegalese artist called Issa Sam, who's amazing. He says, "Every object that's imported from one country to another, from one hand to another, from one sector or territory to another, is charged with its entire history." And he's saying that, story isn't everything. Inanimate objects tell the story of the world they're created in. And so, all of you here, if you look at your clothes, you look at your water bottle, the labels on things, they're telling the story of where they've come from in the world. And that's something we really had to leverage with Shadows, because we absolutely couldn't legislate for how players were going to interact with what they found. So we just had to sort of scattergun approach for world building and cram it into everything we could. So in Shadows, every single thing you can interact with, it all has a life. And it all sort of is telling the story of the world. So that's NPC chatter, it's graffiti, it's labels, it's item descriptions, forecasts, audio events, newspapers. This is how we had to tell the story of the world of Shadows of Doubt. We had to jam it into everything we possibly could. And so it means it's very granular world building. But it's what we did to try and make it as immersive as possible. On which note, there's an extra one there. Item description, which I love writing. Everyone hates them, but I think they're great because, again, what an amazing opportunity for world building. You've probably heard this. Show, don't tell. No, sometimes that's not right. Does anyone know what this is from?
Master and Commander, the Far Side of the World.
Yes, Master and Commander, and you gave it its full title, so, thank you for that. Yeah, great film. But, look, this is an absolute masterpiece of tell. It's giving us, it's not an info dump, it's just giving us exactly the information we need to get right into the heart of the film and get it started. So sometimes you just need pertinent information delivered at the right time. And this is what we had to do with Shadows. We have a little opening load screen. It has something inspired by this, and it's just enough information to tell the player where they are and get them sort of smack into the middle of the story. We had to rely on that. But this is a Proc-Gen game. Static content was only ever going to get us so far. We also had to work with a lot of dynamic content. And how were we going to achieve this? Well, the answer, and this is sort of the secret sauce of the game, really, is a thing called the DDS. It's the Dynamic Dialogue System, and Cole built this. It's a Unity bespoke editor, and it allows us to create kind of the blocks of written content that feature in the game, easily filter and apply variables. And it's a very flexible but very granular interconnected system. So it uses scope identifiers and word replacements, and you can, as you can see, you can break this down into kind of branching stuff, editable phrases, and it's kind of, small but powerful. It let us do a lot kind of within the written content of the game. Add into that, obviously, this is a game about solving a murder, so that's you've got a lot of information you're collecting about people in the city, about victims. about people who might have witnessed murder, so we had to focus on citizens as well. The game procedurally generates citizens. They will have likes, dislikes, best friends, enemies, jobs, hobbies. So this is when we used citizen data and like a personality model, hexco model, to give them all kind of characteristics, which then you suddenly have a bunch of NPCs, but then we can now filter by things like people who write bad poetry for fun, or hate their boss, or are really anti-capitalist, or are very capitalist. Suddenly we have this living city full of people with quirks and afflictions and loyalties, which again, it adds to the verisimilitude, adds to the immersive nature of the game, and it provides us with the clues which you're going to be collecting as a detective. We combined all of that together, the word replacements and the citizen data. It means that a lot of the in-game elements can then be highly dynamic. So all of these show places where you'll find these word replacements. So in the newspaper accurately reports crimes in the city, does that by filling it with the citizen data. You get it in the ransom notes, in people's emails, V-mails in our case. And this one, a Todney. The game sometimes comes up with these brilliant things. It came up with the name Todney, and I just love it. I want to know so much about Todney. But it all enriches the game and makes it come alive with these details, makes every playthrough feel different. But anyway, title of this talk, Murder She Modularized. I was not kidding. I literally did have to modularize the act of murder to make this game work. So, I mean, here's some examples of what we ended up doing. So I had to figure out the scope identifiers for each murder. So that means like the victim's name, the place, the weapon. And we modularized right down to murder.adverb. So that's, can you be brutally shot? Yes. Brutally stabbed? Violently. So this was one of the darker elements of this job for me, sitting there at my desk going, what kind of adverbs can I use for this? But then those are pulled into the newspaper because the language in a newspaper is different from the language people use in the street. So we had to come up with very granular scope identifiers like that one. So it ends up being kind of like a game of Cluedo. You end up, if you have murder moniker, murder method, murder weapon, murder location, you end up with, the Red Gun Reaper who stabbed someone with a vintage sword at 101 John Doe Street. That's how the game pulls all of this stuff in. But we were very serious about the Proc-Gen nature of this game. And as a team, we're also quite extra. So we ended up doing a lot of stuff we didn't actually have to do. One of those things was on the TVs that play in the world, not only is there a bespoke noir film written for the game, so I wrote a noir screenplay, we had it voice acted, it's all set within the world of the game. It was one of the most fun things that we ever did. There's also a sports game that plays. It's a game called Basboul, which I made up. It's kind of this set in a world where the Bourbon Empire ruled for a long time. So it's like baseball crossed with pétanque, which is about as dangerous as it sounds. But we modularized a sports game as well. So it's actually, the game you hear on the TV is all Proc-Gen audio events. And this is what it looks like. We broke it down into separate audio events with different lines, which will play on a loop. It'll go through various events, and then it will loop round again. So you've even got procedurally generated sports audio coverage. Again, we absolutely did not have to do that, but we thought it would be fun. And then we were already down the rabbit hole with it, so we had to finish it and make it work. And that was one of the joyful things about working in such a small team on this game. We could make those decisions, and luckily the publisher was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, you're doing that, great, fine. So that's kind of some of the modular and dynamic content we were working with. But, oh, sorry, I don't know, there we go. I also said, so we had static content, dynamic content, AI systems. And I'm kind of going to stay in my lane with this one because I'm not a developer, I'm the writer. I don't know how all of the AI systems work. Cole could tell you better, but he's not here. But this is just to give an example, some of the very early working flowcharts. We used a lot of flowcharts, lots of documentation, which I'm a huge fan of. This just gives you an idea of how some of the AI killers work, the route it might take, in terms of like how the individual murders will come together. And I'm going to get to a bit later on why, when you're working with a Proc-Gen game, there are always going to be edge cases. There's always going to be jank. One of my favourite pieces of jank that happened in this game is murders weren't happening, and we couldn't work out why. And eventually we realised it was because the illegal weapons seller was the one place at night that had a toilet. And so there was all of the AI systems, they were all trying to go to the toilet, and it was so busy that the killer could not get in to buy a weapon. And so, this is what I mean when I say the game will create stories of its own in this amazing way. And you can't always legislate for the fact that everyone's going to need a wee at like midnight. I just love the idea of the killer just going home again, being like, oh, have to murder tomorrow then. But anyway, that's how it was meant to work. Did it always work like that? Not necessarily. But I think when I talk about Proc-Gen, when I talk about AI systems, I think a lot of people, especially if they're not from the games world, they assume I mean AI as in generative AI. They assume I mean LLMs, ChatGPT, stuff like that. And I don't. Not at all. But a lot of people say to me, okay, well, Shadows is Proc-Gen. Why didn't you plug ChatGPT into it? And the answer is... I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we're not going to plug ChatGPT. But one of the real reasons is it's hard enough legislating for an NPC who will say what and when and where to who without chucking just a whole bunch of spam into the mix. This is also a game where data integrity is really paramount. So if an LLM freaked out and gave a bad entry, it could just throw their whole playthrough off. It could be a red herring, they might go down a path and then be really disappointed that actually the game's just chucked them something completely random. So that's my very brief explanation about why we didn't do that. Because this is a game about, oh, there we go. My other reasons why not to use LLMs in a game like this: data integrity, intentionality, and creativity. And I'm going to go a little bit more into some of these. And like I said, with the integrity, this is a game that's finding, it's looking for mistakes, it's trying to find information in a sea of data. And one of the mistakes people make early on is they think every single thing they find is relevant. So they're picking up batteries and pencil sharpeners and a receipt, and it's like, maybe none of that's relevant, maybe one thing's relevant. You have to use your detective skills to sleuth through what you're finding and add it in. And this is a quote I try to sort of keep in mind, a really good Toni Morrison quote about data and information, and it's how, the creativity is what will give this data a soul. So you can have all this kind of these reams and reams of information, but without the creativity added into it, it's just facts. And that's going to get boring very quickly. So for us, integrity was important, but intentionality was also really important. These are some of the influences that went into Shadows of Doubt. And we were just really lucky with the team because we shared a lot of creative vision. We shared a lot of inspirations. And so everything we did in the game was highly intentional. And we were always referring back to what were our touchstones, what were our markers for inspiration to try and get the tone of the game right. These are amazing films. Brazil is a particularly important influence, kind of because it is satirical. We wanted to write something that was quite dark, but also funny in places. And so getting that tone right. This is dystopian satire, so we wanted to kind of make sure we were hitting the right notes with it. And yeah, there are layers and layers and layers of details in Shadows. Because of the system, we could get incredibly granular with everything we were adding. And so we just tried to cram like creativity into absolutely everything we could. There we go. There's just another little thing there. But I think, and this is what we tried to keep in mind, again, with making the data creative, kind of using Gen AI to replace creativity is to replace magic with sterility. We want nothing to feel sterile in Shadows. We wanted it all to have a life. And, you know, some of that comes from what you want to do personally. It's like the film that plays on the TVs, it's called Claw of the Fathoms. I wrote it with, you know, a female gumshoe detective because I wanted to write a gender-flipped noir. Like, normally it's a male detective, so I was like, right, I'm going to do the opposite. And that's come from me personally, my interests, my experiences. And it's just one of the ways that what you bring to the story is important. You bring yourself to the creative process, and that's one of the most important things you can do as a writer. One of the criticisms that gets levelled at Shadows is that it becomes repetitious after a while. And I think that's true. It can be true over many, many hours of gameplay. But for me, the question is, do you want a vivid, memorable, crafted 20-hour experience or quite a generic 200-hour one? I think this is the question to always ask. I'd much rather play something that was really memorable than kind of just be immersed in kind of undifferentiated slop, basically. And not everything needs to be infinite. I think there's a lot of focus on replayability. Shadows of Doubt works best when people role-play it and decide to do different styles of playthrough themselves. So it's not ever going to be infinite, and because it's a Proc-Gen game, there are always going to be potential pitfalls. So it's always going to be a balancing act between making it vivid and immersive, and then generic enough to make sense. This was exactly the case with the NPC dialogue, which can be quite challenging. So yeah, there are always going to be edge cases. I told you one of my favourites. There's always going to be jank, and it's just kind of figuring out how to handle that. And there are always going to be stories you don't expect coming out of it. Embrace the jank, in other words. Something I always try very hard to do. I think as well, jank, especially in a game like Shadows, it becomes part of the story we tell each other about a game. For me, I think it's sometimes really important. So it means that you're maybe pushing at the boundaries. If you've got edge cases and it's challenging, you're trying to do something different. And it's about players who then find and create and share their experiences with each other. And this is something AI can't do. AI can't share your experience of a game with another person. I mean, case in point here. Anyone remember what this is from? GoldenEye. And I remember getting stuck in that wall so many times in Facility. And like locking the butler in the fridge in the original Tomb Raider. Like, that wasn't part of the game, but we all did it anyway, because it's fun. But that's kind of jank in a way. But it's an essential part of the story of the life of the game. And like I said, Shadows, I think, works best when people role-play it. These are some of my favourite Steam reviews here. I mean, yeah, 12 out of 10. It's great. Here's another one. And this is a longer one. I'm not going to read all of it, but like, I've killed multiple random people just for being rude to me. I've tied them up, stolen their things. I've slept with bums and caused them to get harassed after I make a bunch of noise throwing garbage. Escaped from hospitals without paying. Climbed through vents and stood in the closet and watched people. Filled my apartment with guns, skulls, and drugs. I've yet to even attempt to solve a single murder. And I mean, I love these, obviously, because it's people engaging with the game, but it's the way they're written, for me, which shows that we've done our job, because they're written in first person. So it's people saying, I did this, I broke into a flat, I stole the things, which means they're inhabiting the character of the detective. They feel like it's them doing these things. So this, for me, tells me we've absolutely done our job in making the game immersive. The more immersive it is, the more the experience is going to be rewarding. And hopefully, people will also forgive small elements of jank because it's going to be part of the story of the game they tell somebody else. So, I rattled through that really fast because I was going to do like, how are we doing for time?
You still good. You started about
Okay.
5 minutes late, so you've got about 5 minutes.
Fab. Okay, brilliant. Well, I will wrap it up. Yeah, there you go. 5.
I mean, if you finish, we can do Q&A in the next 5 minutes.
Okay, brilliant. So yeah, there we go. There's some NPCs dancing there, having a little jig. Oh, no, what's happened? My last slide. It was going so well. Oh, look, jank is happening. Jank's happened right here.
Yeah, this lead's being played up on us.
Is it back? No? Okay, well, I'll just do it without. So to sum up, you'll have to imagine the NPCs dancing there while I'm doing this. But it's find story in everything. Figure out what you can control and maximize that to the best of your ability. Be intentional with everything you do. Embrace jank. And try and build a world that will allow players to tell their own stories in it. And, if you do that, maybe you'll end up with a game that people might still be talking about in 20 years' time.
And there we have another of the joyous glitches we have over the weekend. Nothing destroyed yet, unless we can't fix that for the next speaker. But as I say,
I'm very proud to have destroyed your system.
We've got a few minutes, so I mean that's a long table swapped in. So let's swap it back to the short one. If that was fine. It was only because someone wanted the laptop way over there that we put the long cable on in the first place. Okay, so does anyone have any questions?
I think we might be on a loop, so you might want to...
Running so fast. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for an amazing talk. Really cool. The noir movie you made and the sports game that's generated.
Yep.
Just having been in game productions, this is it's hard to imagine how that comes about. how you find the time, how you make that decision, and how you get the publisher on board, and how the money is there to keep it running. Yeah.
I think a lot of it was because we were such a small team, and we did have such a we wanted to have aesthetic cohesion across the whole game. And this was during lockdown. We'd have our meetings in the park, so we'd walk round and round and round the park, pretending to be on our daily walks, but actually having meetings. We'd throw a lot of ideas out, and then we were all quite good at boiling it down to what was feasible within the time. And so, yeah, a lot of that is extra. We absolutely didn't need to do it at all. We were quite lucky in that we could convince the publisher. We were on track with a lot of things. It was icing, it's like icing on the cake. We didn't need to do it, but I think they agreed with us that part of the selling point of this game was going to be its immersive nature. So anything we could do to make it feel as much like a noir as possible was only going to be a good thing. And for me, even now, I still love walking around the city, and I'll hear that someone's got a TV on in an apartment and the film is playing, and it's so joyful. But no, we were just lucky. We were lucky that the publisher trusted us. They knew we could move quickly if we needed to. And they trusted us to know what was going to be good for the game in the long run. So this is published by Fireshine, who used to be sold out, in case anyone's interested.
Someone at the back had their hand up, I saw, before I ran up. No? Okay, so, right, so pass that along.
Thank you very much. Absolutely agree. It was a fantastic talk. I was really interested in what you were talking about, engagement, and how the players went off and did their own crazy stuff. I wonder if you have any thoughts about how important it is for the game to be responsive to those crazy choices, or where you want to plus with responsivity and where you maybe are like, okay, we can just let them lock the butler in the toilet and deal with it themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's always a difficult balancing act, because we want it to be as open world as possible, and that means we do let players do a lot. We let them open every drawer, we let them look in every cupboard, we let them pull stuff off bookshelves, go through trash. So we can legislate for a lot of that. And some of that we can do with barks, but they're not endlessly variable. The barks can work really well, but again, it's trying to be specific enough that they make sense in the right context and generic enough that they can cover a lot of eventualities. So it's kind of, that was a balancing act. I think once players know that it is very open world and that they can try to do a lot of stuff, if it doesn't necessarily always respond, I think maybe that's better than being too prescriptive. I think we're sort of giving them the keys to the city and being like, off you go and do this. And also, like, we've got a very active modding scene now. And we're very open to people modding the game and adding in their own content and things like that. So I think maybe that's part of it. People who are really interested in getting a responsive kind of game for a specific thing, they can maybe make that happen themselves in the future.
Okay, we're going to have to call it there. If you've got other questions for Stark, you'll run the rest of the day, I hope?
Yeah, I'll be around.
So,
come and say hi.
Thank you for the talk. We will now be taking a break, so go have some food and drink outside the lecture theatres. Go and play the games. Next talk will be at 4:00.
From an early grave. Sleepy Town Village is a game you can play. In demo form, it'll make your day.
Maria is a village girl with many virtues.
Okay, I'm up. I could have slept all day.
A Spanish girl with a dream.
Where are you going so late?
I'm heading out to investigate the legends of Castile so I can become a nun. Oh, you wouldn't believe why.
Who will embark on a challenging journey across Castile.
Hey, do not bite me.
I'll give you one more chance to show me some respect, but this is the last time.
In a folk point-and-click adventure, requiring all your wit and imagination.
Hey, what have you done with the ingredients?
We have improved them.
Trans theft horso. Brum-ba-dim-ba-dum-ba-dim-ba-dum. Ha-ha! The world is short of hormones, so you travel to the west. The kind of thing that curls your beard or makes you grow a breast. The game is not a musical, the trailer is a song, and if you've heard it all before, you sing along. Trans theft horso. Trans theft horso. Always West's so wild, but this one's even more so. You can ride a henny, you can even ride a cow. What else did you come for anyhow? I came for gender glad, trans theft also. Trans theft also. It's a computer game called Trans Theft Horso?
What if death was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey? Learn to cross between worlds and take control of the living to find out why you remember the future.
What if Pablo Escobar and the cartels of the 80s had the internet? Welcome to Miami, 1985, where the cartels have more than just guns. In this world, hackers are the cartel's most dangerous weapons. And the biggest cartel's top crew is untouchable. Until now.
Okay, Vita, you got 60 minutes before Astra comes back.
The electronic crime unit has one chance. 1 hour a day to infiltrate the cartel's supercomputer and take them down from the inside. But the clock is always against you, and one wrong move could blow your cover. In Vice Undercover, no one is who they seem. Coming soon to a computer near you.
The city is full of wonders and terrors. It runs on steam and suffering. Each day is a roll of the dice. Survival's about keeping starvation and hurt at bay. Learning the city by day and night. The stress burns people out. A friendship could save your life or cut it short. So pick your friends and your enemies carefully. The city's a cruel teacher, but you'll learn. I've heard whispers. The Empire's running scared. Unions rising up. Revolution in the air. The city's on the brink, soldier. They don't control you anymore. Your fate's your own. All this place needs is a spark. Time to reforge the world. Break their laws. Break the city. Break free.
But wait, it's becoming clear.
Theodora Green, you shameless grifter.
Darkness is rolling in.
Oh, cruel fate!
Shameful revelation!
Piss off! Why don't you come along with me while I solve this mystery?
All right. Yes. You may accompany me.
Something isn't right here. Under this moon where magic entwines. times, grant me the power to decipher minds. Did it work?
I write from Blake Manor in Connemara. Yesterday, a guest went missing. A young woman named Evelyn Dean. I hear you're an honorable man, a steadfast investigator, and, perhaps most importantly, godly. I pray for the girl that this is true.
Sebastian, what is going on?
I'm not sure.
Morning, Diver. We have an urgent case today. This is our subject, Lena Kukanova. She's requested our help with finding her boyfriend. Her memories are disintegrating fast.
Stop! Watch out!
I can't just leave her. I don't know how to live without her.
So, Diver, do what you do best. Help Lena remember.
barbershop doesn't open till midnight. I don't have many clients. The enchanted, those who hide their nature, that look for a place to belong.
I was bitten shortly after I joined the General Police Corps.
Blaze had his eyes on this building, always full of guards, private security.
We have our reasons, but I'm afraid that's classified. We're looking for a young delinquent.
2 more turned up dead the other day.
They saw something they shouldn't have seen.
Drugs, they said, but I saw the bodies. Fucking bite marks.
Something that dangerous people would very much like to stay hidden. I know she's here.
And yet, I'm the one holding a blade to your throat.
Hello, welcome back. Please take your seats, everyone. Thank you so much for returning to the lecture theatre for the next talk, which is by, and they were making fun of me for not being able to pronounce French R's correctly. So let's see if I can say a talk by Pierre, Corbinais, and Florent Maurin.
Amazing. Amazing.
And if my French accent impressed you, imagine how impressed you're going to be by actually French people. It's really going to blow you away. However, having both been very silly there and told you all to come and sit down and be cosy, I have to give you quite a serious content warning because this talk is about the delicate art of making depressing games. And these folks are going to touch on serious themes, including child sexual abuse. So I have to tell you that. If you're happy to stay, that's fantastic. If you'd like to leave now, I'm not going to make a joke, and that's absolutely fine. With that remark having been made, and a real pall falling over the room, I'm going to ask you to forget the sort of weird vibe that just happened there and put your hands together and applaud in an extremely enthusiastic way for Pierre and Florent.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the introduction. When we saw the talk from John Ingold yesterday, we knew that we were going to lose if we were in the most funny talks competition. So we decided to go the other way around and talk about some more serious topics. Thanks for being here. It's noon. It's a sensitive topic, so we appreciate that a lot. And there's some things you should know about us, and the first one is the way the French video games press presents us when they talk about us. The Depression Dream Team. Yeah, that's us basically and the people we work with. And really, I've been thinking about that a lot, and I really don't see why. Pierre, maybe you have a hint, an explanation?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, we did made a game about a Syrian refugee seeking asylum in Europe, and she might die at some point.
You think it's the reason why?
It can be maybe a bit depressing.
Maybe, or maybe it's because we made another game about being called to the hospital because your mother is about to die, only to realize that it's about your daughter that has died in the past. Maybe it's because of that.
And now that I think of it, our last release, Wednesdays, is a game about incest and child sexual abuse. Kind of depressing?
I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm not convinced. Maybe it's because the future game we're working on currently is about climate change and how we are all soon going to die. I don't know. There has to be something. Actually, we understand that, and then you probably now have a question, which is, why the hell would anyone want to make video games such as those? We have answers for that.
Maybe it's for the money.
The first one is obviously for the money, because, you know, those are hugely profit. Oh, sorry. This was my bank. It's not for the money. No.
Maybe it's because they're easy to do?
Maybe.
Actually, they aren't easy to do. It's first, making depressing game can get pretty depressing. Like, you have to read about depressing stuff, you have to think about depressing stuff, write about depressing stuff. And also, writing about those kind of topics it feels like walking on a tightrope a bit. Since it can get a lot of people mad really fast for a lot of different reasons. As you can imagine, if we make a game about refugees or about incest, those are topics that people
will get angry about.
Yeah, can get really angry fast.
Yeah. So maybe it's for therapy. I put that in just for the joke, but everybody in this room who has ever worked on video game knows what a terrible hell it is to develop a video game. So no, it's definitely not for therapy. So what is left then?
Well, maybe it's an occupational hazard. We both come from journalism. We were both journalists before that. And when you think about it, journalism is basically writing about depressing stuff. So maybe we just kept that when going into video game.
Yeah, probably we were a little bit changed by our first profession. Maybe also it's personal. Let me tell you about how we find ideas for our game. A few years ago, I was in a car accident. I was head up with a truck, and the truck won. And my daughter was in the back. Luckily, nobody was hurt. Everything was fine. But the first thing that came to my mind when I was out of the accident is I should make a game about it. which gave the wreck, so I'm happy about that, but also is a little weird maybe.
As for me, I was sexually abused as a child, like regularly, and it didn't prevent me to live a happy life, but it has always been there. And at some point I felt the urge to talk about it, to make something about it, to transform this ugly part of my past into something beautiful and hopeful. And that's why I wanted to make Wednesdays. And while Wednesdays isn't really an autobiographical game, it's clearly about me, about my family, about my friends. Those are my friends, that's still my friend. And they might or might not have become characters in Wednesdays. I'm the one on the right, on the left for you.
Nice glasses.
But also maybe it's a way, making Depressing game is a way to return the favor as artists. When I was a teenager, I was really into alternative comics. I read comics about HIV, about the Islamic Revolution in Iran, about multiple sclerosis, or about periods and wet dreams. And I found all these comics way more interesting than the ones my friends were reading back then, which was One Piece. And I feel today, it's my turn now to make art for teenagers or young adults of today who aren't into what their friends are reading, which is apparently still One Piece. It's been 25 years, come on.
Yes, and you know this feeling when you bump into some art piece that does this incredible magic trick of putting into words something that you've ever always knew you experienced but were not able to articulate. Well, this poem from Johnston has this line, "I am involved in mankind," which redefined how I considered myself as a person and as an artist. And I think that if we can touch upon the idea of doing that for other people and sharing moments that will influence them and change the way they perceive life and the world around them, then we should definitely try. Doesn't mean we will achieve that, but we can at least try.
And maybe also it's a way to return the favor as privileged people somehow. As I said, I've been abused as a child, but I've been kind of lucky. I lived a happy life. My parents believed me when I talked. My ancestor, my abuser, didn't deny anything when I confronted him. I'm the lucky few. I'm the 1%. And it puts me in a good position to talk about this subject. It doesn't mean I have to, but it allows me to do it, and maybe I should do it. And the same goes for Bury My Love, for instance. We couldn't make a game about Syrian refugee if we weren't in the comfort of Western Europe, to be honest. And maybe it's why we should do it, because we can, simply.
Especially as we are from France, as our little accents might have told you. And there are public funding systems in France that are pretty efficient, and we even have a private publisher as Arte, who's basically public money turned into magically private money, so you can get more public money out of it. Great scheme. So we are very much privileged, and at the least we can do, we think, is try to use some of that privilege and some of that platform to talk about those moments in life where you feel like you're very much alone.
Also, maybe it's just because it feels important to us. Let's be honest, the world is burning right now, and we won't fix it by looking away. I kind of feel we need less distractions and more action, less escapism and more... that was the hard part of the talk. It's less escapism and more change.
Yes.
And less power fantasy and more hope. And that's what we try to bring on the table, hope.
And also, making video games takes a really, really long time. Maybe 1 or 2 years if you're lucky, maybe five or 6 if you're like us. And so you won't make many of them. So you might as well consider doing some of them that feel really important to you. So you have to find what really feels important to you. And to us, it's to talk about those topics. And also, maybe we're just pretentious and smug. After all, we are French, so we are legally obligated to be pretentious, or else we dissolve. So yeah.
Okay, but then how do we make depressing games?
Yes, how? We don't really know how, but we will give you some of the points that we try to respect every time we work on a project. First one is to document yourself. Here's a little picture of a fraction of the pile. Yeah, yes, that was not a picture. Anyway, a fraction of the pile of documents that I gathered for our new game, Ithaca, about climate resistance, because I told you it was about us dying from climate change, but it's actually about us trying to fight climate change on our own terms. So it's a tiny bit of the documentation, and I think it's just important to get your shit straight and really know what you're talking about. If you're going to be depressing, it might as well be really, really depressing with the facts backing your claims.
And another way to know your subject is, of course, to talk with people who know the subject, even better if they're really concerned by the subject. For Bury My Love, for instance, we worked with Dana, who is a young woman who fled Syria to seek asylum in Germany. She was the inspiration of our main character, as you can see on this picture. She told us her story, of course, but most of all, she was there during the whole production. Every time we had a question, we just ask her on WhatsApp. It could be serious question like how the monitoring by the government works in Syria, or silly question like what TV show did you watch when you were a kid? And also she read all of the things we written and tell us what felt right, what felt wrong. So that's how we made the game better, and we tend to do this for every game we make.
And also you might want to consider that you're not making games for true gamers. Because, yeah, that's not exactly what they expect of video games. You're making games for people that you know and that don't know video games. I like to talk about the fact that when I first encountered my daughter's friends' parents at school, I told them I make video games. So the first reaction they had is, so you are the person who make our children stupid. So, no, not really, because I made specific video games that are a little bit different from the video games that you usually see your kids playing with. And I explained that to them. And suddenly they felt like, I want to try those games. I want to experience those stories and I want to explore those topics, but how can I play? And they don't have any Steam account, they don't have any consoles at home. So that's one of the reasons why we try to port our games on mobile, for instance. We try to be as accessible and as easily reachable as possible. And also, we try to make games that don't require skill. If you want to talk about a serious topic, it's already hard enough like that. So you might as well be sure that anybody can play it. And for me, for instance, in Ithaca, it's a road trip game, but most of the game happens with an autopilot. So you don't actually drive the car, which makes it significantly easier. And my personal crash test is my mom. If my mom is able to finish the game I've done, then it's good to go, it's good to ship.
Another way to make game for people who don't play games is to make the game that don't look like games and make games that look like other stuff, other media, stuff that is less intimidating and more familiar. For Bury Me My Love, for instance, we made a game that looks like chat messaging app like WhatsApp. If you know how to WhatsApp, you know how to play Bury My Love. For Wednesdays, we made a game which looks like a graphic novel with a speech bubble and all. And that way, if you're a comic reader, you might get drawn to this game.
And also some tips about your position as a creator. The first thing you should know is that it's not about you. You're trying to convey a story that is important. That's the reason why you decided to make a game about it. So you have to forget about yourself and you have to think about the reason why you're making the game and what you want to convey with the game.
Also, we are not super bright. We don't have We're not experts of the topics we're talking about. We don't have all the answers, so we just don't give any answers in a game. What we do is ask questions and let the players find their own answers.
But imagine for a minute a world in which we would be actually intelligent. I know it's a stretch, I know it's not easy, but imagine. Even then, there's no need to be assertive. There's no way you will talk about something that's complicated and say, this is the way you should feel about it. This is the way you should think about it. This is the way you should act about it. We're not making serious games. We're making games that ask serious questions and let players figure out the answers for themselves. And then it's also about you. Let me illustrate what I mean with one example. This is Fanny, she's my daughter. Now she's 13, so it was a long time ago. For her fifth birthday, she didn't want a birthday cake. She wanted a birthday pizza. And I found that amazing. She wanted specifically a 5-cheese pizza, because in France we put 5 cheeses on the pizza.
I had a pizza yesterday, and there were only 2 cheese, maximum cheese.
Yeah, in England it's only 2 cheese. Cheddar and that white tasteless cheese, nothing more. In France it's 5 cheese, sorry. I found that beautiful, and that added to the pile of the many reasons why I absolutely love my daughter. And when it came the time to work on The Wreck, which is basically a game about the biggest fear in my life, the possibility for a parent to lose a child, I decided to put that in the game. I decided for the fictional daughter of Junon, who died 5 years before, and who comes back to have a conversation with her, to mention that birthday pizza. Because I think that if you want to connect with people on very complicated topics, you have to be intimate. You have to be involved in your storytelling, and you have to be ready to open up and to share something intimate, because it will connect with people.
Yeah, you might think, oh, but this is too weird, people won't get it. Yeah, people will get it. There are a lot of people on this planet. You're not that unique, sorry. Your experience is other people's experience. They will get it. As an example, this is a scene from Wednesdays. I won't get into detail, but this scene almost got cut because I thought nobody would get it. I thought it was too personal, too specific, too weird. Even I weren't really sure what the scene was about. It was about some kind of feeling, but I couldn't even name it. But I gave the scene a chance, and I showed it to playtesters, and they loved it. They got it, of course, and even more, it was one of their favorite scenes. And you need to know that back then the scene looked like this. And they got that. They understood that.
We should have stuck with that art style.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the colors, but the naive style is right. So yeah, people will get it. Don't worry. Be weird.
And yes, be weird. Leave room for the unexpected, for the messy part of life. We live in a moment in which everything needs to be perfect, and you need to be perfect, and everything pushes you to be perfect, to be a better man, to wake up at 5 a.m., to have a morning routine, and that kind of bullshit. And that's part of the reason why we feel depressed all the time. We are weird, and in that world, actually fucking things up and being weird is a political act of resistance. So if you want to talk about the complicated things in our lives, you must accept that part of your game will be messy and complicated, because that's part of the process.
Okay, we are not arriving at the big twist of our talk. You probably seen it coming from miles away, but please indulge us with your biggest gasps. The secret to make a good depressing game is to not make a depressing game.
Incredible.
We lied. We don't make depressing game. I don't know what that journalist was talking about before.
No, me neither.
We make colorful game. Look at this. Look at this. Or this. Is it what you would think about if you imagine a game about incest? I don't think so. But incest is pretty dark already. We don't need to add darkness to it. quite the opposite. If we want to be able to discuss these topics, we need to make them more palatable somehow, and we need to add colors to it. We need to add brightness to it.
Yeah, we need also to add funny to it. I don't know about you, but one of the funniest moments of my life was at my grandmother's funeral. And God knows I love my grandmother, and I'm still very sad thinking about the fact that she passed away. But we were so sad together as a family that we started cracking jokes about her. And it was just one of the best times, one of the best ways to say goodbye. And as allegedly Boris Vian, because it's been disputed, would say, but I don't care because I love this quote, l'humour est la politesse du désespoir, which means humor is the politeness of despair. So if you want to be despaired, okay, but also be funny, because that's all that is left when you face death. Because death is fascist. Death doesn't leave us with any choice, so we might as well make fun of death while we can.
Here's goes.
Yes, when I decided to make video games, my parents were obviously devastated. But I promised my dad one day I will give a talk and I will put the word catharsis in it. So that's the point, that's the whole point. If you want to make games about the darkest places and the darkest stories and the darkest things that happen in the world, you need to keep hope as a design principle. You need to make those games about ultimately leaving your players hopeful instead of completely depressed.
Yeah, our goal isn't to make the players feel bad. It's to make the players feel good, or at least better. And it works. After the release of our last game, Wednesdays, we received countless of messages, emails, Steam reviews from other survivors telling us how much the game helped them, how much they felt seen, sometimes for the first time. They told us it gave them the strength to talk for the first time or to seek help. That it gave them hope in the future, in their own future. So seriously, that's the best kind of reward we can get.
Oh, there's a new Steam reward review. I'll read it to you. You sick fuck, how dare you make a game about this? No, this is not this one. Another one. There are other ones. Yes. Ultimately, in the end, what we wanted to convey with this talk is we want to make games about that topic because that's what makes us get out of bed in the morning. We think that talking about those topics will make us feel less alone, but also will make other people feel less alone. We think that it allows us, the community of players and the game makers, to be involved in mankind, as John Donne would say. And yes, the world is sometimes shitty, and yes, people are sometimes shitty, but we would like to remind you that even in the shittiest, darkest, more complicated situation, there's always place for hope to rise, and we should never forget that, and we should tell that to ourselves as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Florent and Pierre. I have a microphone if anybody would like me to bring it to them for a question.
Hi, so very nice talk, by the way. You spoke about how you put parts, you should make the games a little bit about yourself, and like you should talk about your own experiences and your own life in these depressing games. However, specifically, the game about Syrian refugees, how do you present this very intense problematic without particularly sounding either pitiful or like disconnected, since of course neither of you are Syrian refugees, and I ask this completely out of like very serious, like.
Yes, sure. Maybe Pierre, you have an answer for that.
Well, we talked humor, for instance, is a way to not sound pitiful or something. But I think the most what drove Bury My Love, it was first an article in a French newspaper where they translated actual WhatsApp feeds from refugees fleeing Syria. And we read this, and it's blown our mind because the conversation on this WhatsApp feed was the same we had on our telephone, except we weren't currently crossing the Mediterranean on a tiny boat. But the tone, the way of
the jokes,
the gifs, the smileys, the emojis, it was all the same. And the way I wrote Bury My Love, the dialogues in Bury My Love, it's the same way I wrote my text to my girlfriend. A lot of jokes from Bury My Love, because it's a couple. You play as her husband in the game. A lot of them, of their joke are based on joke me and my girlfriend were sharing. So yeah, I hope that answers a bit the question.
Yeah, but also we would never have done this game without Dana, without the involvement of someone who actually lived through the experience and who was okay with reliving through it by rereading all of our script. Without that input, we would never have been able to, we would never have wanted to do that game. So that's a mix between getting involved. For instance, some of the silly jokes that Pierre put in the game, he told me it's just something that happened with my girlfriend, and that works. But also fact-checking the general tone and the facts that you tell and the feelings. And Dana often told us, for instance, this sequence, you wrote it as a walk in the park, and it was absolutely terrible to me, so please rewrite it, and we did. So we really worked with her, of course.
We have time for one or two more.
So you're clearly very inspired by other types of media, like journalism and comics and graphic novels. So I'm curious what it is that draws you to games, specifically for these kinds of topics?
Good question.
He hired me once to work on a game.
It's all my fault. And I just wanted to please my parents.
Yeah, for me, really, I got into games by with the game jams, the little games made from game jams, and I made my own little game in game jams. That was my path to game, and then yes, seriously, it became professional when Florent asked me to write for Bury My Love.
I think that games have this incredible thing that they cannot exist without the player. So I consider them as a discussion, like almost sometimes a rhetorical discussion, but a discussion still. When you ask Super Mario what happens if I press B, the answer is he jumps. And what happens if I fall into the hole, the answer is you should not fall into the hole. So once you understand that this very specific grammar is only possible through games, it's super interesting to know how to harness that to talk about the real world and not just about fantasy. So basically that was the intellectual challenge of trying to master the specificity of games to try to talk about the real world.
I have another more trivial answer also. I always wrote. I wrote novels, little short novels, stuff like that. I tried to write comics and stuff. And when I wrote my first video game in game jam, a Ludum Dare, and it was written in English, which isn't really which weren't my first language, and people were all like, "Wow, it's so well written," and it was back in 2010, and the bar was low in video game. Video game writing was shit. Not all of it, but it wasn't great. And I think I was lucky to be there at that moment, and people think my writing was good, and it was, of course. I will keep doing video games then. There's less concurrence, not concurrence, competition for writers there.
You saw an opening and jumped into it. Yeah, good.
Oh, I think we have time for one last question. Could you pass this along, please?
Thank you. I'm not even sure how to ask this question, and please feel free to tell me to fuck off. How do you even get the courage, the ability to stand in front of a room full of people and tell them you are a male victim of child sexual assault? It just blows my mind.
Well, it's been a process. The first time I did it was at Amaze in May.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
I cried. After.
Yeah.
Not during. So I'm getting used to it, but also I've been working on this game for 3 years now, after kinda solving my own problems, my own story. Like, to me, when I started working on the game, to me this story was behind me. I had closure already on it. And then I've been talking about child sexual abuse, about my story, for 3 years non-stop to a lot of people. And I guess I got a bit used to it and built some kind of...
But especially as a man, because if there is a discussion, the discussion goes a little bit towards girls that has been assaulted. So this just, it blew my mind just when this is where it started, that a man is so brave, essentially.
Oh, thank you. But yes, when I first, because before Wednesdays, I made small games about this, more autobiographical, and I released on the internet first anonymously, then less anonymously. And yeah, a lot of mail came to see me to say, oh, this is so great to read that I'm a victim too, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure the stats we have on child sexual abuse are very wrong for males.
Underreported.
Yeah, underreported. But yeah, I know that since I talk a lot about it, people talk to me about it, and I hear a lot of stories, and I don't know, half of my friends have stories like this. So yeah, no, I just got used to it.
Thank you.
At some point.
And also, you're incredibly fucking brave.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Please join me in thanking Florent and Pierre once again.
From the icy depths of the Cold War, a hero rises. In a world on the brink of annihilation, only one Soviet soldier stands between salvation and total destruction. He must save the world twice. Fear not, for he is not alone. Take control of Stalin, a fearless feline ready to claw his way to victory in Red Star. The sensational, action-packed, and absolutely free update for Sagar. The call for help has been sent out. Will you answer? Or face your doom? Coming soon, comrade. Don't miss it.
Hello, I'm Matthew Lombard, CEO and co-founder of Dolos Incorporated. Today, I am delighted to reveal the existence of our revolutionary product, Dolos. But what is it? Dolos is a program capable of predicting each individual's potential, thus helping to create a perfectly efficient society and guaranteeing the best possible future for each and every one of you. Promising, isn't it? Maybe even too good to be true, huh? Let's see how it works. Our evergreen team feeds through algorithm with tons of data to better understand who you are, what you want, what you desire. Thanks to this very precise knowledge of each individual, we know what's best for you, what suits you the most, what will enable you to fulfill your potential while contributing to the common good. No more worries about your future, about what to do with your life, or how to make yourself useful. From now on, we will have a perfectly objective system at our disposal, treating everyone equally, excluding no one, recognizing your true worth and knowing how to reward you in line with your merit. However, we are faced with a small problem. You see, machines are very good at processing and analyzing colossal volumes of data. But when it comes to making choices that are as close as possible to individual cases, their talent in this area are permissible. That's why we need you to teach our system how to appreciate every trajectory, every past, every history. Your decisions, your choices, will nourish its learning process and enable the emergence of a perfectly efficient society for the benefit of all. So, join us and help us to build a better future for everyone.
I have decided to retire. Retire? Yes, to sequester myself away on the farm of my dreams. I have a notion to take up beekeeping.
They were wonderful years, weren't they? I loved every moment.
Watson is by my side again. I must ensure that he is able to rest and recuperate. A picnic, perhaps, on the cliff tops.
Oh dear, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid everything has gone wrong. Mrs. Duffy has been kidnapped.
My cat has been catnapped.
Did you know there has been a heist over at the British Museum?
Roll up, see the 8th wonder of the world, a real-life mermaid.
I feel the need to remind you that I am retired. I am a beekeeper. As an ordinary citizen, I should leave investigative matters to the police. Let's have a look, shall we?
My dear Sherlock, how can I be of assistance?
I am devising a small treat for Watson. A picnic.
Each to their own, I suppose. Personally, I shall be dining at a table.
I have the scent. View halloo! The hunt is on. Why have you done all this, Holmes? The picnic, I mean.
There is something I wanted to tell you.
Hello, people of AdventureX. Give me a hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Quite good, but you can do better. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Still, not better. I don't know how is this happening. A really good one this time. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Wonderful. Let's take that weird Al Pacino energy that I, for some reason, forced on you and bring that into the next talk. I'm about to introduce Rahul Gandhi, a lawyer with Wigan LLP who's going to teach us all how not to get ripped off, I think. I hope. Are you excited about that? Then please transfer that excitement into arm movement. Slam those hands together. Applaud wildly. Starting now. Please welcome Rahul Gandhi.
Thank you for that intro. That might be the best intro I've had as a lawyer coming to do a legal talk. So thank you for that. And thank you all for coming. Today I'm going to talk to you about contracts and law. As the title of my talk is called, It Takes Two to Sign a Contract. You need, well, at least two. That contracts and legal things are not a one-sided thing. Sometimes when you're dealing with contracts, you may be given one and think, I don't know what to do with this. It's very overwhelming, but you know, a lot of developers might kind of put them aside and not want to think about them, but they are important and they're worth engaging with and being involved with because it takes two to sign a contract. So before I begin, I'll say a little bit about myself. So I am a video games, esports, and I guess interactive entertainment lawyer. So I also work with sort of content creators in the gaming space on all manner of legal issues. I've worked in the games industry for over 10 years now, 8 of them in the legal industry, starting as a paralegal for an esports company when that was the big thing. And then that sort of slowly died, and then I went back into traditional video games. But prior to that, I also worked as effectively a booth babe at Comic-Con and Paris Games Week. I used to demo VR headsets to people and consumers at trade shows. So that was really my start in the games industry. My current practice as a lawyer, my firm tends to support companies all across the games industry. So we work with developers, publishers, engine manufacturers, middleware providers, IP rights holders, everything in between. I personally work with a lot of indie games development studios, so that's my passion. Obviously, that's why I'm really grateful to be here talking to all you guys, because these are the type of games that I'm passionate about. I'm based in London, so our firm is in the heart of London in Soho, and we also have some offices abroad, but we don't really talk about those. We don't need to for that. And yeah, as I said, I'm a big supporter of indie games. Currently, all my time is being consumed by Ball Pit. I don't know if there are any fans of that game. Woo! Yeah, I love that game. That's great. And yeah, some indie developers have described me as the Phoenix Wright of the legal industry. I've never called myself that, but if people want to refer to me as that, they may. I'll leave that up to you. Who just said objection? Thank you, sir. This might be the greatest moment in my career of presenting legal talks. So why are we here? Not to answer the existential question of why we are here on this planet. As I've said, I've worked in the games industry for almost 10 years. I've done hundreds of game deals, and as a result, I've seen hundreds of contracts. I've seen everything from the good, the bad, the ugly, the mistakes, the mishaps, the full-blown disasters, and really, I just want to help you guys, with a very quick whistle-stop tour of some top tips that you can put into practice immediately. I'm not here to try and teach you the law, and I'm not here to sort of teach you the law, and I'm just here to give you some tips, effectively. So it's going to be a top 10 list. I know how much everyone loves top 10 lists. I also really love memes, so I'm going to try and make this extremely dense talk about law slightly fun with some memes. So here we go. This is not clickbait, I promise you, but you won't believe number 8. So first one is to get organized. Developing a game, it's a very creative venture, and there's a lot of fun things at the start of a project where you're very excited about making this game, and you've got all these ideas and plans. But unfortunately, there is a sort of rather more boring, admin side, and those things are really, really important. So for example, things like setting up a company, it's really, really easy to do, and it's very inexpensive, but I've had clients who have released the game just as an individual, and overnight, not overnight, but maybe within the first month or so, they became quite successful, and suddenly the money's rolling in, and they're like, oh God, I'm paying income tax on this, not corporation tax, and this is a nightmare. Obviously a great problem to have. But those are the kind of, first world problems. And I've also seen situations around, if you're working with other people on projects, your friends, maybe you are a student, or maybe a bunch of people have come together with a great idea, everything's great at the very beginning, but anything can happen in game development, and getting things like paperwork in place with contractors, or understanding how the company you're forming is going to be run, who makes the decisions, who owns what, how is revenue going to be divided amongst you. You're all friends, you don't really want to have these conversations, but promise me, it's better to have those conversations earlier rather than later. So get organized. Read and understand your contract. So there's 2 parts of this. Reading it, that's pretty self-explanatory. Definitely read your contracts, please. Because some people, they just, as I said, don't want to engage with them, and that just leads to all sorts of problems. But the second part of it is understand your contract. So that's slightly trickier, because many of you may never have dealt with a contract before, you may not have had to read one, and even if you have read one, that can almost be more problematic, because you feel like, yeah, I kind of know what this is. You might flick through it, give it a read, and think, yeah, everything that's supposed to be there is in there, this is great. But I can promise you, one sentence, one tiny little nuance in the contract can completely change what something means. So definitely spend time making sure you understand your contract. And particularly with publishing contracts, or when you're dealing with someone else who has created the contract and has sent it to you to review it, if you don't understand it, ask them questions. Don't feel, I've definitely had many clients who have felt, oh, but if I ask my publisher questions about the contract, they're going to think I'm a problematic developer, that, oh, they're not going to want to work with me because I'm asking all these questions. If you have a publisher who is doing that, that is a red flag. Like, I would find that really concerning if they say, we don't want to answer any of your questions about the contract, we don't want you to understand this, we want you to just sign it. So definitely make sure you understand it. The next one is, we have this term in law called conducting due diligence. It's a very fancy way of saying do your homework. So you may have never worked with, again, a lot of these are sort of related to publishing contracts, but it applies generally to anyone that you're entering into a contract with. Do a little bit of homework on who they are, like how they operate. If they're a publisher and you've never worked with them before, look up some of the other games they've published, reach out to some of those developers, have a chat with them. How's it been? Like, have they had problems? Especially with games that have already come out and they've done a complete development cycle working with that publisher. Has there been any problems? Has there been any issues that have come up? How's the publisher dealt with them? Have they kind of wanted to work with you? I've had clients who have had issues where, at the start of the relationship, the game's going really well and development's going fine. And then, hype hasn't reached as high and, wish list numbers aren't that great. And then suddenly the publisher starts dropping off a little bit and starts cutting corners. And, it's just, you don't want to be in a relationship sometimes with a publisher who operates in that way, but you just won't know that at the start of a contract. So try and speak to some other developers, see how it is to deal with them. My clicker has stopped working. Okay. I don't know how to move on to the next slide.
Are you sure you haven't slid the power button on? Because I've done that before.
Oh, is there a power button on here?
It's often like a little power button if it's a kid.
It should be fine there.
You might have turned it off by accident, and I've done that before.
There you go, there's the next slide. So number 4, don't be rushed into signing anything. So, working on a game, getting that publishing deal is a dream come true. You've had the idea, the offer is being dangled in front of you. Here's all the funding that you need, all the security, you can go and make the game of your dreams, but you have to sign it in 24 hours. And it has to be almost immediately. You can't speak to anyone about it, you just have to sign it. That is a red flag, and I've had that before. I actually went to Gamescom a couple of years ago, and I just had a meeting with a client, and they said, oh, we're really excited to speak to our publisher. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'd love to come with you and just, chat with you about it. So I kind of just sat in the room, and, I was introduced to them and everything. The publisher literally had bought a contract with them to the meeting and basically expected to sign it in the room. And I don't think my client would have done that whether I was there or not, but I just thought, oh man, I didn't even realize that this happens. So if you ever find yourself in situations where you're dealing with someone who says, you need to sign this contract immediately and you'll get everything you ever dreamed of, probably take that with a pinch of salt. And again, go back to the other points of read your contract, make sure you understand it, do some due diligence, etc. This one's slightly more of a technical point. As I said before, we really recommend that you sign a contract as a company, or we really recommend that you create a company before you release a game. One of the reasons I mentioned earlier, sort of jokingly, but is true, is about tax. But I'm not going to get into that, but that is important. But the main reason to do that is to protect yourself. So when you set up a company or a corporate entity, it creates a barrier between you as an individual and that corporate entity. And when you enter into contracts as a company, it creates a separation of sort of your liability or what danger you can be in. So as an example, if you sign a contract as a company and everything goes wrong, and for some reason you owe the other party hundreds of thousands of pounds and it's been a complete disaster. In that situation, no one can come after your house or your car or your PlayStation. Like, all those things are going to be fine. It's just whatever your company has. So again, I've had a situation where a client was pressured into signing as an individual. So they actually signed the contract as a company and then as an individual separately. And the whole reason behind that was, we want to make sure that you as the founder are invested in the project and you can't leave the project and just, your company becomes some empty shell. And like, from some perspective, that kind of makes sense, but there are other ways of dealing with that in a contract. But the problem is, the contract also said that every single party had like a certain amount of liability. This is the maximum amount of sort of money that you may have to pay out if things go wrong. And the individual had their own separate amount of liability, which was in the hundreds of thousands of pounds. And it was a big disaster. And luckily it worked out for them. We managed to sort of fix it, but it was a painful process. So just avoid that from the outset. This one is a bit more niche, but try and maintain some control over who has access to your work. So a lot of publishers will operate in different ways, where you'll have shared code repositories or GitHubs or whatever, and just make sure that you have control of your work, like practical access and control, because I've had times where, one particular instance where the publisher had set up this whole code repository and the developer was basically working off in their files or like on their system. And when the relationship sort of went south, the developer kind of got locked out of the files and everything. They weren't able to get access to it. The thing on the meme, like, the game didn't get released on Steam by the publisher, but that's just an example of what they could have done if they wanted to, because they basically had everything they needed to do it. And that we'll come on to why that could be super problematic in one of my other points. The next one is try and create some separation between projects if you're working on multiple things. So again, many developers may have a contract to work on one particular game, but they've got their own side hustle going on and they're creating their own game, or they're working on a separate project. If possible, again, from a practical perspective, keep these things separate. So whether that means separate GitHubs or separate code repositories, or also to the extent where you have the means to do this, like create separate companies to hold on to separate assets. So again, that's not the most practical thing, but that's the ideal situation where, again, if something goes wrong, in the example I mentioned where you owe loads and loads of money and someone's come after your company, if your other project is not connected to you or the company that you've signed that first contract with, then that's kind of safe. So you're not at risk of a publisher or another counterparty coming and just taking all of your work if it's all in one place. So, number 8, my favorite one. Budget for legal costs, because I'm sure if any of you have dealt with legal issues before, it can be really, really expensive. There's a saying in law, a contract is only as good as your ability to enforce it. Everything is well and good when it's written on paper, the relationship is great with the counterparty, everything's going fine. When things go south, usually a contract gets signed, put in a drawer, and never seen again. It's only when things go wrong that you start to read it, and the way in which you begin a legal claim can be extremely expensive depending on what it says in the contract. I had an example where for some reason both companies were based in the UK, but the contract said that if anything goes wrong and there's a dispute, we're going to solve this through arbitration in Sweden. I don't know why the contract said that, and this was a contract that was signed, and I didn't advise on this, of course. They came to us when the dispute occurred, And we asked, like, why is the arbitration in Sweden? And it turns out that the publisher had some company in Sweden and they knew the procedure, and that was the whole reason behind it. But it turned out it cost 23,000 euros just to file the claim, and that's on top of legal fees. We had to hire some Swedish counsel because the laws in Sweden are slightly different, so that was slightly more. It was a whole thing. So when you are thinking about getting funding for your game, try and think about budgeting some legal costs in that funding. Obviously, I wouldn't say put it as a line item when you are asking for money from your publisher, because that can kind of freak them out that you want a bunch of money to potentially take action against them. But I think just keep that in mind in terms of cash flow and just like studio like running costs. The other thing is consider obtaining insurance. Again, insurance, another dense topic that most people don't want to deal with. But again, when things like funding is really tight and it's difficult to get funding from publishers or from other sources, consider getting insurance. It can give you peace of mind, and there are some really excellent game-specific insurance companies in the UK, which I feel like people don't really ever talk about, but they do exist. So if that's something you want to hear about, please come find me afterwards. But yeah, just give some peace of mind. There's all types of different things that can be insured, so obviously speak to someone about getting the right thing for you, but that is an option. And the last one is, if in doubt, reach out. So if you really don't know and something really, like there's a massive obstacle with your contract, or you're having a legal issue you just don't know how to deal with, come and speak to a lawyer. Obviously it sounds like I'm trying to sell my own services, but I like to think that I'm not a big, scary suit and tie lawyer where I'm going to charge you hundreds of thousands of pounds of fees just to come have a phone call with me. That's not me. That's not how my firm operates. And to be honest, that's not how most law firms operate in the UK. I think if you know anyone who works in law, or even if you don't, and you just reach out to a lawyer, they're very likely to just be open to having a call with you to just initially talk about an issue, particularly in the games industry, because we're all human. We understand how difficult this industry is at this time, and we understand budgets are tight. And I've worked with indies for a long time. We always just want to help out because we love this industry. We love the work that these indie studios do, and we kind of want to give back if we can. So yes, I do offer free consultations. That is my sort of self-selling. So get my details at the end if there are anything you want to talk to me about. So those are the main 10. I do have one bonus tip, which is, this is the kind of legal one. If you decide to ignore everything that I've said to you in the last 25 minutes or so, and you are in a room with someone who gives you a contract that they're telling you have 30 minutes to sign it, and we're going to give you all the funding for your game, and you've done no due diligence, and you really, really feel like you're going to sign the contract, these are the things you should look out for. I don't recommend you do that, but again, some people, they're going to go for it anyway, and everyone has their own circumstances. So look out. Again, this is mainly for publishing contracts, but think about approvals. Like how does the publisher approve your game, and like what are the triggers for getting the next stage of funding? Who owns the game? Talking about IP ownership. And does the publisher get any additional rights? So things like cross-media rights or rights to merchandise. How do you get paid? So that kind of feeds into the approvals procedure. Usually, again, if you're familiar with the development process, there will be something called milestones. You deliver milestones. If they pass the sort of approvals procedure, you get paid the next chunk of money to make the next part of the game. Make sure you understand how all of that works. Maximum liability, what is the worst case scenario? Is like, what is the worst case in terms of the amount of money you could be owed if everything goes wrong and you completely fail to make the game, or you miss all the milestones? Just what is the worst case scenario? And what are the termination rights? So how can you get out of the contract? How can the publisher get out of the contract? And what triggers those situations? So again, if you're going to ignore everything I've told you in this talk, and you're going to look at the contract yourself and just sign it, look out for these things in particular, but we don't recommend you do that. So that's basically the majority of my talk. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But if you are, if I've stunned you into complete confusion and you don't want to ask anything right now, I'll be wandering around the show floor. So please come find me and either ask me questions or just tell me how much you enjoyed my memes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Yes, we are running a little bit late, but it would be wrong not to do a Phoenix Wright style cross-examination at this point. So please put your hands up if you would like to ask something.
Thank you, very useful. Appreciate the. It's a borderline legal advice, but you did mention free consultation, so I'm taking my chances. So, at what point of the let's say of a passion project that might become more serious at some point, you advise the team to seek legal representation or legal advice, and maybe in what form? Because I've read that it can be like a case by case whenever you need some consultation, or you could just pay a fee for that. It's maybe yearly or whatever. So what do you recommend?
I mean, honestly, as someone who's dealt with loads of indie devs, I'd say the earlier the better. So if you have got to the point where you are creating the game, you've got ideas, you've written notes, you're starting to create the game design document, or you're starting to think about who I'm working with and how we're going to structure the company. Any of those situations is a great time to come speak to a lawyer, because again, with an initial consultation, we're not going to be giving advice that for the whole process of developing a game. We're just going to make sure you're in the right direction, give you some advice, give you some tips. And the sooner you do that, the better, because the later you leave it, there may be things. I mean, one time we had a client who had already named their game and come up with a core mechanic that was related to the name of the game. And then it turns out that the name of the game was trademarked. And they came to us maybe like a year after they'd done that. But if they had spoken to us, we could have said, hey, we can just do a quick search on that. And then they wouldn't have had to go back and unwind all the mechanics. So again, the earlier the better is the answer to that, really.
Do I see a hand? Okay, excuse me. An incredibly inconvenient place to sit, but it's...
Hello, slightly related. If you're working just as a solo dev, would you also recommend kind of going through this process and specifically setting up a limited company rather than like going sole trader, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, we've dealt with both sole traders and also just solo developers. Generally, I think setting up as a company is the easiest way to do it. And I think that also, from people that are from like counterparties who are dealing with you, I think it just makes things easier if you have a company. But I think it really depends on your specific situation and circumstances. And on that, I think whenever you're thinking about doing anything sort of commercial or businessy, like the game has gone from just being an idea to I'm actually taking this forward and doing something with this, we'd always recommend you have a chat with us, just because we can sort of give you some tips and that are more specific to your situation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I can see these hands are going up, but I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to join me in thanking Rahul Gandhi. And I have two pieces of information for you, which are the merch booth just out there is going to close quite shortly. So if you want to get your merch, you want to get in soon. And it's now...
I've always been a good girl. But someone just pushed a prefect out of a window. And everyone says it was me. If the other girls won't play by the rules, then it's time to break them. Someone has to take the fall.
My name is Laura Tanner. I'm writing an article about the people here and about the comet.
The meteor? Like that's our biggest problem? Anyway, welcome to Laburnum Creek.
Oh, you write? That's awesome. I'm an artist too.
I'm not so much an author, more a journalist. I just want to know what's so great about this place that people will stay here despite the threat of it all ending.
You shouldn't be asking why Laburnum Creek is so nice and why everyone wants to stay. The question is, why did you come here?
I don't know if it's the altitude or the way the wind shudders through the pines. Maybe it's cosmic rays. I couldn't tell you, but Laburnum Creek does something to people.
I get the feeling you're not talking about the comet, but I don't understand.
Sometimes this old place seems unfamiliar. I see things and then they're gone.
Everything around here is a little strange sometimes. There is more to Laburnum Creek than meets the eye.
Visitors to the resort often take a day or two to get in tune with the vibrations. You can feel them?
I know I'm not the only one, but no one talks about it. Feels like this place is pulling me apart. I've got my eyes open. I see what's coming. Do you, Miss Tanner?
This is a tale of Rufus Stone. If you can't change, we'll die alone. So much work, no time to play. Can you save him from an early grave? Sleepy Time Village is a game you can play. In demo form, it'll make your day.
Maria is a village girl with many virtues.
Okay, I'm up. I could have slept all day.
A Spanish girl with a dream.
Where are you going so late?
I'm heading out to investigate the legends of Castile so I can become a nun. Oh, you wouldn't believe why.
Who will embark on a challenging journey across Castile.
Hey, do not bite me.
I'll give you one more chance to show me some respect, but this is the last time.
In a folk point-and-click adventure, requiring all your wit and imagination.
Hey, what have you done with the ingredients?
We have improved them.
Trans theft horso. Brum-ba-dim-ba-rum-ba-dim-ba-rum. Ha-ha! The world is short of hormones, so you travel to the west. The kind of thing that curls your beard or makes you grow a breast. The game is not a musical, the trailer is a song, and if you've heard it all before, you sing along. Trans theft horso. Trans theft horso. All wests are wild, but this one's even more so. You can ride a henny, you can even ride a cow. What else did you come for anyhow? I came for gender glad. Trans theft horso. Trans theft horso. It's a computer game called Trans Theft Horso.
What if death was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey? Learn to cross between worlds and take control of the living to find out why you remember the future.
What if Pablo Escobar and the cartels of the 80s had the internet? Welcome to Miami, 1985, where the cartels have more than just guns. In this world, hackers are the cartel's most dangerous weapons. And the biggest cartel's top crew is untouchable. Until now.
Okay, Vita, you got 60 minutes before Astra comes back.
The electronic crime unit has one chance. 1 hour a day to infiltrate the cartel's supercomputer and take them down from the inside. But the clock is always against you, and one wrong move could blow your cover. In Vice Undercover, no one is who they seem. Coming soon to a computer near you.
The city is full of wonders and terrors. It runs on steam and suffering. Each day is a roll of the dice. Survival's about keeping starvation and hurt at bay. Learning the city by day and night. The stress burns people out. A friendship could save your life or cut it short. So pick your friends and your enemies carefully. The city's a cruel teacher, but you'll learn. I've heard whispers. The Empire's running scared. Unions rising up. Revolution in the air. The city's on the brink, soldier. They don't control you anymore. Your fate's your own. All this place needs is a spark. Time to reforge the world. Break their laws. Break the city. Break free.
But wait, it's becoming clear.
Theodora Green, you shameless grifter.
Darkness is rolling in.
Oh, cruel fate!
Shameful revelation!
Piss off! Why don't you come along with me while I solve this mystery?
All right. Yes. You may accompany me.
Something isn't right here. Under this moon where magic entwines, grant me the power to decipher minds. Did it work?
I write from Blake Manor in Connemara. Yesterday, a guest went missing. A young woman named Evelyn Dean. I hear you're an honorable man, a steadfast investigator, and, perhaps most importantly, godly. I pray for the girl that this is true.
Sebastian, what is going on?
I'm not sure.
Morning, Diver. We have an urgent case today. This is our subject, Lena Kukunova. She's requested our help with finding her boyfriend. Her memories are disintegrating fast.
Stop! Watch out!
I can't just leave her. I don't know how to live without her.
So, Diver, do what you do best. Help Lena remember.
barbershop doesn't open till midnight. I don't have many clients. The enchanted, those who hide their nature, that look for a place to belong.
I was bitten shortly after I joined the General Police Corps.
Blaze had his eyes on this building, always full of guards, private security.
We have our reasons, but I'm afraid that's classified. We're looking for a young delinquent.
2 more turned up dead the other day.
They saw something they shouldn't have seen.
Drugs, they said, but I saw the bodies. Fucking bite marks.
Something that dangerous people would very much like to stay hidden. I know she's here.
And yet, I'm the one holding a blade to your throat.
From the icy depths of the Cold War, a hero rises. In a world on the brink of annihilation, only one Soviet soldier stands between salvation and total destruction. He must save the world. Twice. Fear not, for he is not alone. Take control of Stalin, a fearless feline ready to claw his way to victory in Kresta. The sensational, action-packed, and absolutely free update for Sagar. The call for help has been sent out. Will you answer? Or face your doom? Coming soon, comrade. Don't miss it.
Hello, I'm Matthew Lombard, CEO and co-founder of Dolos Incorporated. Today I'm delighted to reveal the existence of our revolutionary product, Dolos. But what is it? Dolos is a program capable of predicting each individual's potential, thus helping to create a perfectly efficient society and guaranteeing the best possible future for each and every one of you. Promising, isn't it? Maybe even too good to be true, huh? Let's see how it works. Our ever-growing team feeds our algorithm with tons of data to better understand who you are, what you want, what you desire. Thanks to this very precise knowledge of each individual, we know what's best for you, what suits you the most, what will enable you to fulfill your potential while contributing to the common good. No more worries about your future, about what to do with your life, or how to make yourself useful. From now on, we will have a perfectly objective system at our disposal, treating everyone equally, excluding no one, recognizing your true worth and knowing how to reward you in line with your merit. However, we are faced with a small problem. You see, machines are very good at processing and analyzing a colossal volumes of data. But when it comes to making choices that are as close as possible to individual cases, their talent in this area are permissible. That's why we need you to teach our system how to appreciate every trajectory, every past, every history. Your decisions, your choices will nourish its learning process and enable the emergence of a perfectly efficient society for the benefit of all. So, join us and help us to build a better future for everyone.
I have decided to retire. Retire? Yes, to sequester myself away on the farm of my dreams. I have a notion to take up beekeeping.
They were wonderful years, weren't they? I loved every moment.
Watson is by my side again. I must ensure that he is able to rest and recuperate. A picnic, perhaps, on the cliff tops.
Oh dear, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid everything has gone wrong. Mrs. Duffy has been kidnapped.
My cat has been catnapped.
Did you know there has been a heist over at the British Museum?
Roll up, see the 8th wonder of the world, a real-life mermaid.
I feel the need to remind you that I am retired. I am a beekeeper. As an ordinary citizen, I should leave investigative matters to the police. Let's have a look, shall we?
My dear Sherlock, how can I be of assistance?
I am devising a small treat for Watson. A picnic.
Each to their own, I suppose. Personally, I shall be dining at a table.
I have the scent. View halloo! The hunt is on.
Why have you done all this, Holmes? The picnic, I mean.
There is something I wanted to tell you.
Morrison.
I've always been a good girl. But someone just pushed a prefect out of a window. And everyone says it was me. If the The other girls won't play by the rules. Then it's time to break them. Someone has to take the fall.
My name is Laura Tanner. I'm writing an article about the people here and about the comet.
The meteor? Like that's our biggest problem? Anyway, welcome to Laburnum Creek.
Oh, you write? That's awesome. I'm an artist too.
I'm not so much an author, more a journalist. I just want to know what's so great about this place that people will stay here despite the threat of it all ending.
You shouldn't be asking why Laburnum Creek is so nice and why everyone wants to stay. The question is, why did you come here?
I don't know if it's the altitude or the way the wind shudders through the pines. Maybe it's cosmic rays. I couldn't tell you, but Laburnum Creek does something to people.
I get the feeling you're not talking about the comet, but I don't understand.
Sometimes this old place seems unfamiliar. I see things and then they're gone.
Everything around here is a little strange sometimes. There is more to Laburnum Creek than meets the eye.
Visitors to the resort often take a day or two to get in tune with the vibrations. You can feel them?
I know I'm not the only one, but no one talks about it. Feels like this place is pulling me apart. I've got my eyes open. I see what's coming. Do you, Miss Tanner?
This is a tale of Rufus Stone. If you can't change, we'll die alone. So much work, no time to play. Can you save him from an early grave? Sleepy Time Village is a game you can play. In demo form, it'll make your day.
Maria is a village girl with many virtues.
Okay, I'm up. I could have slept all day.
A Spanish girl with a dream.
Where are you going so late?
I'm heading out to investigate the legends of Castile so I can become a nun. You wouldn't believe why.
Who will embark on a challenging journey across Castile.
Hey, do not bite me.
I'll give you one more chance to show me some respect, but this is the last time.
In a folk point-and-click adventure, requiring all your wit and imagination.
Hey, what have you done with the ingredients?
We have improved them.
Brum-ba-dim-ba-dum-ba-dim-ba-dum. Trans theft horso. Brum-ba-dim-ba-dum-ba-dim-ba-dum. Ha-ha! The world is short of hormones, so you travel to the west. The kind of thing that curls your beard or makes you grow a breast. The game is not a musical, the trailer is a song, and if you've heard it all before, you sing along. Trans theft horso. Trans theft horso. All wests are wild, but this one's even more so. You can ride a henny, you can even ride a cow. What else did you come for anyhow? I came for gender glad. Trans theft horso. Trans theft horso. It's a computer game called Trans Theft Horso.
Okay, so that is. Okay, welcome to the it's only a half day left of AdventureX. We are going to start the afternoon with Antony Johnston. Antony Johnston is a New York Times bestseller with many books under his belt, including interactive crime series Can You Solve the Murder? He has also written for multiple video games, including Resident Evil Village and Dead Space. Today, he is here to talk to us about how to write so your reader or player won't want to put their book or controller down in his keynote speech just one more level. How to write a great story.
Thank you, Steve, and hello. So, first of all, many of you will know that it was supposed to be Rebecca Heinemann up here talking to you. She was diagnosed with an aggressive cancer and was unable to travel, so I stepped in. Unfortunately, things then rapidly deteriorated, and earlier this week, Rebecca passed away. That QR code will take you directly to her GoFundMe. Now, I was going to encourage you all to donate towards her care, but it's now being used to help her children pay for her funeral arrangements. So I'd like you all please now to join me in a moment of silence for Rebecca, and in that time, you can take a photo of that slide if you want to make a donation. All right. Okay, so I'm Antony Johnston. Who the hell is that, you may ask? Well, outside of this room, I am probably best known as the creator of Atomic Blonde, the movie starring Charlize Theron, which was based on a graphic novel that I wrote. I also write the award-winning Dog Sitter Detective Murder Mysteries. I'm professionally obligated to say that bit. The Brigitte Sharp thrillers, which are currently being developed for TV. And most recently, Can You Solve the Murder, which is now a Waterstones paperback of the year. I've also written screenplays, I have produced and directed short films, and also, what I probably am best known for in this room, I have written many, many video games. I have been doing this for a long time. I'm very tired. And I'm here to tell you that a great story is a great story, no matter in what medium, genre, or format it's told. I've written many different types of story in many different media and formats. Genres I've worked in include sci-fi, crime, espionage, westerns, rom-coms, sports, horror, fantasy, superheroes, YA, and even non-fiction. I've written books, comic series, graphic novels, including adapting multiple works by writers like Alan Moore and Anthony Horowitz into comic form, which is quite surreal. I've written video games, screenplays, short stories, and magazine articles. I've written games for the PlayStation, Xbox, for the iPhone, for VR headsets, a launch title for the Wii U, and of course for PC. I've written first-person shooters, third-person shooters, rail shooters, platformers, rhythm games, sports games, walking simulators, narrative-led puzzle games, you name it. Now, many authors, when they reach a certain level of experience, notoriety, fame, call it what you will, embark upon writing a book filled not with a story, but with their thoughts. So we produce volumes of essays filled with our thoughts, musings, and philosophies on the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. The problem for me is that whenever I've tried to do that, I quickly realize that the great majority of my thoughts are about writing stories. And sometimes life, as it relates to writing stories. And this, combined with a deep and lifelong fascination with the creative process in general and the craft of storytelling, means that rather than essays about the big existential questions of life, I find myself writing nuts and bolts advice about how to tell better stories. So instead of asking, do our decisions demonstrate that mankind has free will? I am more likely to ask, if your main character regularly makes terrible decisions, does it make your story better? To which the answer, by the way, is yes, of course it does. So that's why I'm here and what I'm going to talk about today. This is a distillation of decades of storytelling experience, which I'm going to give to you so that your stories can be the absolute best that they can be. And by the way, that book I mentioned, Can You Solve the Murder, the one that is a Waterstones Paperback of the Year, again, professionally obligated, that is also a game. It's what we used to call a game book, although nowadays we're all fancy and we call it an interactive novel. That is a direct result of combining my experience in video games and RPGs with my other career in crime fiction. It's almost an exemplar of what I'm talking about because all the principles that I'm going to explain here were used both to write the story in that book and to design the game mechanics that drive it. Now, I do normally deliver this particular talk to novelists or screenwriters, but the whole point, as I say, is that a great story is a great story, no matter the medium in which you're working, even if it's an interactive one. So, as we go through, I will also point out how this applies to your games. First, let me take a moment to talk about the writing process, which largely consists of these three elements: skill, confidence, and doubt. This is a non-scientific graph representing skill versus confidence over time. You may have seen it before. Its point is that in any endeavor, not just writing, and in fact not only creative pursuits, but anything where we're learning a new skill or acquiring new knowledge, we find that it doesn't go in a straight line. We don't get 1% better every day without fail, and our confidence doesn't get 1% stronger every day without fail. Why is that? Well, a lot of it has to do with recognizing our limitations. The more we know, paradoxically, the more we know that we don't know, and that we still have to learn in order to feel like we've achieved mastery. Now, why do I mention this here? Because many of you will hopefully take knowledge and ideas away from this weekend and be inspired to use what I'm going to talk about and what many people here have talked about in your stories. And as you do so, you may worry that you're not doing it right, or maybe the result just sucks, or whatever. I'm here to tell you that that is good, it is necessary, and don't panic. There's your second Hitchhiker's reference. Something often said to and about creative people, including writers, is, oh, you're so talented. And that may well be true, but in a way it does us a disservice, because while talent may be necessary to be a successful creative, and to be honest, the jury's out even on that, but let's just say it is not sufficient. Raw talent can give us a head start, it can spark an interest, but it can't carry us through a career. It certainly isn't sufficient to guarantee success in a cutthroat and unforgiving creative industry, which is all creative industries. What's required in addition to talent is skill. And skill is something that none of us are born with. It is something that can only be acquired through hard work, effort, failure, and experience. And it has no upper bound. Unlike in video games, there is no maximum skill level in life. There is always more to learn, and realizing that can make our confidence waver. But you need confidence in order to be creative, and especially to write, because our skills are invisible. It looks just like typing, and any old fool can type, and many fools who do think that that also means they can write stories. We know different, and you must have the confidence to believe it and to say so. You must believe that you have a story worth telling to others, whether the audience is 5 people or 5 million people, and that you have the skill to do so, and that takes self-belief and confidence. But you mustn't be overconfident, because doubt is also necessary. Self-doubt is what keeps us on our toes creatively and makes us strive to ensure that every story we tell is better than the last. Without that element of doubt, we become complacent and our work suffers for it. Years ago, I read an interview with a legendary actor. Now, I confess it was so long ago that I do not remember exactly who it was with. It might even have been like Olivier or somebody. It was a long time ago. And he was asked if after all these years he still gets stage fright. And he said, yes, of course I do. And the day I don't is the day that I will hang up my hat and retire. Because it means I still care. Now, you may also be familiar with the metaphor that writing a story is like wading out to sea. And just when you're up to your neck in the water, you're standing on tiptoes, and if you take one more step, the beach will disappear from under your feet. That is the most interesting and exciting place to be as a creative, and it's where you will produce your best work. For me, there is nothing more exciting than getting into the weeds of writing a story and suddenly realizing that I've bitten off more than I can chew, and I'm not sure if I can pull this one off. That is good doubt. That is the kind of doubt that you should nurture. But you mustn't let it overwhelm you, because then it can paralyze you, and that's how you wind up with writer's block, which to my mind is simply fear. The fear of writing something bad that everybody will hate and mock you for and judge you for. That is a real fear. It's totally understandable. But there is a simple cure, and it's called revision, or as we in games would call it, iteration. You can always revise and rewrite your work before anyone else will see it. But you can't rewrite a blank page. So write your first drafts with abandon and freedom, putting any old shit on the page, or in Google Docs, whatever. Safe in the knowledge that once you get to the end, you can go back and rewrite every single word if you want to. That's how you beat writer's block. All right, enough pep talk. Let us get to the main event. As I see it, there are 7 fundamentals to a great story. If you stick to these, you almost can't fail to produce something that your audience will find engaging and compelling. Now, just to clarify, what I'm talking about here are fundamental elements that will fit any genre, any medium, any format. It is not about structure or script formatting or some kind of formula where you fill in the blanks at one end and then extruded story product comes out the other. It's not that, and it's most certainly not this bullshit. Which to this day continues to both amuse and horrify me. I mean, look at that fucking thing. Has any real writer ever actually used this to plan out a story? It's insane, insane. So this is not about any of that. There are plenty of people out there who will teach you about story structure and inciting incidents and third act reversals. Some of them even know what they're talking about. But this is not that. This is about fundamentals that you should bear in mind no matter what you are writing. So these are our 7 fundamentals. I'll go through each of them in turn in detail, but let's go through them all briefly now. Real characters at the center of a story, making bad decisions that feel emotionally true in a sequence that satisfies the audience by connecting events together in poetic ways. So let's begin logically enough, with number 1, real characters. What does that mean? Well, how you define real can be quite different according to what genre you're working in, and even the medium. There are details and nuances that will shift according to the situation in which your characters exist. But there are a few fundamental aspects of good, real, relatable characters that your audience will want to spend time with. The first of these is simply that they must be engaging. Oh, hang on, I've gone too far. What does engaging mean? It means that readers must find them interesting, relatable, and believable. It means that your characters should behave in ways the reader would or wishes they would if they were in that situation. Now, obviously, in games, we actually have a bit of an advantage because the main character's actions are largely dictated by the player. So the player is obviously going to behave in ways that they feel are appropriate for the situation. But even in games, there will be other characters, NPCs, sidekicks, villains, so on, who aren't controlled by the player. And they should feel just as real as anyone else. Now, you may be thinking, actually, I'm making a Limbo-like game with a silent, silhouetted protagonist and no other characters, so this doesn't apply to me. But actually it does, because you can argue that things like the design of that character, their animation, even their idols, are all part of making them feel real. Although, obviously, that is an edge case. Now, I said in ways that the reader wishes they would behave, but it's important to note this isn't about wish fulfillment. Why? Because in order to be engaging, your character must also be flawed. In fiction, few people really want to read about a perfect character. And in games, okay, well, there are certain genres where we might want to become a perfect character, but in games with any kind of narrative focus, which, you know, I would hope everybody in this room is thinking about, you should really strive to avoid that, because it's dull. None of us is perfect. None of us is without flaw. I always use Superman as a good example of this. Like, physically, he is basically a perfect specimen with no flaws, thanks to the whole superpowers thing. He flies, he's super strong, he shoots lasers out of his eyes, yada yada. I mean, there's kryptonite, but that's not really a flaw, that's a weakness, and, you know, there is a difference. So physically, he's flawless, but mentally, he's flawed. Sure, he's smart, although he's not a genius, but more importantly, he has a big, big blind spot, which is that he is naive. He is too trusting, and he cares about people. Superman always looks for the good in everyone, and that often puts him at a disadvantage when faced with cruel psychopaths. Bullets may ricochet off him, but he can still be hurt, and that is what makes a good Superman story interesting. So, real characters, meaning characters whose actions, responses, and emotional lives feel true to their context and are engaging. I keep saying context because obviously what makes a character feel real in, say, a gangland action drama is going to be very different to what makes a character feel real in a sci-fi space opera, or a YA urban fantasy, or a generational saga, and so on. But whatever your context is, characters who behave in ways that feel real will connect to the audience, and that is always the goal. So, real characters at the center of a story. Now, this one is quite literal. Your story should center around your protagonist. That is what makes them the protagonist. If your character is not the one making big decisions, taking actions that change the story, and hogging the spotlight, frankly, then that is probably not actually your protagonist. In which case, you need to find the character who is doing all of those things and recenter your story around them. Now, if you don't have a character doing all these things, then you're in danger of creating a non-story where stuff just happens. Now, I'm not going to say that's always a mistake, because if done consciously, it can be interesting, even in interactive experiences, but it's not what we're here to talk about. To be honest, it rarely makes for an engaging story. The one caveat to this is that if you're writing an ensemble piece where several characters are all equally important, but if you're doing that, it's important that you recognize and acknowledge it by making sure that those qualities are spread around your group. If you don't, if you've got, say, 5 characters, but only 2 of them are doing making all the big decisions and hogging the spotlight and all of that, then maybe you're not actually writing an ensemble after all. Maybe you just have 2 co-protagonists and their sidekicks, which is fine, but again, recognise that and act accordingly when writing the story. Now, a common objection to this is that it's too convenient for one character to have so much story weight put upon them. It's too much of a coincidence that all this stuff happens to them and that they're the most important person and everyone else lets them make the big decisions. But that is why they're the protagonist. Readers and players, in our case, we want the main character to be at the centre of the action. We want the protagonist to be the most important person in the story and in the world of the story. I promise you, if your story is good enough, no one will complain about your teenage boy from a remote farmstead who just happens to find a retired knight and is given a magic sword and then rescues a princess and is revealed as one of the best pilots in the galaxy, and he fires the torpedo that destroys the villain's moon-sized mega-weapon, and oh yeah, he also turns out to be the villain's long-lost son. Like, seriously, it's fine. Protagonists are protagonists for a reason. Make them the most important person. Let them do all the things and make all the decisions. Is it realistic? Hell no. But as long as it's plausible within your story, and there's the issue of context again, the audience will be fine with it. In fact, they probably won't even notice. Plausibility trumps mundane realism every time. So, real characters at the centre of a story. Making bad decisions. Now, this doesn't mean that your character should be completely stupid and make bad decisions all the time. And if your character happens to be a mega competent operator, who's simply fighting to stop the bad guy's plot, well then you might think that this doesn't apply to you. But it does, because bad decisions are what make a story interesting. If everyone made the right decisions all the time, well, we would live in a much better world. But our stories would be incredibly boring. So instead, make sure that your characters are not too sensible, or in particular, too cautious. Some examples are obvious and they're tied to genre tropes. Horror, don't go in the cellar. Crime, just call the police for heaven's sake. Romance, tell him you love him, etc., etc. But others are more subtle. A wife who knows that revealing a secret will alienate her husband, but if she doesn't, he might find out anyway, and so she's convinced herself that she can explain it in a way that will win him over. Two brothers. The younger brother does something really stupid that spells disaster, and now the older brother, who's a cop, must betray his duties in order to protect his family. Or let's have the mega competent operator again. They might be aware of the threat, but they simply underestimate its danger and potential damage until it's almost too late. These are all bad decisions. They drive conflict, and conflict is what makes a story interesting. They also, in a funny way, can reinforce making a character feel real. I mean, hands up anybody who has never made a bad decision ever in their entire life. No liars in the audience. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. What is important is to justify these decisions so that they don't make a character seem stupid. Have a reason for the character to make the decisions that they do. Now, sometimes that will take the form of a dilemma, like in the example with the two brothers, one of whom's a cop. Sometimes it'll simply be because the character is acting on bad or incomplete information, or they're making wrong assumptions, such as the wife or the mega competent operator. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Justifying bad decisions like this in a way that doesn't seem dumb can be one of the most difficult parts of writing a story. But it's worth it, because one bad decision like that can drive an entire narrative if it's strong enough. And several more throughout the story can really ratchet up the tension and the conflict. Just to reiterate this point again, do not make your character stupid just for the sake of the story. We've all seen it, where a character does something that makes no sense or is wildly out of character for no good reason other than that, well, if we don't do that, the story's over. No, if that's the case, you've got a problem. Stop. Think, figure out how you can justify that decision. Now, that may require you to go back and rewrite a whole bunch of stuff that you've already done. Or maybe you'll realise that actually you can't justify it, and so they simply have to make a different decision. both of which, they're painful, I know that. But again, it is worth it. So, real characters at the centre of a story making bad decisions that feel emotionally true. And in a way, this is the flip side of the previous point. Yes, you have to justify those bad decisions. And good decisions, by the way, may also require, some justification. But you also have to make them feel emotionally true. Remember I said plausibility trumps realism? So does emotional truth. Stanley Kubrick said, sometimes the truth of a thing is not so much in the think of it, but in the feel of it. And what this means is that sometimes you gloss over ugly reality or mundanity so as not to spoil a moment that feels satisfying. Often this applies to a climax, but it can also be used for smaller moments and even for aspects of setup and world building. Like within Kubrick's own canon, for example, even in a supposedly cold and logical movie like 2001, there are moments which don't make complete logical sense, but they feel right. Like the Stargate in the final sequence, that's an obvious one. But so is Hal. Think of the shutdown sequence in 2001. It makes no real sense at all that it is so ridiculously complicated and difficult, but it feels right, and it generates a scene of high tension. Also, can anybody tell me why Dr. Floyd is the only passenger on a commercial shuttle flight to the moon? How are they making a profit? Doesn't matter, because those moments feel right. They are emotionally true. One of my favourite examples of this is two of the Daniel Craig Bond films, Skyfall and the very next movie, Spectre. Now, both films are directed by the same guy, by Sam Mendes, and yet they couldn't be more different. Skyfall is thrilling, it's kinetic, it's tense, it's filled with action, it's a real roller coaster of a movie. But if you stop to think about the plot for even a minute, it all breaks down. It makes no sense. It relies on multiple huge coincidences. The villain's plot only works because of amazing happenstance that he couldn't possibly have foreseen. Story-wise, it is a right old mess. By contrast, Spectre is a well-constructed story that makes sound, logical sense, where all the pieces fit together and are connected. The villain's plot hangs together well, all the sequences feel like they naturally follow on from one another, and it's unspeakably dull. It's just arse-numbingly tedious. I would rather watch and have watched Skyfall 20 times before suffering through Spectre again. Now, obviously, the ideal is to do both. To have a story that is both thrilling and tense while also making sound logical sense. And plenty of stories do that, by the way. It's not like this is some unattainable holy grail, just for James Bond for some reason. But when push comes to shove, emotional truth resonates more strongly with an audience and will stay with them for much, much longer. We remember characters more than plot. Even the big moments that stick with us, they do so because of the characters involved and how engaged we are with them. Think of the end of Avengers Endgame, like when Captain America picks up Thor's hammer. That is an all-time great moment of cinema, but it only means anything because of who these characters are and what we have watched them go through up to that point. The other part of this is the importance of giving your characters an emotional inner life that rings true. Everyone knows how it feels to be anxious, nervous, afraid. Everyone also knows how it feels to be happy, in love, confident. Great characters feel all of these things. They don't go through a story like a robot with zero emotion. Like even robots, have you seen Murderbot? Come on. We remember the characters who feel, who go through the highs and lows of human experience so that we can sympathize with them. So, real characters at the center of a story, making bad decisions that feel emotionally true in a sequence that satisfies the audience. And what I mean by this is really simple. Remember that you are telling a story. Now, there's an obvious exception for mood painting literary stuff, certain brand of cinema, casual games with no narrative. But if you are, again, writing a narrative, and I assume most of the people in this audience are, then just remember that. It is surprisingly easy to forget, especially when you're lost in the weeds of your 10th draft or whatever. The cat sat on the mat is not a story. The cat sat on someone else's mat. Now you're talking. Every narrative sets up a story question at or near the beginning, and the audience will expect that question to be answered. That is the promise that you make to an audience. I'm going to tell you a story about this cat who sat on someone else's mat. Can you believe it? And the audience says, okay, cool. So tell us what happened when the other cat came back. If you don't answer that question, you have broken your promise to the audience. And if that's not the question that you want to answer, then you need to set up a different story question instead. Now, all of this does not mean that your story must have a happy ending or that the ending should be predictable. Not at all. In crime fiction, for example, which is where I do a lot of my work, subverting expectation can be as simple as the killer is somebody that the audience didn't expect. That is a really common one in crime fiction. It's kind of, the subgenre of crime that I write in practically relies on that in every single book. And I work very hard to misdirect the audience along the way. But it could also be the killer gets away with it. Nobody's expecting that. Now, that's risky, something like that, because in almost all genres, audiences expect the good guys to win and justice to be done. But you can do it, and if you've put in the work everywhere else to justify it, then the audience will still be satisfied. On a wider scale, what you must remember is that the audience will see everything in your story through the lens of that story question that you've set up. If your 19th century romance story question is, will they fall in love? But then you spend more than half the story writing about Napoleon, because, look, that was important stuff happening at the time, right? But if Napoleon has nothing to do with whether or not the characters fall in love, the audience will be unsatisfied, and they'll likely throw the book across the room, or in your case, the controller. So with every scene, every sequence, think, what will the audience expect to happen here, and what will satisfy their anticipation in the story? You don't have to, and you probably shouldn't, give them exactly what they expect. Sometimes it is better to surprise them with something completely different. There's a screenwriting truism that says in every scene, a character should want something. And the best way to end that scene is either for them not to get it, or to get it, but not in the way that they either wanted or expected, which leads to further conflict. But whatever you do, you must have a reason for it. You must consider why this scene is happening within the context of your story and what effect it will have on the audience from this moment on. I'll talk about that more in a moment. For now, I'll finish this bit by saying, don't be afraid of tropes. Think about how you can use them and manipulate them and even subvert them. Now, as I mentioned, I write a cozy crime series of books, and within that subgenre, I know the audience wants there to be a big gather the suspect scene at the end, where the detective explains who done it and how they did it. So I give it to them. If that's the kind of book that I'm reading, I want that myself as a reader. But what I do is I try to surprise them with how I deliver that scene or where it's delivered. So it has a twist, but the fundamental scene, the fundamental trope is still there, because without it, I know that my particular audience will feel unsatisfied. I'm not saying fill your story with tropes, of course, but don't automatically discount them. They exist for a reason, and they can work wonders in satisfying an audience. So, real characters at the centre of a story, making bad decisions that feel emotionally true in a sequence that satisfies the audience by connecting events together. As I said before, once you set out your story question, that is the lens through which the audience will see everything that happens in your story. They will assume that everything is related or has some importance to the central premise. Writers build stories in many different ways. Everyone here will have a different way of working. Some of us start at the beginning and go right through to the end. Some of us write the most exciting parts first and then fill in the blanks in between them. Some of us plot and plan meticulously, and some of us wing it as much as we can to keep things fresh. Some of us write character biographies before we begin. Others find the characters in the process of writing. It doesn't really matter. You do whatever works for you. But the point is that before an audience sees it, we know everything. We are like fifth-dimensional beings who can step out of time and see this story, the whole thing, from beginning to end and every moment in between. But that is not how audiences experience stories, at least not the first time around. They build a story, piece by piece, layer by layer, in their mind as they experience it, as we tell it to them. Every new scene, every new line of dialogue, every character emotion is experienced only in the context of what's come before and anticipation of what is yet to come. So if you throw in something that doesn't seem to make sense, the audience will say, okay, but they will file it away for later. And before all's said and done, they will expect an explanation of how it connects to the story you're telling them. Now, you don't have to over-explain. You don't even have to explicitly tell the audience how those building blocks connect, so long as you drop enough hints. Audiences are smart. They are smarter than we sometimes give them credit for. And you can leave it up to them to figure things out along the way. You can be ambiguous along the way and reveal all at the end, or you can be clear and plain throughout the story, making the sequence easy and logical to follow. And of course, you can also be ambiguous at the end itself. You don't necessarily have to explain yourself to the audience, and there can be enormous power in letting an audience figure things out for themselves, especially these connections that we're talking about. When we as an audience reach a conclusion on our own, even if we've been led to it by the author, then it hits harder and it makes a stronger impression. And games, again, games are really good at this because we require our audience to take action and to participate. So you can do that, but if so, you must still be able to explain it to yourself. If you know the connections, and if someone asked you could explain it to them, sometimes that's enough. Just be careful, obviously, because you're putting yourself at risk of people saying that it doesn't make sense or it's unsatisfying. But if that's what's true to the story, then by all means, stick to your guns. The point is that audiences will expect connections to exist, and they will look everywhere for them. There's a phenomenon called pareidolia, which you may be familiar with. It's what happens when we perceive what we believe to be patterns in things that are actually unrelated, like seeing shapes in clouds, or a face on Mars, or hidden satanic messages in music. Some people believe that pareidolia is actually really important to creativity, that it's how people like us take stimuli from the world around us. But it's also worth bearing in mind when we think about how audiences perceive our stories. Think about how you perceive stories. We are always looking for those patterns, for that connection, the elliptical plot, the callback, the sly reference. We can't help but be on the lookout for these things because it's in our nature. And when we find them, we feel good. So the more that you can connect every scene, every event, every paragraph, every line of dialogue back to your story question and to events that occur elsewhere in the story, the more your audience will be engaged and lose themselves in your narrative. So, real characters at the centre of a story, making bad decisions that feel emotionally true, in a sequence that satisfies the audience by connecting events together in poetic ways. Now, this has two meanings. First, poetic in the sense of justice. This is about satisfying the audience again, but it's specifically about doing it in a way that acknowledges that this is fiction and you're telling a story. Like I said, remember that. Not by breaking the fourth wall. I mean, you can do that, of course, if it fits, but also by doing things like wrapping up loose ends, your B-plots and so on, ending with a parallel to how the story began. That's what's called an elliptical story shape. Moving on to a new beginning, one that suggests that the wisdom gained in victory will lead our protagonist into a brighter future. These things, let's be honest, rarely happen in real life. But stories have to make more sense than real life because it's what we expect. We have expected it for thousands of years of our storytelling tradition. Now, you don't have to do all of these, especially if you feel that they're not all necessary to send the audience home feeling satisfied. But when you really look at them, actually, you'll find that a surprising number of stories do. Even a basic like action thriller will often employ all three of these techniques as part of its ending. And if you're writing, say, romance, whether comedy or not, it's practically essential that you cover all of these. Now, the second meaning of poetic is in the sense of your writing. You don't have to write deathless prose to make a great story. Plenty of great stories are actually written quite plainly. In his wonderful book on writing, Stephen King says the basic rule of vocabulary is use the first word that comes to your mind if it is appropriate and colourful. To use a personal example, I made a conscious decision to write my dog sitter detective books in simple, straightforward language. I don't want the reader to be impressed by my beautiful prose. I want them to be completely wrapped up by the story and with its characters. Now, that doesn't mean it's artless or that I don't care. It's actually a lot of fucking work. And certainly nobody would accuse Stephen King of not caring about his work. Richard Bachman, maybe. But not Stephen King. You can be poetic without resorting to $10 words. Poetry is not in the number of syllables, it's in the placement, the rhythm, the choice of words. Now, even there, when I wrote this, originally, that phrase was the placement, the rhythm, the word choice. Oh, that's not as good, is it? It doesn't sound as good. It doesn't fit the rhythm of how I talk. It just doesn't feel right. So you've got to think about these things. Think about alliteration, metaphor, simile, subtle rhyme, even internal rhyme. Read it aloud. Listen to the rhythm of your words, and your dialogue especially, to enliven your work, and inject just a bit of poetry. Audiences might not consciously notice, but subconsciously it will affect their experience. There's an additional bonus stage here for games that I want to talk about just to this audience. Earlier I mentioned the power of ambiguity in endings. It can also apply to moments along the way, or to the whole way that your writing is set up and delivered to the player. Especially in the indie space, players are very tolerant of ambiguity, which is a wonderful thing. We often actively enjoy it when we're engaging with an indie game. And because of the interactive, immersive nature of our medium, like you could rely to an extent on players paying attention. And not all of them, I guess, but you know, we're not writing for the Press X to skip crowd, fuck them. We are writing for the players who want a story. And with those players, don't be afraid to hold some things back and let them fill in the blanks for themselves. It's a bit old now. I know it's a cliche, but it is a classic example. Think of Dear Esther. That game did not grab people's imagination because of its wonderful graphics, although it did look lovely, or because of its amazing gameplay, of which there was basically none. They didn't go crazy over the prose either. Like the letters that you hear read out, they're perfectly fine writing, but it's not immortal prose. Is Dan here, by the way? No. Look, I'm sure he'd agree anyway, because it's not the point of the game or the story or the experience. What they did instead was they introduced an ambiguity that was matched by the game story. And that game story, by the way, uses these 7 fundamentals that I've been talking about. Now, probably not consciously. I'm sure Dan didn't sit down and tick them off one by one. But that reinforces what I've been saying in a way, because these aren't a checklist. It's universal fundamentals of great stories. And like I said, in this case, you can also add ambiguity to that list. Because what people remember about Dear Esther, what everyone was talking about at the time of its release, apart from the tedious, is it a game, people? Fuck them. What people were talking about was how the story question was answered, but not quite. Not entirely, not fully. It delivered just enough to make you think, oh yeah, okay, I get that. But it didn't actually confirm that for you. People remember how that game made them feel rather than what it made them think. And that is poetry. Real characters at the centre of a story, making bad decisions that feel emotionally true in a sequence that satisfies the audience by connecting events together in poetic ways. These are my 7 fundamentals of a great story. Other writers may think differently, but those are the principles that I use to write the best stories I can. And again, notice, there is no mention in there of genre, of tone, In our case, of gameplay or of any format at all. Because a great story is a great story, no matter how it's told. The key is to include all of these elements, but in new, interesting, and unexpected ways. If you can do that, you will tell a great story. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? We do have time for questions.
Okay.
Oh, okay, brilliant.
I'll set up the next presentation. So you
Before we do, can we have a round of applause, please, for the wonderful BSL interpreters? So hard all weekend. They must be knackered. Brilliant. All right, so who's got a question? Hands up, come on. Come on. I can't have possibly covered everything.
If you don't have any questions, that does make moving to the next talk easier, but do... It's not on.
It doesn't seem to be on. It's fine.
Oh, sorry, I gave him one up.
There we go. Hello. Perfect. My question in regards to your characters, I suppose, essentially having agency over your story, how do you use your fundamentals in regards to something like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead, where the whole point is they're to the side while the real story is happening elsewhere?
But they're still the protagonists of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead.
I guess so. I guess
that story, it's a different story.
Yeah.
But it's still, that's the story that happens to them.
Yeah.
Hamlet is not the story that happens to them.
Yeah.
You know? Hamlet is Hamlet's story. That is their story. I mean, yeah, obviously it's playing with the form. I realise that. I understand what you're saying. And yes, it does play with it. It kind of pulls things apart. It's very meta, very deconstructionist. But it is still fundamentally, it's their story. It's about them and their experiences. Even though, yeah, far more important things are happening off to the side, off screen. You know, all their friends are there too, having a great time off camera. But the story, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Dead, is still about them. It still applies. Anyone else? Come on.
Okay, but I didn't need my notes.
One more. All right. I'm afraid they're all at the back, Steve. Sorry.
Where?
Set your hands up again. There was somebody over there.
I'm going to get the
there
person at the end of the road because
it's
they're easy to get to.
All right. Sorry, last one. I will be here for the rest of the day. I'm not going home till tomorrow morning, so you know, by all means, catch me and badger me if you want to after.
Hooray for being easy to get to. So I was interested because a lot of what you were saying feels like it would work best when you have total autonomy or you have total
Like I said,
control.
this is normally, I give this talk to authors and screenwriters.
Yeah, I was wondering, for example, I do a lot of work where there's so many constraints already in place, so many problems to figure out. Like, I was interested in where you would start triaging a problem where you don't have time for rewrites or there's no budget for, you know, what's the thing that you go to reliably to kind of go, oh, well, let's try and salvage this thing?
No time or budget for rewrites? That never happens in games. I've never had that happen to me.
Thank you. So we'll be around for the rest of the afternoon. So thank you once again, our keynote speaker, Antony Johnston. Chris, just come in.
Yes.
What if death was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey? learn to cross between worlds, and take control of the living, to find out why you remember the future.
What if Pablo Escobar and the cartels of the 80s had the internet? Welcome to Miami, 1985, where the cartels have more than just guns. In this world, hackers are the cartel's most dangerous weapons. And the biggest cartel's top crew is untouchable. Until now.
Okay, Vita, you got 60 minutes before Astra comes back.
The Electronic Crime Unit has one.
Private eye with a penchant for the weird had a new case this year. With her funds running low, she found the opportunity to chase the bounty for notorious serial killer, the Soothsayer. Having played this game to completion myself, I can promise it is a satisfying tale, though somewhat harrowing in parts. Andreas Wilcox of Clifftop Games, that game's developer, is here today to talk us through part of that game with the official visual effect of Cathy Rain 2 Soothsayer.
Hello, AdventureX. I hope you had a good event so far. Cheer for if you had a good event. Thank you. Okay, so as it says right here, I'm going to talk about the visual effects of Cathy Rain 2 Soothsayer. But to be honest, I probably should have called this talk instead how we did some dope effects that you should totally steal for your games. So I'm Andreas Wilcox. I worked as the programmer for Cathy Rain 2 Soothsayer, together with these beautiful people, and a few more not pictured here as well. Sadly, none of them could actually join us today, so it's just me. Cathy Rain 2, as you so nicely mentioned, is the sequel to Cathy Rain 1 from 2016, and we had a director's cut made in 2021. So it's a point-and-click adventure game released back in May of this year, where we play as Cathy as a downright private eye that will embark on her most serious, dangerous case yet: the pursuit of the notorious serial killer known as the Soothsayer. So the game features a 90s retro style with glorious pixel art, full voiceovers, and cinematic cutscenes. And we made the game in Unity with the Adventure Creator add-on. So I have a lot to go through today, and not a lot of time, but I'll say right away, this is not a talk about how to draw gorgeous pixel art or how to hand animate nicely. Because if I drew it, it would be neither of those, trust me. I'll be focusing more on the dynamic effects that we did that were either impossible or incredibly time-consuming to do by hand animation alone. Don't worry though, even though this is a little bit more techie talk for AdventureX, there is not going to be a single line of code. So yeah, we're not going to draw, we're going to show no code at all. So I made this so anyone in game development should be able to follow along nicely. So I want to inspire you what you can do in your game. So if you want to go more into depth on something, just grab me after the talk or shoot me an email, and you'll find the address at the end of the talk. So when we started out on Cathy Rain 2 back in 2022, we wanted to make our scenes feel a bit more alive and animated compared to our previous games. Preferably without exploding our art budget completely at the same time. So I wanted also to create visual effects that we could reuse in different scenes of the game. So we started creating a wish list of effects, and I worked on them one by one. I do want to mention that I use the terms sprite and texture kind of interchangeably. You can think of it just as an image, essentially. I also want to say that the pixel-perfect rendering we do it by rendering the game in 480 by 270 pixels. So sprites are generally mapped one-to-one to the screen, and this does affect a bit how things are rendered in the game. But it should still be useful even if you don't do that. And these effects are the ones I've selected and we'll talk about today. We have a bunch of stuff to get through in a very short time, or it feels like short time when you get through this. So let's jump straight in with lighting. So lighting is actually something that took me way too long to grasp how important it is in making your art look great. So for 2D games, we usually let our two amazing artists bake in lighting into our sprites and backgrounds, which looks absolutely stunning, but is also completely static. So if any character walks through the scene, they would be completely unaffected by the light, because it's just static sprites. A simple effect you can do is using what's called tint maps. So a tint map is a sprite you mark out an area that tints the character with a specific color. Like in this example, we have this round tint map simulating a blue light. Usually you don't actually draw the tint map on the ground like this, but I did this just so visually you can see what's going on. This is what we use in the Catherine Director's Cut, and Adventure Creator has this feature built into the engine. It can be very effective, and you can use some gradients at the edges to make the character kind of, the tint gradually change. Ooh. There we go. As the character walks in and out. But it's also very generic lighting. It tints the whole character as if the light is uniformly coming from every direction. So for what I wanted was a more dynamic and controllable light, where we could actually place lights and have it come in from sides and angles. So what we can use here is a more than 20-year-old technique called normal maps, which probably if you're an artist and work in 3D, you'll recognize this. So this very blue image here is a normal map for a brick texture. Basically, it contains three-dimensional information for this specific brick texture. So when you combine this texture with the normal map and you add lighting, we can get this three-dimensional effect you can see on the right here. So notice how the brick picks up the light coming in from the right side. And hopefully we're hoping to do so we could use these kind of normal map tricks for our characters as well, so we can get some similar nice lighting effects. But every sprite needs its own normal map. And we had hundreds of character sprites. So fully drawing them by hand to that level would take a lot of time. One developer I found, he said that it took them double the time to do their art, because they did do like the hand drawing by themselves. So for us, this just wasn't an option, even though it looks great. It's possible, though, to use tools to create a simpler normal map, where the tool just finds the edges of the character and estimates a 3D depth for it. This will allow us to have some nice edge highlights on Kathy. For example, is the normal map generated for Kathy's southward-facing sprite. So there are multiple different tools to do this. I use a free one called Lighter. In Lighter, you can create profiles for the settings you want to use. And then in a simple script, I could just call the Lighter program for every single character sprite and then tell it to use that profile. So automating this made it trivial to update the normal maps, as I just had to run the script again anytime I change the assets themselves, and I get new normal maps for the new character sprites. So, and then getting the game to rendered is somewhat easy depending on what you're using. If you're, for example, using Unity's newer render pipeline called URP, it's supposed to work out of the box. I have not tried it, but supposedly, that's what I read. Other engines might also support it, but for us, we were using the old built-in pipeline, so I had to implement this rendering by myself, including a way for us to define settings for position, size, radius, and light fall-off. And also settings for the different types of light. So we have diffuse, edge, and rim light, which you can see here. And you can think of those last three as light from the front, from the edge, and from behind. So putting it together, here we have Kathy again, with a small light moving over her head, which looks pretty neat, in my opinion. But you still want to combine this with static sprites for glows and god rays, because you want the light to make sense in the scene as well. So then we can really get our character to stand out. So let's look at this in-game. So here we have the Cat Mildred on the left. You can see the neon light coming from the window light up her right side. And all the purple light on her is completely dynamic, while the light, though, on the dresser behind her is static. And that's totally fine, because Mildred is animated, and we need the dynamic light there, but the dresser is completely static, so we can draw that in. And this other one, we have Kathy walking under spotlights in a club. The light on Kathy's head is dynamic, but the blue light beams themselves are hand-drawn. And as you can see, you can combine the hand-drawn sprites with dynamic lighting to make it look really nice. There's one more technique I want to mention that I've used for lighting. It's how you can animate static images by using what's called a gradient noise texture. So this is essentially just an image, this very blurry black and white image, which has random data in it, but with smooth transitions between the values. So, I'm not sure why this is going on and off, but hopefully it'll jump back. No? Could someone help me here, maybe? Oh, he's back again. I'm not sure why it's jumping off and on, but I heard it's pretty unstable, it's been here. But we can use this in interesting ways here. And it's gone again, and back. Okay. We can multiply this noise with the following sprite here, and we see we can get a nice fade in and fade out effect if we just change how much noise we use. But I said this is related to lighting. Here we have a static God ray sprite, and it is very hard to see actually on the screen, I think. Do you see like a little light coming in from the side here? Oh. Yes, ish. It's pretty dull, it's very static, and I want some variation here. I want to simulate clouds or trees occluding the light from outside. So just adding the previous noise wouldn't look any good. So what if we change the noise though? If we stretch the noise along one axis, and we rotate it, and then slowly scroll the noise across the other axis, we can start getting this like a little bit of shimmering effect, which also align with the God ray sprite. So if we multiply this noise here on the right with the static God ray, we can get the following animation, and I hope you can see this. It's supposed to be a little bit more shimmery instead, like it's on the right here. For me, this looks more interesting. It's animated, feels a bit more alive. And we put this in a bunch of different places in the game to make, again, the scenes feel more animated. So there's a lot of uses for noise, and I'll get to another one a little bit later on. But for now, we want to jump into shadows, because when you have nice light, you want some nice shadows to ground the character in the scene. And a classic and easy way to do this is by using what's called a blob shadow. It's just a 2D sprite that approximates the shadow for the character, and you move it together with the character. And this works fine, mostly. But as soon as the character starts walking, for example, where the shadow should be drastically different as the character changes animation, the illusion is a bit broken. So I wanted a way for a shadow that changes as the character's sprite changes. So one solution to this is using what's called a planar projected shadow. And Octopath Traveler does this, I believe. You take the current sprite, you rotate it, and you squish it a little bit, and then you skew it as well. As you can see, it looks really nice. It does have some issues with certain character stances, but I think that's solvable. The main problem we had, though, was you're very limited in where your light is coming from with this type of shadow. So, for example, here, if we put the light coming in from the side instead, we'll see that the legs kind of don't make sense in the shadow. They should have been merged together as the legs start overlapping each other, but they don't, because we're just using the southward facing sprite. So for this just didn't work for us, because we want to be very flexible in where we place our lights in the scene. So I returned to the idea of using a blob shadow, but making it change size and position based on the pose of the character, which meant I had to change the size for every sprite we had in the game. So making a shader that fit this criteria wasn't actually too hard, but then just figuring out these sizes and position was the real problem for me. And since we had hundreds of the sprites, I don't want to do this by hand. So automating this was the way to go. I figured that the shadow generally only needed to match the character's lower body for the shadow to make sense. So if Kathy was taking a long stride, the shadow would be wider, but if the character was interacting with something, like taking their hand out, the blob shadow would be unaffected because the interaction is too far from the ground. So if, for example, look at, say, the bottom 40% of the pixels of a sprite, then we could figure out the width of the shadow. So it would be best if this was pre-calculated as well, so we don't have to do this during runtime, because it's kind of a heavy operation to do. So I made a tool that would go through all the character sprites in the project, calculate the size and position for each sprite, and then save that data to disk. So when playing the game would just take the character's current sprite, look up that pre-calculated information, and then draw the sprite accordingly. And surprisingly, this worked almost right away, which is amazing in programming that like never happens almost, feels like. So here we have walking animation again, and as you can see, the blob shadow changes as the character is walking. And we also have a different animation where Kathy's hunkering down a bit or crouching down. You can see the shadow changes there as well. I did need to add an option though for some custom overrides, because in some animations you have, for example, Kathy laying on a sofa and she's getting up and the legs aren't actually touching the ground. In that case, you don't want the shadow to be like hovering in the midair. So that you had to like set some specifics, like for these frames we need to put the shadow in this position. But otherwise, this just generally worked for most animations we had. I do want to mention though that I went a little bit overboard here by combining it with the lighting system, so the character's shadow would stretch in opposite directions from the light in the scene. So here we have the same light moving overhead, and we have a second light actually coming in from the right as well. And note how the shadow moves with the light, and it stretches as well as the other light comes in from the side. So there's actually two shadows because there's two lights. There we go, have it coming in there. This was very tricky to implement and took quite a lot of time. And in the end, it didn't actually look that great, and it's barely noticeable in the game as well, even when it looks okay. So it is in the game, but I think nobody noticed this thing. So probably not worth the time. Let's jump to a different topic. And this is actually one of the first effects I did, which is wind in Kathy Rain 2. With wind, we can create some nice continuous movement across the whole scene. And we can see how the trees sway in the background. We see the bushes move in the foreground. And we see the grass roll in the wind as well. So let's break it down and look one piece at a time, starting with the trees here. Here we'll find that actually just a bunch of sprites layered on top of each other. In this case, I'm showing two of the sprites layers here. There's actually 4 up in the tree up on the right. We then move each layer with a slight offset in time, which creates more of a 3D effect. The movement itself is just skewing and rotating the sprites, where pixels higher up on the tree move further than pixels lower down. I also added some particle effects, so when the wind is strong enough, we get some nice leaves falling off. And I'll just briefly say, particle system allows you to spawn a lot of sprites very cheaply, and you can animate them in different ways as well. But how do you define the wind in this case across the scene? So I wanted the wind to be varied, at times calm and relaxed, but also sometimes I want to have strong gusts blow through. I also want the wind to visibly move throughout the scene, so with these strong gusts moving from one side to the other. And if you remember the gradient noise texture, that's actually something we can use for this specifically. So this is a little bit complicated. Hopefully you can understand. I have a lot of graphics for this, but just follow along and see if you can get what I'm doing here. So I'm going to use the grass swaying to show how this works. So here you can see it's a patch of grass that animates as a gust of wind moves through from right to left. And let's look at that noise texture again. So I changed this one to be red and black instead of white and black, as we had before, which makes it a little bit easier to read it later on. So before we use the noise to modify the transparency of the sprite, so we get some variations in the God ray. What if instead of modifying the transparency, we modify the position of the pixels to make it look like they're moving? Then we can think of the noise as the amount of wind, where black is no wind, and red is maximum wind. And then we can shift the pixels according to those values. So if we stretch this texture across the entire scene, then we can say what the wind is at any time for any pixel. So this specific noise here doesn't really fit right now. It's a bit too concentrated. So again, let's just stretch it. And then we start scrolling from right to left. When overlaid with the grass, you can see that when the strong red noise moves through the grass, we shift the pixels. And I've over-exaggerated the fact here is very strong grass here, but it just makes it a little bit more clearly visible what's going on. So with this knowledge, let's return back to the trees and bushes. For these, we just check what the strength of the noise is at the pivot point of the sprite, marked by the arrow here. And then we skew and rotate the sprites accordingly. This is a bit more simplified compared to the grass, since we're essentially just checking a single point instead of for every pixel like we did for the grass. But it looks good enough and works well. So none of the trees, bushes, or grass use any hand animation. It's all just single sprites animated in shaders. But we actually have used animated clips for two things: the small tufts of grass and the rolling cans. So we tried doing this with shader and it just didn't look great. So we actually did these as hand animated instead, because it just was very simple to animate and looks much better. So to time them with the wind, what we do is we just check the wind at their current position, and if it goes above a certain value, we trigger the animation. So going for hand animated in this case was definitely the right choice. So sometimes the best solution is just combining different approaches instead of forcing one approach. So let's move on to the next topic, which is rain. Because we couldn't have a Kathy rain game without rain, of course. So the main tool we used here was, again, particle systems, which allowed us to spawn a lot of sprites at a time. So for the falling rain, I used a small and simple sprite with an elongated shape. So the very small one here on the left. And we spawned that along a line off screen. Then we could rotate the particle system and the particle to define the direction of the rain. I also randomized the size and direction of the rain to give it a little bit more variation from the raindrops between them. And I also randomized the amount of time a particle stays alive, which essentially means how long is visible before we remove it. So that this last point actually made it feel a little bit more like the water wasn't just passing by the screen, but actually impacting the ground, as some of the drops would disappear and some wouldn't. For the actual splash impacts, we have two short hand-drawn splash animations. Because in contrast to the rain particles, we couldn't just use a single sprite and change the particle systems to create variation. We actually need some animation here. So having these two separate ones was the way to go. But these splashes wouldn't really make sense if they landed in a water puddle, for example. So we created a separate ripple animation and a separate particle system for that to play specifically in the puddles in the scene. And do note that neither of these particle systems are in any way connected to the rain I just showed in the previous slide. But since there's so much rain coming down, you don't really notice it. So we're kind of faking a little bit here. We, of course, though, needed to control where to play the splashes and ripples. We only want the splashes to occur on the ground and not on like walls or characters. And the ripples should only play in actual puddles. So to solve this, we need to draw out sprite masks. Where sprite mask essentially is a sprite you draw with white color where you want the particles to spawn, and no color at all where you don't want them to spawn. And then we apply these to the particle system. So I drawn them here in blue and yellow, though, to make it a little bit more visually distinct, because there's one is the puddle and one is the ground around it. So we needed one of each for each scene we had. And though that's a bunch of work, because we had a bunch of different scenes, it's actually pretty easy to create these. I did it myself. We didn't need our artists to do that. So that was totally fine for us to do. We also added in footstep ripples as Kathy walks over puddles. So in Kathy Rain Director's Cut, we implemented footstep sounds that would trigger as part of the character's walk animation using Power Sprite Animator, which is a tool on the right there, which I highly recommend if you're using sprite-based animations. I think Powerhoof made it. They're here, maybe. They have a little feature called Anim Notes, which allows you to mark a position where you want the game to notify you that an event has happened at a specific point, at a specific time. So in this case, we can mark down, when she puts her foot down, here's the position for that. So we could trigger and play the ripple animation at that point. One pretty noticeable problem, though, was that the ripples at the edges of puddles will actually draw outside the actual puddle. So here we could actually just reuse the rain puddle mask I just mentioned to mask out the ripple so it only plays inside the actual puddle. So you can see that on the further right footstep she does at the edge of the puddle, the actual ripple doesn't actually render outside the puddle. So let's continue looking at water puddles, but this time let's focus on reflections. So getting a character to reflect in water is actually not too hard to do. You just start out with rendering the current sprite of the character again, but flipped vertically and scale down. We also need to move up the reflection a little bit to better connect it with the feet. Otherwise, at some angles, like when the character's standing 45 degrees angles, the feet won't connect to the reflection properly. But that's about it. And we also want to actually tint the character sprite a little bit darker as well, unless you want like a perfect mirror reflection. Similarly to footstep ripples, we also want to mask out the reflection as well. And again, we can just reuse the puddle mask we had from before to make sure that the reflection is only drawn inside the puddle. This works not only on puddles, of course. Any kind of floor reflection works for this. So if you have a wax floor or a glass floor, you can do this as well. We did have one problem though, because we had this dynamic rendering where the reflection wouldn't actually have the dynamic lighting inside it, on it. As the reflection was essentially just taking the source asset and just redrawing that. So to solve this, we had to actually draw the character sprite in the scene into a new sprite, and then use that as part of the reflection instead. This way, yeah, you'll get the dynamic light in the reflection too, so you can see that here exactly. You also want to take obstructions in mind, because if you have something in front of the character or in between the reflection and the character, you'll also want a reflected copy of that as well. So like here we have the boxes we scale down and do the whole process with too. I did a second type of reflection as well. Windows. These behave a little bit differently from our water reflections, as we can't just mirror the sprite vertically. I'll quickly mention that Kathy has 8 facing directions. We have north, northeast, east, southeast, etc. So for a window with facing the camera, we need to flip the north and south direction of the character's current facing sprite, and then draw that sprite. So if the character, for example, is pointing southwest, like she's doing here, then we need to draw a duplicate sprite facing northwest. And we can get this nice little rotation here showing exactly that. So this looks great in a screenshot, but as soon as the character actually starts walking away, it looks horrible and makes no sense. So to fake the illusion of depth in the reflection, we scale down the reflection and move the sprite, so fade out the sprite as it moves away from the window. At the same time, we also move the reflection to move upwards so that it doesn't follow the character down as much as anymore. So here we have that right here. These kind of settings need to be tweaked individually for each window. So it's kind of important to have good tooling to do this if you're going to have a lot of windows too. So for me, I created my own tool. It's not immediately visible what this actually does, probably, but it's actually very easy to use. So you just have to learn it and it's fine. And if you want to have windows at an angle though, and not 90 degrees to the camera, things get a little bit more complicated. It's doable, and we did it for Cat 3 too, but it's one of those things you have to ask me afterwards because it's a bit of math and stuff. And that's why the tool is a bit more complicated too, because you can rotate the reflection here. So I'll also mention that these window reflections don't take dynamic lighting into account. It's because we're not just redrawing the same sprite like we did for the floor reflections. We're actually drawing a different sprite, a different angle. So, but for us, this was totally fine because the window reflections are generally pretty subtle. If you're doing a mirror, this might be a problem, but I think it's solvable, but it's a bit more tricky. So this is a few short sections here left. So we had idle stance in the game. In Cat 3 Director's Cut, for example, Kathy would stand in a pretty unrelaxed idle pose and wouldn't move until either the game or the character, the game or player decide to do something. So we wanted her to go into a more relaxed pose after being idle for a few seconds. Pretty close, very short. Let's see. Yes, she would exit this idle stance before she tried to do any kind of animation like turning, walking, interacting. But what we didn't count on was the myriad of transition problems that we would find here. A lot of edge cases to take care of. So, for example, there was also the case of if the feet colliding with the environment, if the character was at the edge of the navigatable area. So that could be easily solved by just making sure that there's nothing colliding around her. If we try to start the idle, if there is anything colliding, we avoid that. We don't start the idle. It does look pretty nice, but the effect is somewhat subtle. And considering the amount of work, is probably not worth the effort. And I'm guessing it's pretty short on time, or pretty much.
Because you started slightly behind, but
okay.
We're coming up with the...
One short last slide here, so. The final effect I'm going to talk about here is palette swapping. It's in the game's library scene. We have a lot of different bystanders that would change every time you visited. And we can move these around. We can change which ones are visible. But generally, they always still look the same. So what I figured we could do was we could draw one animation per bystander and then just swap the color palette for these characters to easily create a lot of different variations. So our artists will not only export these animations, but also different sets of palettes. So when entering the scene, the game would just randomize which palette to use for each bystander. And it does create a bit of a difference in the characters, it feels like, when you do this. My initial hope for this was, when we started working on it, that we could reuse it in different parts of the game, but in the end, it's like really only used in library, so maybe a bit of a wasted effort. But I think this could be useful in other games if you actually think about how to use this in your scenes. So that was the last slide I had for today. Here's another list, a full list of stuff I wanted to talk about. I don't have time for that, obviously. So if you have any questions or want to go into depth on some of this stuff, just talk to me after this talk now here, or just email me. If you want to talk anything coding or Kathy related, you can do that too. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andreas. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A now, but...
Infiltrate the cartel's supercomputer and take them down from the inside. But the clock is always against you, and one wrong move could blow your cover. In Vice Undercover, no one is who they seem. Coming soon to a computer near you.
The city is full of wonders and terrors. It runs on steam and suffering. Each day is a roll of the dice. Survival's about keeping starvation and hurt at bay. Learning the city by day and night. The stress burns people out. A friendship could save your life or cut it short. So pick your friends and your enemies carefully. The city's a cruel teacher, but you'll learn. I've heard whispers. The Empire's running scared. Unions rising up. Revolution in the air. The city's on the brink, soldier. They don't control you anymore. Your fate's your own. All this place needs is a spark. Time to reforge the world. Break their laws. Break the city. Break free.
But wait, it's becoming clear.
Theodora Green, you shameless grifter.
Darkness is rolling in.
Oh, cruel fate!
Shameful revelation!
Piss off! Why don't you come along with me while I solve this mystery?
All right. Yes. You may accompany me.
Something isn't right here. Under this moon where magic entwines, grant me the power to decipher minds. Did it work?
I write from Blake Manor in Connemara. Yesterday, a guest went missing. A young woman named Evelyn Dean. I hear you're an honorable man, a steadfast investigator, and, perhaps most importantly, godly. I pray for the girl that this is true.
Sebastian, what is going on?
I'm not sure.
Morning, Diver. We have an urgent case today. This is our subject, Lena Kukanova. She's requested our help with finding her boyfriend. Her memories are disintegrating fast.
Stop! Watch out! I can't just leave her. I don't know how to live without her.
So, Diver, do what you do best. Help Lena remember.
Barbershop doesn't open till midnight. I don't have many clients. The enchanted, those who hide their nature, that look for a place to belong.
I was bitten shortly after I joined the General Police Corps.
Blaze had his eyes on this building, always full of guards, private security.
We have our reasons, but I'm afraid that's classified. We're looking for a young delinquent.
2 more turned up dead the other day.
They saw something they shouldn't have seen.
Drugs, they said, but I saw the bodies. Fucking bite marks.
Something that dangerous people would very much like to stay hidden. I know she's here.
And yet, I'm the one holding a blade to your throat.
From the icy depths of the Cold War, a hero rises. In a world on the brink of annihilation, only one Soviet soldier stands between salvation and total destruction. He must save the world twice. Fear not, for he is not alone. Take control of Stalin, a fearless feline ready to claw his way to victory in Red Star. The sensational, action-packed, and absolutely free update for Sagar. The call for help has been sent out. Will you answer? Or face your doom? Coming soon, comrade. Don't miss it.
Hello, I'm Matthew Lombard, CEO and co-founder of Dolos Incorporated. Today I am delighted to reveal the existence of our revolutionary product, Dolos. But what is it? Dolos is a program capable of predicting each individual's potential, thus helping to create a perfectly efficient society and guaranteeing the best possible future for each and every one of you. Promising, isn't it? Maybe even too good to be true, huh? Let's see how it works. Our ever-growing team feeds our algorithm with tons of data to better understand who you are, what you want, what you desire. Thanks to this very precise knowledge of each individual, we know what's best for you, what suits you the most, what will enable you to fulfill your potential while contributing to the common good. No more worries about your future, about what to do with your life, or how to make yourself useful. From now on, we will have a perfectly objective system at our disposal, treating everyone equally, excluding no one, recognizing your true worth and knowing how to reward you in line with your merit. However, we are faced with a small problem. You see, machines are very good at processing and analyzing a colossal volumes of data. But when it comes to making choices that are as close as possible to individual cases, their talents in this area are permissible. That's why we need you to teach our system how to appreciate every trajectory, every past, every history. Your decisions, your choices will nourish its learning process and enable the emergence of a perfectly efficient society for the benefit of all. So, join us and help us to build a better future for everyone.
I have decided to retire.
Retire?
Yes, to sequester myself away on the farm of my dreams. I have a notion to take up beekeeping.
They were wonderful years, weren't they? I loved every moment.
Watson is by my side again. I must ensure that he is able to rest and recuperate. A picnic, perhaps, on the cliff tops.
Oh dear, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid everything has gone wrong. Mrs. Duffy has been kidnapped.
My cat has been catnapped.
Did you know there has been a heist over at the British Museum?
Roll up, see the 8th wonder of the world, a real-life mermaid.
I feel the need to remind you that I am retired. I am a beekeeper. As an ordinary citizen, I should leave investigative matters to the police. Let's have a look, shall we?
My dear Sherlock, how can I be of assistance?
I am devising a small treat for Watson. A picnic.
Each to their own, I suppose. Personally, I shall be dining at a table.
I have the scent. View halloo! The hunt is on.
Why have you done all this, Holmes? The picnic, I mean.
There is something I wanted to tell you.
Who's the ultimate slashy? Okay, awesome. What else did I miss? Directors? Zero. Ah, yeah. Anybody doing game design that isn't for video games? Not bad. Cool, thank you. That will help, I promise.
Right, so with the unorthodox approach of the speaker speaking before the introduction, AdventureX, breaking new boundaries all the time. Right, let's just get the... Right, okay. At Reality Plus, Christopher Morrison has been involved in projects such as Dying Light 2 and cinematic VR production of The Werewolf Experience. Whilst game stories often involve conflict against other people or groups, that is not the only way that narrative can go. Today he's going to talk us through other approaches to storytelling in telling conflictless stories. It says I did a cheat here. I don't know what that means. Hopefully we will find out.
Thank you. Awesome. Fantastic. Buckle up for the most aggressive non-conflict talk you'll ever encounter in your life. I usually apologize to the camera team and the BSL team, but since everybody lived through Darkroom last night, fuck that. I'm only a 7 on the John scale, so fine. Assuming John is 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand if you've taken a writing class in the West. Okay, well, surprisingly few of you. All right, awesome. Someone who's got your hand up, tell me, just shout it out, please. What did they tell you was the heart of drama? Conflict, it's on the screen! Whoa, what a smart class. That's right. And unlike my last talk when I was here a couple of years ago, when I didn't have time to go into how much bullshit that is, I get to do that now in hopefully 25 minutes. All right, so, awesome. How do we decentralize conflict and our narratives, and why that's important is what we're going to do. The I did a cheat thing is because that hyphen is doing a shit ton of work for me right now. Okay, we're talking about decentralization as opposed to completely getting rid of it. This is me. All right, basically the only thing you need to know about me is that I believe the same thing that Tavish Jackson does, which is narrative informs culture and policy, which also means that my work is my activism. All right, there's some other cool shit up there. I also believe, like fictional author Gareth Marenghi, that subtext is for cowards. It's real, it's a joke, but it's real. Okay, so let's talk about the problem. Okay, here's the news. If we've all been told and we've all been taught, and I've been guilty of teaching this as well in the past, that conflict is the heart of drama, what the fuck happens to our brains if we just suck down conflict all the fucking time? Here's some proof, whatever. We all know the fungibility of that word, but here you go, here's some facts. By the time we're 11 years old, we've accumulated 20,000 hours of screen time. Okay, that's all story, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't matter how old you are, that is story, and if all the writers have been told this, sorry, I'm just pointing randomly at the person who shouted at me, you're not at fault, I apologize. If you've been told this, that's 20,000 hours of conflict you've enjoyed by the time you're 11, not counting the fact that you probably have shitty parents like the rest of us. Okay, that's an average of 5 hours a day. BBC recently released a thing that said that children are spending 7 hours a day on cell phones and tablets. All right? Well, how about this? From an actual scientific study that isn't Christopher Morrison's brain, look at this noise. This is fascinating. Those with higher rates of TV viewing also found have exaggerated perceptions of the frequency of violence in society. I wonder fucking why. All right? Decreased truthfulness in others, a greater likelihood to believe that criminal sentencing was race neutral, and furthermore, this study also believes the same thing that I do, that media helps set the agenda for political and cultural discussion. All right? Here's the real problem for writers, okay? The supposedly God-given Aristotelian writer training, the 3-act structure, and its conflict as its center, and its second act, which is all rising tension, is purely individualistic in nature. I do not have time to go into first philosophies about Greek philosophy. That's a whole nother talk. One person in the room understands what I'm saying. That's all right. But it is connected to the foundational tenets of colonialism, imperialism, patriarchy, capitalism, and, everybody with me, white supremacy. All right, so it's because in these formats, only the individualistic hero can save the fucking day. All right, again, I don't have enough time this talk. If you want a deeper dive on that, see my last talk 2 years ago. All right, so, also, let's continue with the problem, shall we? All right, individualistic cultures reliably show higher rates of loneliness. We've all heard this right now, and what usually gets blamed? Social media. Yes? Yes. Okay? It's not the case. According to this study, at least. Again, we all know studies, fungible, weirdness, whatever. I'm cherry picking. I can cherry pick. Fuck you. All right? I'm not a scientist. All right? So, this is all a direct result of the story. Can is correlative to a direct result of all the stories that we take in. Question is, what business do you want to be in? You want to be in this business? Great. Keep doing, or if you believe in that stuff, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great. All right? Otherwise, here's another perspective to take on. Eugene Nullman, brilliant Italian social scientist, from his book, How Popular Culture Destroys Our Political Imagination, asks this simple question. Why is it easier to imagine the end of the fucking world than the end of capitalism? After studying 700 pieces of media, he found 0 representations of non-capitalistic enterprises. He's got a wonderful list of 8 sort of like, people tried, but bullshit. Okay? Isn't that fascinating? Why do we want to fucking see stories about where we are dead, where everything is dead, instead of seeing, maybe something that isn't capitalism? One of my personal opinions is this conflict thing has something to do with it. All right, here we go. Remember the simple law of nature. What you pay attention to grows. If you are a writer and you want to stay in conflict, congratulations. Your vibe's going to define your tribe, okay? You will stay that. That's what you will reap. That's what you will sow. Conflict creates trauma, not growth. The idea that we must torture our characters because that's how they psychologically become better people is insane. By that metric, I can walk up to her, punch her in the face, and be like, that's good for you. Yeah, just overcome the conflict. You'll be a better person. This is the exact logic and reasoning behind abusers and why we have a punitive justice system instead of a restorative justice system. Again, what business do you want to be in? Oh, I'm being aggressive as fuck. Sorry. So, what time are we at? Awesome. That's 5 minutes. You've survived 5 minutes. You only got 15 more of these. Okay. What's the opposite of conflict? Somebody tell me. Peace. No. Anybody else got a thought? Resolution. Interesting. No. Hey, motherfucker, ding, ding, ding. Magic golden dolphin to you. All right, pretty much anything. Sorry, also not shitting on peace, and I'm not shitting on, what did you say? Resolution. I'm not shitting on those things. It's just, I have an agenda. Shocker! Have you figured that out yet? All right, so in my opinion, the opposite of conflict, and if we're, remember, opposite is horribly binary, and I'm trying to drag us all away from binary, but for a second we'll live here, is cooperation, co-evolution. Co-anything, just about, really, okay? And here's the deal. Stories that live in that cooperation, where conflict is reduced, you already love this shit. Here's the big results, and I can prove it to you right now. This is actually proof. You love this? Yeah, you fucking do. Yeah, you fucking do. Who doesn't fucking love Totoro? If you don't love Totoro, I was about to say you're un-American, but you're not un-American. You're not even un-European. You're just not fucking human, all right? You love this? Okay, maybe you don't. I don't know, fine. You love this? I mean, come on. It's pretty good, right? You love this? Okay. Here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. This is the news. I'm not a genius. I'm not bringing you some new information, okay? This shit exists. It already exists. It's making a bunch of money. These are what I call world beater IPs. What that simply means is they are not only making scabs of capitalistic money, they are influencing culture. Because we all know about them in this room, okay? Delightful. More proof. Okay, cozy literature movement. Anybody heard of this? Yep, okay, I got some yeps. Okay, I promise if you speak up, I won't yell at you too much. All right, so, okay, cozy literature simply emphasizes comfort, warmth, community, and emotional healing. Its subgenres can include mysteries, fantasy, the grand dame of it all, romance, right? And the way to think about cozy literature, or cozy anything really, in terms of genre, is low stakes. High emotion! Yes? Okay, good. Sorry, I can't say. All right, so it's safe but engaging. Conflict can exist, but resolution is the key. I'm pointing at the resolution guy. He's not looking at me. And emotional safety is prioritized. Hey, we're at a narrative conference. You guys like this phrase, character-driven. Amazing, right? Huzzah. Okay, now they also talk about nostalgic and pastoral settings, like libraries and cottages and stuff like that. I'm less obsessed with forcing this into a place, but you know, that's that. Legends and Lattes, fantasy, cozy fantasy. TJ Clinton, haven't read his shit, I don't know what the fuck it is. And Becky Chambers' work, the Wayfair series, science fiction cozy. Fantastic shit. The stuff that I mentioned that I read, at least. The other one I'm assuming is great. Let's talk bastard capitalist numbers, shall we? Okay, tiny little company called Penguin Random House, maybe you've heard of them, predicts that this genre is on the rise, okay? Which means they're gonna put money into it. Money. Wouldn't that be nice? Okay? Please remember the global romance market is worth $21 billion, only expecting to grow. You're also an asshole if you shit on romance, okay? Please don't. All right? It's one of the bases, it's one of the places that we start from when we're talking about this genre, this work, this kind of thought process. Please enjoy your romance literature. Okay. Cozy gaming. How about something a little closer to home for these people, for you people? Okay, raise your hand if you've heard this term before. Cozy gaming, yeah, awesome. Anybody consider themselves cozy gamers? Okay, rad, cool. You come up here and talk about it. Okay, all right, so here's the deal. They typically emphasize nonviolence, relaxation, gentle mechanics, and self-expression through over competition. Less pressure, for my favorite, forgiving gameplay loops or fail-forward loops. Again, buried in this, I promise, is not only going to be Fantasy, I almost said. Well, fantasy all the time. But philosophy, but we're going to give you some real hard things to actually fucking do. All right? Serene or comforting environments, blah, blah, blah. Again, environments I'm not so as obsessed with. But most importantly, the cozy tag in gaming as well as literature is kind of automatically more inclusive and accessible. Okay? Because guess what conflict and tension does to people? Makes them unhappy. Okay? It freaks them the fuck out. All right? And for some of us, did I just turn out? No, I didn't. Okay, it can freak them the fuck out. And so once they enter into this space, they know where it's going, and it can resolve in ways that they feel, shock, surprise, comfortable with. More bastard capitalist numbers for cozy gaming, right? You like those numbers? 48 million? You like that? I like that. I don't have it, but I like it. Okay? Spiritfarer, absolutely one of my favorite games of the last decade, right? That is a tiny Canadian company. I also have to acknowledge, I realized I was just like, hey, you don't like conflict, do you? Isn't it terrible? And I'm freaking some of you out already. It's okay, hold on, I promise I have my heart in the right place. I just have no other way to be. I apologize. Okay, how about that? 25 to 28 million in gross revenue. Tiny Canadian company called Thunder Lotus Games. Don't we love them? Huzzah. This stuff is making money. It is influencing culture. It is out there. So, again, it's not just me. All right, here we go. Time for, why can't I figure what I'm trying to say here? Actual shit you can do, concrete shit that you can have as writers and whatever else the fuck you are. All right, here we go. First of all, what you need to stop doing, okay? Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. Say it with me, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck the hero's journey. Okay, not only is this based on a cherry-picked piece of social science, its universality is grossly overstated. And it is built through a white, male, specifically American, lens on humanity. Okay? It is not what we think it is. Has it been used and made a shit ton of money? Yep. But again, I ask you, what business do you want to be in? Also, Joseph Campbell taught at a fucking women's college for 40 years and decided women didn't fit in his thing. Huh? Fuck that. All right, that'll come back in a second. Because here it is. If you insist on journeying, and I'm not going to go into this because there are books who are better at this than me, go on the heroine's journey, okay? Maureen Murdoch, who was the one that coined that phrase, was an actual student of Joseph Campbell who literally walked up onto his stage and was like, what about the women? And then he said a bunch of bullshit. All right, she was like, I don't like that. Here's a book. Okay? Here's the deal. If you are a writer and you really want to dig into the heroine's journey, I recommend Gail Carriger's work. In the middle, I haven't read the third one, but it's got the same title, so I'm sure it's fucking cool. Okay. Let's go to a structure that you can actually use. All right, you can tell producers or you can tell your writing team what you're trying to execute here. This is the Kisho Tenketsu. It's kind of having a moment right now, especially if you're writers. Raise your hand if you've heard about this. Yeah. Okay, you're also in the games. If you're in the games world, you don't know anything about Mario and Kisho Tenketsu. I hate platformers, and even I know that shit exists, so what the fuck. All right, so it's simply a 4-beat structure. The motherfuckers that say that it's a 4-act structure, please flush down the toilet as well. That is Western Aristotelian thought. Fuck it, okay? It's not an act. It doesn't have to be an act, all right? It doesn't have to be structured like an act. It's just a moment, okay? Which is simply introduction, development, twist, and resolution. This is a graphic from Milo Chow. Brilliant dude. Follow him on Instagram. Fuck Instagram. LinkedIn. Fuck LinkedIn too, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? Okay, here's some more context of it. Here's what I'm going to tell you as writers. Western writers, beware of the middle two words, which are develop and twist, okay? Develop, because if you Google this shit, you're going to get a bunch of Western things that look like the story mountain, male orgasmic story mountain thing that looks like you have to raise tension and all this bullshit. It's just a bunch of white guys making a graphic, okay? Your development is just a development of anything you've introduced before. Whether you're developing characters, you can develop the color purple, you can develop the trees in your story, whatever you want to do, but develop it, okay? The twist is not a screenwriting book 180 reversal kind of twist. It can be. It's not necessarily like an M. Night Shyamalan thing. It just means you are introducing an unknown element to the story that was not present to begin with. Deus, your machina, all you fucking want. It fits in this world, okay? Things from outside the story world intrude on the story world, and your characters have to deal with it, or don't, because then you have a resolution. Let's look at an example of them. I wrote this. This is drawn by the brilliant Waylon Bacon. Please follow him on something that doesn't make you upset. Introduction. Development. Twist. Resolution. Okay, I don't remember how to curtsy anymore. All right. No conflict, no rising stakes, maybe no stakes at all, utter satisfaction, more questions than answers, it's okay. It's a Kisho Tenketsu. All right? This is a resource I cannot go into because they haven't released it yet, but please put it on your radar. The World Builders Incubator, Wheel of Possibilities, Gwen Lowe doing fucking genius work where she's talking to major organizations and giving writers specific real-world solutions to insane real-world problems like, tiny things like climate change and fast fashion. You can go to the website, put the problem in that you want to focus on, and it will give you real-world solutions that are happening right now. It is not released yet. Sorry, so look for it. All right, here we go. Writing solutions to decentralized conflict. Okay, what else can drive your story besides conflict? Any of this shit. Any of it. Just replace your conflict with any of this and see what happens to your story. See what happens to your characters. All right? Sorry, we're moving on. Okay? Because that's just a list. Let's borrow from some other cultures. Yes, please be aware of cultural appropriation. No time to go into that shit. It's not shit. It's brilliant and it's wonderful. Please read Writing the Other by Nishi Shal if you want questions on that. But assuming this is all on the table for your games, let's look at the Sufi tale of the blind man and the elephant. 7 blind men are touching different parts of an elephant. They don't know what the fuck they're touching until they get together and they talk about it. And they're like, oh, it's a fucking elephant. So what does that mean for gaming? Well, what about the idea that you build puzzles that build perspective instead of solutions, right? Conferencing together to understand what comes next, as opposed to, I fucking win by finishing the puzzle, all right? Skipping over a few, going to indigenous cooperative narratives. Raise your hand if you hate fetch quests. Okay, that was just me, 2 hands. Okay, all right, some of you seem to like them, you're weird. But that's fine, like I'm normal. All right, obviously take that with a grain of salt. What happens if you flip a fetch quest, or heaven forbid, have a fetch quest actually have any meaning by ruining the ecology? Hey, go take all of the plants out of this one area. You don't think that's gonna help or hurt the place? Have it have a consequence, or reverse that shit. Hey, why don't you go put these plants back and see what happens? All right, there's some knowledge. All right, here we go. Subverting the win-loss condition is also something I would suggest that you think about. Please offer different truths for losing paths, multiple cannons instead of a reset loop, okay? Design games where winning means mutual survival, shared meaning, or collective something that I forgot to write and I have no idea what I'm talking about. But like probably collective meaning, maybe that's what I meant, all right? And leveling up meaning understanding or forgiveness. You can gamify forgiveness. Just a thought. Instead of a fucking combat skill. Okay, I really want to skip to the bottom here because this is one I'm obsessed with lately, which is begin with clear objectives that dissolve or mutate as a player's awareness expands. You also love this, because you remember this. It was traumatizing, but you remember it. Dear God, don't make me do it again in Shadow of the Colossus, yes? And if you felt good about murdering those things, I don't like you, okay? Also, big shout out, and also showing how flexible I am, to a game that's in the fucking conference right now. Fucking love this! I adore this piece, okay? But you're like, but Christopher, it's literally all conflict. Is it? How'd you feel after the 3rd time you made that thing go splat, right? It's at least recontextualizing the conflict, recontextualizing the violence, and making you think about not only what you're doing, but what do games do in general when we do endless violent loops, okay? Which is basically doing this first thing, which is decentralize your player. It sounds terrifying, but it's not, I promise. Just think of it this way. Instead of having a protagonist, you have a participant, which is life. None of you are the hero of your own story, by the way. Fuck that, Jesus Christ. This is also one of the things I can't stand. The idea that the hero's journey is now a therapeutic model. Holy Christ, you know what you are? You're part of a collective. You're part of a family. Whether you like that family or not, you're part of a found family. And if you are not, I'm sorry, I promise somebody's coming along. It gets better. I promise it gets better. We're out here, you're already in this found family, yeah? That's being a participant, that is not being a hero, okay? Here's the deal. Success metrics, track world states. I like these last 3 because it gets in your players' heads a little bit more in an interesting way. Replace your win screen with a reflective screen. I know this feels like touchy-feely, but it will make them think, hey, what the fuck did you just do, man? Instead of, you win, right? Let them think, right? Replace retry with continue differently. And here's my favorite, let the credits roll in the middle of the game. Why? Because, here's the word, teleology, okay? Teleological thinking. Anybody give any 2 shits about this giant word? Here's the deal. It just simply means the West is obsessed with the end. We think the end justifies the means, or more importantly in story, it justifies the rest of the story, and if the ending doesn't somehow attach to the rest of the story, you have failed. That is a lens on which to view the world. That's all that is. It is not a rule, and it's also, once again, not your life. Would you like to judge the rest of your life by the last 30 seconds that you took your breath? I hate to tell you this, I've been at the bedside of 4 different loved ones, and they're not thinking that shit. I hope not, at least. Good God. They're on their own journey, okay? Your stories don't have to be obsessed with the end, okay? Also look up the word zootology. I don't have time for that. Shout out to Dr. Yanoi, who's in the crowd. Okay, yes, all right. So this seems like a weird time to start introducing definitions, but here's the deal. You're now about to enter Christopher Morrison's pure brain. I apologize for the ride, okay? The rest of this stuff, hopefully, not hopefully, has been much smarter people than me and other cultures. This is my take on the answer to the simple question of what the fuck do we replace conflict with? My definition of conflict is direct opposition, as signed off by Rising Stakes and Rising Action, okay? Got that? Huzzah. These are the 5 conflicts you were probably taught in your little Western writing class. Who gives a shit, all right? Because here's what you're gonna replace it with. You're gonna replace conflict with tension, okay? Here's the deal. A lot of people are like, this is the same thing. No, it's not, all right? Because if conflict is direct opposition, tension is questions, okay? I just ask you a question, and immediately you're interested. What are you doing? Why are we doing this? Who the fuck are you listening to right now, right? So let's look at Morrison's 5 tensions, okay, that you can replace things with. How/why did they do that? None of this will make sense as word salad out loud. What are we /what is it? Who am I /who are they? When will the next thing happen? Where is /are we this going physically or philosophically? All right, let's do a little bit more of a deep dive so we can understand how to maybe implement these things. So once again, instead of reaching for the conflict or reaching for a rising tension or reaching for a beat that's used full of violence, reach for a question. Here's what these things give you as possibilities. When you work with why did they do that or why do they do that, immediately you are messing with understanding and motives. You increase your empathy in your player, in your world, okay? And more importantly, you have to understand the steps as opposed to the end, okay? Immediately this opens this up for you. It's instant world building because if you gotta have an answer to why, you've gotta build the world and construct the society in which that exists, all right? And it cries out for multiple perspectives as opposed to just one, which is that individualistic thing we were talking about way back at the beginning, if you can remember anything I've said, because I've said a lot. Okay, what is it? What are we? Unavoidable deep dive once you start dealing with this, all right? Once you start dealing with the question, is the driving force of your story. As long as you avoid the binary, I haven't shit on the binary nearly enough in this talk, but there you go, there's one. Okay, it is an active exploratory actions. It just implies that your players have to be super active and explore every little piece of your world. Lots of perspectives is a must. Again, instant pluriversal storytelling, yet another word, you can look it up, who cares? Who am I, who are they? Immediate access to philosophical questions and answers if you are interested in that kind of exploration in your games, okay? This question drives you directly into that field, all right? In a much more interesting way than psychological-based storytelling where you're trying to understand motives. So everybody understands there's a difference between those two things. Again, don't have time to totally dig into that, but think about it. Identity becomes front and center, lots of player immersion, lots of identification from the player. This benefits from a sociological storytelling perspective as opposed to the psychological storytelling perspective. A way to think about that really quick. Also don't have time for it. Psychological is basically inside out. We understand the player's motives, why they do this. Oh, he got beaten as a child and now he's a bad person. We all know that's lazy, but it is what basically passes for storytelling in a lot of places. All right? Sociological-based storytelling says, here's the society and the context in which this character exists, and because we understand that, we understand what the characters are doing. Yeah? Delightful. Benefits from I just said that. All right, moving on. When will the next thing happen? Now, this seems like all storytelling, if you're quote-unquote doing it right. Boy, do I hate that phrase. But like, what if you make that the whole point? You get anticipation. Right, thank you, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Okay, so that was also for 3 people in the crowd. Okay, fun uses of time. This opens up time. All of these things get to play with time in terms of flashbacks, all of that kind of stuff. You get to break cause and effect in a real interesting way when you start using this as your central motivation. Central motivation, terrible word. As your central driver of your story as opposed to conflict. This immediately allows the outside of your world into the story. Again, the story's bigger than your players. Again, Deus the Machina out the fuck out of everything. Go for it. Earthquakes, fucking ants from Mars, fucking, and that could be ants or, I don't know how do you sign ants? Like ants, like a person. Yeah, that's ants, like the female ant of my family.
Oh, aunt.
Aunt. I'm suitably accent shamed. All right, I deserve it. It's okay. There you go. Ants from Mars. Either ants from Mars or ants from Mars is why I was asking. All right, there we go. Okay, I'm an asshole. There we go. All right, moving on. Where is this going? Really good question. Fantastically timed, like I meant that to happen. All right, here we go. Exploration, again, remember that is not just location, it is also motivation, right? I just shit on motivation, but if you are really insisting on motivation, this is a great question to use. All right, great tension to use, and it's way better than if you make another goddamn game or story about an amnesiac character that wakes up and doesn't know who they are or where they are, I'm gonna come to your house and we're gonna have a nice cup of tea and a conversation, okay? About how much I hate that shit, okay? It's just white male fantasy, wake up and you know 5 languages and you can kick the shit out of everybody you know, right? Okay, Jason Bourne can go down a toilet. Okay, all right, whatever. Just please stop. But if you insist, this is a great way to obfuscate that. Jesus Christ. I apologize that I used that word. I feel like an asshole. Anyway, this is a great way to hide that from your players, okay? You can hide a piece of information and figure out where we're going this way from your actual quote-unquote main character if you're using that. Less known features here become a bug instead of a feature. Surprise can be a key factor with this question or not. Please see all of Cozy. All of Cozy is, this is what we're doing, this is where we're going, we have arrived, okay? And this is a great way to manipulate your Cozy stories, okay? Manipulate, also a terrible word. Ladies and gentlemen, all attentions promote these things, okay, as far as I'm concerned. Again, please talk to me, yell at me later. This is a new thought for me. This is literally a new thought for me. I'm thinking about these things, but I think this is really helpful. It is, at least for my brain. And sorry, like I said, you're in my brain for the next 2.5 minutes. Okay, my favorite here is it seems to front load empathy way better than conflict does to me. And most importantly, I hope I can touch this and not break it. Context, okay? All of this is about increasing context. Conflict suppresses context almost universally, okay? Especially in a 3-act structure, a 5-act structure, whatever fucking structure you want. Anything that's based in Aristotelian logic is going to suppress the context because the whole point is to isolate your hero. And I don't give a fuck if it's the Avengers and there's 20 of them, it's better, but it's to isolate them because they're the only ones that can solve the problem. And if you want to move through your life that way, more power to you. But man, I need my peeps to help me out, all right? If you like anything that I've had to say, please talk to and find these people or read their shit. They're smarter than me and probably less aggressive, all right? So, thanks for coming to my TED Rant. That's me. Couple minutes. Tell me, talk to me.
We've got a couple of minutes, so could probably fit a couple of questions in before the next talk, so... Of course it's the far side of the list.
Get your steps in, baby.
So, you've been very aggressive in your talk, so I'm going to be very aggressive too.
Do it!
I think it's fucking irresponsible to hail the cozy games as the future without acknowledging the overlap between the cozy aesthetic and the trapped wife shit. Because it's exactly the same thing. Let's go to a good old times where we live together in a small village and nothing bad happened. Have you ever lived in a small village? It's shit. Yeah. Let's replace all the conflict. We don't fight monster here. Let's replace it with grinding. Let's replace it with toiling and doing the same thing over and over and over, and then you're gonna get a reward at the end, like a +1 friendship point. This is just capitalism in a nice coat.
Yeah. Absolutely. Fair enough. I think there's a lot of perspectives to be had, absolutely, and I totally agree the trad wife shit is nonsense. And I totally agree that the glamorizing or the one thing I definitely don't want to do is some past that existed, or more importantly, some kind of tribalism is better than whatever the fuck you want to compare it to, science or modern whatever. That is a 100% valid point, and I think it can be weaponized that way. One of the things that I like about it is that it does allow me to enter into a space where I just know what's going to happen, right? And the accessibility of that is the point that I'm interested in at that point. Now, absolutely, if a game is glamorizing something that never existed or is trying to convince you that your life is shit and you should really go back and live in a tree, it's not my favorite. That would not be the way I would like to think about it, but absolutely, I think, but fair enough, and it doesn't sound like that. I think that's something that absolutely we can all keep in mind, absolutely.
Okay, one more and then we'll switch off if we've got another question. Or if not, we can... No?
Or not? Yep,
or
going
not. Right there.
There it is.
Cross-selected this again. Marvellous.
I wanted to ask, how does the concept of conditions of defeat in video games enter in this particular idea of letting go of the binary systems of winning and losing and stuff like that? Because once we let go of a winning condition, then we, in a way, either have to completely embrace a losing condition or also completely remove a losing condition.
I would suggest that when you are, again, this to me is more important to that question, right? Are you at least, if you are insisting on having a real strong binary win-lose, right? Can you build something that builds the perspective of your player, right? Whether that's a perspective on the world or perspective on what you want to say about the world, right? Does that make some sense, right? So, look, we all know binary choices, just like race, is something we all know is bullshit, but we all have to live under the problem of it, right? Does that make sense? So this may not be something you want to address directly with your game, but if you're building it into, you're decentralized the conflict, and you've said the answers in my game reside more in some kind of cooperation, right? Whether that's a win-loss condition or not, and it builds a perspective, we're starting to move, you're starting to shift real fundamental concepts and ideas about what people expect from their games and what people expect from their stories, right? Does this make sense? And again, don't take my word for it. Go back and find, go rewatch Totoro, go find these stories that exist out there and see what they're doing and how do they motivate people and how do they actually address these issues, these base issues. Does that answer your question to some degree? Awesome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
I've always been a good girl. But someone just pushed a prefect out of a window. And everyone says it was me. If the other girls won't play by the rules.
Since its founding in 1990, Revolution Software has brought us many great games. I'm sure the Broken Sword and Beneath the Steel Sky series are well known to many people here. As one of the founder members of the studio, Charles Cecil has undoubtedly had a long and illustrious career in making games. And he has changed his speech somewhat at the last minute, so this is going to be very exciting for us.
We don't know
but
which
it's
one
still
it's
the
going
same
to be.
subject. Given the changes in technology over the period he's been active, who better to give us a talk on Reinventing Classic Adventures?
I came to AdventureX 2 years ago. We were planning to, or we were in the middle of enhancing our first Broken Sword game, Broken Sword Shadow of the Templars. And I gave a little talk about what our ambitions were, and it suggested that I'd come back the following year, which of course was last year, to talk about where we were. Obviously, AdventureX was not a physical event last year, and so all I want to say is, isn't it brilliant that we're back this year? And I think we should all give a huge round of applause to the whole team. And it's just a joyous celebration, isn't it, of adventure games? So, I mean, aren't we all lucky? And thanks to you for being just wonderful people. So what my talk primarily about is going to be what our ambitions were and where we succeeded and where we didn't succeed in reinventing Broken Sword, and at the wish of being a little bit pretentious, you know, the elements of the point-and-click adventure itself, I would hope. I'm always incredibly flattered when people say that they used Broken Sword and stole our ideas. If there are any ideas here that you think are relevant, then please, please, please steal them, and I shall feel very, very proud. So, but before then, I'm going to talk a little bit about who I am and the beginnings of the industry, the adventures. I kind of tried to think why I could justify this in terms of the narrative of my talk, but in truth, it's just because I like talking about it. So forgive me. But I'd like to go back to the very beginning. So Charles Cecil, I am the founder of, and my clicker doesn't work, which is not good. So therefore, I'm going to have to come back here, but that is all right. There we go. So I love showing this slide. It's the computer that I wrote my first game for, the Sinclair ZX81, released by Sir Clive Sinclair, some nodding heads here, that's great, in 1981. And what I love is the fact, and I know you all know this, but I love saying it, that, you know, my iPhone here has 256 million times as much memory as this particular computer. And yet, at Arctic, the company that I was part of, we actually produced a 1K chess game, a game that literally played in 1K. And the programmer, David Horn, who was an absolute genius, was really frustrated that it couldn't do en passant. Honestly. And I suspect that most of us don't quite know with great confidence what en passant actually means. So, this one you were trying. Try that one. Thank you very much. Yay, well done. And the reason I show this slide is because while now it seems pitiful that, you know, you have a computer, home computer with 1K of memory, part of the reason it was so exciting was that it had the same memory and the same processing power as the multi-million-dollar computers that landed Apollo 11 on the moon just a decade earlier. So put yourself in that position. It felt absolutely extraordinary. I was sponsored by Ford at the time as a trainee, a mechanical engineering trainee, and the most exciting thing that ever happened was meeting with a friend of mine in the pub after work and playing Galaxians together. I spent an awful lot of time doing it. And one day he said to me, you like telling stories. Why don't you write an adventure game and I'll program it? So that's what we did. And that's why I'm standing here in front of you, and I'm very grateful to him. It was 1981. 1981 was a great year, but it was particularly great because it was the year that Raiders of the Lost Ark, which surely we all take enormous inspiration from. So I decided that, of course, I was going to write a game where you go into an old pyramid and you encounter lots of traps. And ultimately, you leave, and I promise you this is true, as you leave, a rock rolls after you. Seriously. We obviously took a great deal of thought to think about the packaging and how we could get into the vibe of Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, but at the same time bringing our own personality. So I was responsible for the packaging. The packaging. If anybody wants any advice on packaging, please come and see me later. It is shocking, isn't it? I mean, like, we were 18. We were 18, so, but anyway. And if you look to the right-hand side, you can see it is a text adventure. Those of you who are eagle-eyed may notice that can't should have an apostrophe between the N and the T, and I'll show you a slide in a moment, but it was pointed out to me that chisel was not spelt with a Z. It was a really, slightly embarrassing. A little bit later, we got a little bit smarter, so bearing in mind this is 1981 and all the data was on cassettes, we got a little bit smarter and came up with something that looked a little bit more professional. And one of the great joys at that time was the opportunity to meet our community, our fans, and hear what they had to say. And get direct feedback. And that was so extraordinarily valuable. This is a younger me with lots more hair, obviously. And it was a really fun time that lasted for about 3 or 4 years until, the big American companies realized that there was lots of money and they came in and they were much more professional, they were much better funded, and they absolutely blew us away. But for about 3 years, we had a really good time. So let's forward to 1990, which is the base. And sorry about that self-indulgence. I just love talking about all that stuff. So 1990, founded Revolution, 4 of us. And it was really coming in to try... we were huge Sierra fans, but we felt that Sierra had rather lost its way in that it had become much too serious. Games like King's Quest, where, King Graham of Daventry, if you please, and there's nothing wrong with Daventry, but it's not going to be where the King of England, and if there was a King of England, he wouldn't be called Graham. But anyway, but apart from all of that, and we went in and we worked with Virgin Interactive, and this is a memory of us, that you're all too young, but you had groups that were called, in those times, the New Romantics. And they decided that we were going to be pop stars, and we felt like pop stars. It was absolutely brilliant. So, to just go through the lead up to Broken Sword, our first game was a game called Lure of the Temptress. And you can see at the top of that screenshot, you would put commands together. Rat Pouch was your helper. Tell Rat Pouch, and then you'd have a choice to go to. You'd have verbs, and then if it said go to, it would have all of the places that you knew about, one of which is the outer cell. And then you could say finish or and then push. And again, it would give you all the items that you could push. So it felt really revolutionary at the time. I'm going to run out of time, but I have to tell you, because I can't help myself, why it was called Lure of the Temptress. One of the things at Revolution that we felt very passionately is that the way that women were being depicted in video games through the 80s and the early 90s was really inappropriate. It was really pretty vile. And so we decided that we were going to write stories with strong female protagonists, which we have an awful lot of fans, women who love our games. And it wasn't a deliberate thing, but it's because we always had strong female protagonists. It's not a difficult, it's not a difficult logic to see through. So it's kind of ironic that our very first game has the sort of suggestions of the sexuality of a temptress. And the reason was because when we'd nearly finished the game, I was phoned up by the head of marketing, a woman called Alison Beasley, and she said, we need to come up with a name. Can you come up with some names? So I did, and they were probably all pretty bad. But at the bottom was Lure of the Temptress. In brackets, we can't call it this. And never, ever give a marketing person an idea that you don't want to stick. She phoned me up and she said, we really love Lure of the Temptress. And I said, look, Alison, so do I, but there are two really good reasons why we can't call it that. One, there's no luring. And two, there's no temptress. And I swear to God, she said, can you put one in? So we had to rewrite the story to fit a jokey name that I'd come up with. And I have to say, I'm much, much wiser than that now. So yeah, as I say, our second game was a game called Beneath a Seal Sky. Oh, thank you, bless you. Which we wrote with a comic book artist called Dave Gibbons. I'm going to seriously, when I did my practice, I didn't go through any of this stuff. So, but what I want to talk about is, just briefly, is that in a game, because, and I was kind of getting semi-obsessed with this, the fact that when you start a game, because it's interactive rather than active, you have to motivate the player, and you have to really have delivered the inciting incident, the incident that turns the world upside down and to which normality will then return. And it seemed to me wonderful, the idea. You can see here that, on the left, you've got a very low resolution sprite, 320-200, onto which the player is going to then project the character. And here, Dave drew an absolutely, in my opinion, beautiful, beautiful comic. And what I was hoping that he would do, and he did absolutely brilliantly, in my opinion, is create all of you knew exactly who the character was visually. You had the hero stand right at the very beginning. You introduced Joey. You convey a story in 8 pages. And by the time the game started, the player knew what the character looked like. That little pixelated character, it didn't matter because you had an image in your mind of exactly who that character was going to be, who they were. And you had a motivation to play the game. So we'll go through those. And then what we're going to talk about more is Broken Sword, which we released in 1996 and was, a big hit. One of the things our publisher did, Virgin Interactive, is they took localization really seriously. So they were way ahead of their time. In Germany, they used the voice of Gillian Anderson, a really talented actress who was just fantastic. In France, they did the same sort of thing. And so each of the territories were really invited to really make the most of what could be done. And so the game launched into Germany and France and Spain and Italy and lots of other places besides. And everybody felt that it was their game. And it was an absolute phenomenal. And we still benefit to this day from the extraordinary localization that was done at that time. We then launched Broken Sword 2 a year later. And I'm going to have a little bit of a whinge, if you don't mind. We were told by our publisher, Virgin, that they've decided they hated adventure games. This is 1997 or 1996. They hated adventure games. Adventure games were dead, and the PC was dead as a games platform. Seriously. I pointed out to this guy, Martin Alper, who was the head of Virgin, that they had just started their own adventure called Toonstruck. And he went, yeah, but that's really interesting and funky and it's fun and yours are boring and dull and you really shouldn't write anymore. And we were given a year, and if we didn't finish it in a year, then they were going to cancel it. And we did finish it in a year. But ultimately, the power of the publishers was such. Oh, the other thing I should say is that Martin, at the end of it, told me that the reason that he made such great decisions on product is that he'd never played a video game in his life. Now, I swear, I promise you, that is absolutely true. And so, as a developer in the 90s, that was what we were up against. We had a profound love and respect for the medium of interactive narrative and how it could be conveyed in games. And the publishers were pretty much obsessed with the PlayStation. And the PlayStation is brilliant, of course it's brilliant. But what the publishers did was they decided that every game had to be 3D visceral and appeal to the obvious PlayStation market. Sorry, I'm being very negative here. Actually, the game was really well received on PlayStation. Nobody wanted to publish it. We finally got PlayStation to publish it. It got 9 out of 10 in the big magazines like the official PlayStation magazine, extended coverage. While the publishers thought the best thing you could do was get a discount on a page, actually then PlayStation said, well, can we cover mount it? And that was the most extraordinary opportunity because kids were paying, I think £5 for the official PlayStation magazine, which was expensive. And then they would play those cover mounts again and again and again. And probably some of you in this room, but certainly a lot of people that I've met got to know Broken Sword because it had been cover mounted. What a great way to put your game in front of people, and then they have the choice to play it and decide what they like and what they don't like. But despite all of that, we then wrote Broken Sword 3, which I'm very proud of it. It's a good game, but it had moved from 2D to 3D because 3D is only really what the publishers would accept at that time. And from our perspective, we worked with a publisher called THQ. In this case, it's the Adventure Company in Canada. But the game made them about $5 million. We borrowed $200,000 to finish the game. And we almost recouped, but didn't quite. So that's very, very bad business. And then we did the same thing on Broken Sword 4. So that by the end, again, THQ had made a big profit and we'd made a loss. And at that point, we effectively had to, we didn't go bankrupt or anything, but we were effectively insolvent. So we stopped the company. And I went off and did wonderful freelance work and Revolution just paid off its debt. But then again, everything changed again in 2007. I remember getting a call from a guy called Paul Burford at Apple. And I went, somebody from Apple's phoning me. He said, yeah. He said, we've got this new device. It's called the iPhone. And we went, yes. He said, we think your games will work really well on the iPhone. And suddenly it was like, where did that come from? And again, this is what's great about the games industry. People need to, small developers, all of you guys who are developers, we've got to be nimble. We are nimble and we were able to benefit from this and release the game. Very proud of the fact that it's got 91% on Metacritic and reinvent it for a completely new audience. And working with Apple was absolutely extraordinary. And the other thing is that then by being able to self-publish, now we have the opportunity, as I remembered from the 80s, of meeting our community and hearing what they wanted. And it was just wonderful. It was just wonderful. And I've got a couple of images of the sort of passion, like AdventureX, of people who were, huge fans of adventures and of our games, who could actually talk to us rather than talking to the retailer who didn't care or the publisher who didn't care. It was very, very clean. And the other thing I liked was somebody who did some cosplay. And what I particularly like about this young woman is that if you look on the top left there, Nico's standing in a really stupid, badly animated pose. And look at her, she's doing exactly the same thing. So isn't that brilliant? And so that was great. So that's my sort of whistle-stop tour of how we got to where we are. But nevertheless, the games were not... The ability to write a new game was proving tricky because adventure games are very, very expensive. And I was absolutely haunted by a wonderful writer called Richard Cobbett, who is developing a game. Gosh, I hope it gets finished soon because he's working so hard. And you should never read a slide, but I'm going to, just on this occasion. Adventure games suck. Sorry, but it's true. They're what got me into gaming and are still bursting with incredible untapped potential. Adventures have been a backward-looking genre for so long, people have forgotten they used to be one of the most forward-thinking. Design, technology, ambition, they had it all. Adventure games deserve to be great once again. Isn't that an extraordinary call to action? And I was kind of profoundly affected by this. I think it was, very, very interesting. I'd actually played quite a popular adventure game, and I found myself getting bored. And it's like, should we be doing this? And this was really the choice. Has the point-and-click adventure declined because it's an outdated interface, which just isn't appealing to a modern audience, mainstream audience, or have developers just not adapted to what modern gamers want? And, obviously Richard was very much in the second camp. But Revolution is we have no investment, so if we write a game that doesn't succeed, we go bankrupt. And that's great, because it means that you're completely focused. Well, it's not great if you go bankrupt, but it does keep you super focused. And this was, for us, a big fork in the road. Do we go back? Our wonderful community kept emailing and saying, please put these games onto modern formats. But you only get one chance to do that. So we had to be really careful about what we wanted to do. And so we decided to do a test. Now, this, at the time, Broken Sword 2 remastered on the App Store, 4.7 out of 5 rating, 94%. I mean, everybody loves adventure games. Everybody knows how adventure games work, right? So I did what is sort of a grown-up thing to do, which we really should have done much earlier. And I put it out to a cloud testing service. We weren't going to get 94%, but, it's going to be all right. And as you can see, would you play it again? 50%. And we were paying these guys. So imagine what they would have said if they'd actually bought the game. And I realized that we were completely out of touch with what people actually wanted. And this is what I'd like to talk a little bit about now. And well done, it is the new slide. Good for you. And so we put a lot of thought into this and really divide it into two sides. One is the user interface and two is the game flow. And I've been incredibly flattered that at AdventureX, either 2 or 3 years ago, somebody was talking about point-and-click interfaces, and they used the more modern one as the Broken Sword interface, which was very flattering, but I thought, we wrote that 30 years ago. It was very innovative 30 years ago, I'd like to think. And that again got me thinking, is this really what we should be doing? So I'm going to show you a couple of demos. This is a demo from one of the testers. But basically, from a user interface perspective, what was really useful was to, and I know this is a grown-up thing, I know we should have done this, but I'd like to talk, just in case it's of value to some of you. We looked at where people got snagged. One of them, for example, was that when you got something out of your inventory on your finger, you'd lift it up, and people were getting confused as to whether your finger was the main touch point or whether the object above. And we'd all played the game, we knew, and it just was so obvious that would, it's nobody's fault if they get stuck, except ours, obviously. And it was really, really important. So one of the things that we did, and I hope this won't play. Yeah, here we go. And this is the video which I'm going to play in a moment. The second thing was that, even in this first room, you were required to interact with objects, but also to examine them, hotspots. And yet, our original had only got interact, it didn't have the examine. So we thought, well, if we've got to put both of them in. And whereas the original was, and this one is, 640x480, we're now going to 4K, which is, 6 times 6, 36 times the resolution. Surely we've got the opportunity to and we're not limited to 256 colours anymore. So, what we came up with was this idea of a cone, both so that we could show both the examine and the interact. But that also was designed that way to solve another problem, which is when you have hotspots close to each other, people were getting confused. So what we added was a sort of magnet system, which worked very well in this case because the cone moves. And really what we were trying to do was just really make it work for a very broad audience. And so let me, this, as I say, this has come from one of the testers. So let me play it, and you can see we were watching that. Oh, actually, sorry, I've got. So basically, we put it out we put it out. And we were looking for, you know, this is after a couple of iterations, you know, where would we go? We were at 4.5 out of, we were at about 50%. And so, sorry. There we go. Right, this should play now. There, so here you go. So we're watching this. This was really, really exciting. And we've also put a hint system in there, which I'll talk about in a moment. But you can imagine we're looking at this and we're going, please, God, now look, you're beginning to get frustrated. So we put this hint system in. Will the player understand? Will the player understand what's going on? And we kind of sat around willing the player to understand that we were trying to help them. And at this stage, the hint system has been designed to be, you know, this person's got really quite stuck. So we've gone from being subtle to this is the solution. And it was just really, really exciting to see, you know, a lot of people who previously had been snagged actually being able to move forward. And of course, the punchline is that our review scores, even with randoms, went from, you know, from 2.5 to 4.5. And it was just a really, really interesting, it was just a fascinating. But then the game that I'd played, which I'm not going to talk about, is I found myself getting stuck and going back and triggering the same events. And the whole sense of immersion had been lost. And so we were in this wonderful position of, we wrote this game, it's pretty good, but imagine what we can do now. We mustn't ruin it by changing it too much, but let's make it work for an audience. It was written in the middle of the 90s. Now it's for an audience in the middle of the 2020s. And so we had the opportunity, for example, to take away hotspots that are not part of the main flow. And as I say, the end result was that we got some absolutely, you know, fantastic reviews, and we felt very, very lucky to do that. So as I say, this was what we were working on when I was talking 2 years ago. We've subsequently, and this doesn't work very well at all. Oh, it's gone twice. Oh, sorry, this is not working very well. So we then released the game in September last year. If anybody wants to ask me about Kickstarter, we were told that Kickstarter was fantastic for board games, for tabletop RPGs, but not for video games anymore. We were just, I guess, lucky. We also have a very loyal community. We raised £850,000, which was absolutely brilliant. And you know, this had 30,000 sprites, so a huge amount of work, but it was great. And I'd like to show you just, we've just, this is a bit of gameplay that where I wanted to trigger the hint system. So here George is talking to Chantal, and once the conversation, she's going to faint. Whoa. And he's now, we're deliberately just standing doing nothing. And on the right-hand side, you can see there's a very, very subtle. And what I loved was that we asked people, did you feel patronized by this? And they said, absolutely not. Again, he's standing there doing nothing. What do I do? A little, you know. And so we're not giving the solution away at this stage. What we're doing is we're giving hints. And this now plays. So we were super excited. The question, of course, is, does this work for a modern audience? I have to show this off. And, you know, this is a game that's 30 years old that we've brought back. We've put our heart and soul into Reinventing, and we're, you know, very, very proud that it's well received. Not as well as Foolish Mortals. They're 93 or 94%, and it's a fantastic game, but still not too shoddy. And then, of course, you know, the proof of the pudding is on the sales. And, you know, the game has gone to overwhelmingly positive on Steam. But what's particularly exciting is that when we read the reviews, there are an awful lot of new players who have come in and are playing the game for the first time and enjoying it. And the reason that that's great is obviously because it means that it would seem that the adventure genre is absolutely alive and kicking. It's doing really well. Obviously, if somebody discovers Broken Sword, then they will come and play your adventure in the same way that if somebody discovers your adventure, they'll come and play Broken Sword, which is one of the reasons why it's just great to have this community where we all swap ideas and we all love talking to each other because ultimately we all have a common interest. So that gave us the confidence to write the second one, Broken Sword, The Smoking Mirror Reforged. I'd like to play you a little video which may or may not have audio. It should have audio, but here we go. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't do that on the monitor. Now, one of the big things that we've done this time is we did experiment with a bit of AI, not stealing other people's copyright AI, and discovered really that, as if it wasn't obvious, that human animators create human expressions and human movement way better than AI ever will do. And you know, obviously, I mean, a lot of people have talked about the AI slop around at the moment. I'm not saying that Broken Sword was in any way AI slop. It wasn't. We only used it very peripherally. But certainly for Broken Sword 2, we are just working almost exclusively with very talented animators, experienced animators, redrawing everything from scratch based on the original artwork. And I have to say, it's an absolute pleasure. And this game will be finished fairly early next year. So my appeal to you is please come and see the game if you're at all interested. We have it shown. There are 1,000,001 different approaches. I'm not saying that ours is any better than anybody else's, but if you are writing a point-and-click adventure, it is probably worth taking a look because there are things that work really well. I'm sure there are things that don't, and as I say, that there might well be ideas that you can steal. And if you want any thoughts, if you want any advice, if you want us to add any comments, then please, please, please let me know. So that's it. And do you know what? I've been absolutely brilliant. I've got 30 seconds left. So extraordinarily.
Time for questions. I'm sure there are loads of questions. 30 seconds. Give me already out of time. But thank you very much, Charles Cecil. You will have to ask him questions the traditional looking up to you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Then it's time to break them. Someone has to take the fall.
My name is Laura Tanner. I'm writing an article about the people here and about the comet.
The meteor? Like that's our biggest problem? Anyway, welcome to Laburnum Creek.
Oh, you write? That's awesome. I'm an artist too.
I'm not so much an author, more a journalist. I just want to know what's so great about this place that people will stay here despite the threat of it all ending.
You shouldn't be asking why Laburnum Creek is so nice and why everyone wants to stay. The question is, why did you come here?
I don't know if it's the altitude or the way the wind shudders through the pines. Maybe it's cosmic rays. I couldn't tell you, but Laburnum Creek does something to people.
I get the feeling you're not talking about the comet, but I don't understand.
Sometimes this old place seems unfamiliar. I see things and then they're gone.
Everything around here is a little strange sometimes. There is more to Laburnum Creek than meets the eye.
Visitors to the resort often take a day or two to get in tune with the vibrations. You can feel them?
I know I'm not the only one, but no one talks about it. Feels like this place is pulling me apart. I've got my eyes open. I see what's coming. Do you, Miss Tanner?
This is a tale of Rufus Stone. If you can't change, we'll die alone. So much work, no time to play. Can you save him from an early grave? Sleepy Time Village is a game you can play. In demo form, it'll make your day.
Maria is a village girl with many virtues.
Okay, I'm up. I could have slept all day.
A Spanish girl with a dream.
Where are you going so late?
I'm heading out to investigate the legends of Castile so I can become a nun. Oh, you wouldn't believe why.
Who will embark on a challenging journey across Castile.
Hey, do not bite me.
I'll give you one more chance to show me some respect, but this is the last time.
In a folk point-and-click adventure, requiring all your wit and imagination.
Hey, what have you done with the ingredients?
We have improved them.
Trans-theft horso. Ha-ha! The world is short of hormones, so you travel to the west. The kind of thing that curls your beard or makes you grow a breast.
The game is not a musical, the trailer is a song, and if you've heard it all before, you sing along. Trans Theft Auto. All Wests are wild, but this one's even more so. You can ride a henny, you can even ride a cow. What else did you come for anyhow? I came for gender glad. Trans Theft Auto. It's a computer game called Trans Theft Auto.
What if death was just the beginning of an extraordinary journey? Learn to cross between worlds and take control of the living to find out why you remember the future.
What if Pablo Escobar and the cartels of the 80s had the internet? Welcome to Miami, 1985, where the cartels have more than just guns. In this world, hackers are the cartel's most dangerous weapons. And the biggest cartel's top crew is untouchable. Until now.
Okay, Vita, you got 60 minutes before Astra comes back.
The electronic crime unit has one chance. 1 hour a day to infiltrate the cartel's supercomputer and take them down from the inside. But the clock is always against you, and one wrong move could blow your cover. In Vice Undercover, no one is who they seem. Coming soon to a computer near you.
The city is full of wonders and terrors. It runs on steam and suffering. Each day is a roll of the dice. Survival's about keeping starvation and hurt at bay. Learning the city by day and night. The stress burns people out. A friendship could save your life, or cut it short. So pick your friends and your enemies carefully. The city's a cruel teacher, but you'll learn. I've heard whispers. The Empire's running scared. Unions rising up. Revolution in the air. The city's on the brink, soldier. They don't control you anymore. Your fate's your own. All this place needs is a spark. Time to reforge the world. Break their laws. Break the city. Break free.
But wait, it's becoming clear.
Theodora Green, you shameless grifter.
Darkness is rolling in.
Oh, cruel fate!
Shameful revelation!
Piss off! Why don't you come along with me while I solve this mystery?
All right. Yes. You may accompany me.
Something isn't right here. Under this moon where magic entwines,
Grant me the power to decipher minds. Did it work?
I write from Blake Manor in Connemara. Yesterday a guest went missing. A young woman named Evelyn Dean. I hear you're an honorable man, a steadfast investigator, and, perhaps most importantly, godly. I pray for the girl that this is true.
Sebastian, what is going on?
I'm not sure.
Morning, Diver. We have an urgent case today. This is our subject, Lena Kukanova. She's requested our help with finding her boyfriend. Her memories are disintegrating fast.
Stop! Watch out!
All good things must come to an end, even AdventureX. But before that happens, we have one final thing for you. By my esteemed colleague, Tom Hardwidge, is going to host a panel. Yes, it works. A panel about comedy writing. I'm going to leave him to do the introductions, but I will just say, one of the person on the panel wrote, okay, so funny, I got the T-shirt.
Well, yeah, hello again. Sorry if you're slightly sick of my face by this point, and Adam's as well, actually. No, never. No, obviously, we're beautiful. So, welcome, as Steve says, to the last panel of AdventureX 2025. I'm sure you are all rearing to go to the after party, so thanks for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and join us, and hopefully it should be a bit of fun. Should be? Yeah, hopefully it will be. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Tom Hardwidge. I'm an indie game developer. Thank you. My one fan is in today. So I go by the name of Tool Story Games, and I kind of like to write stuff which I think is funny. So this panel is kind of slightly self-indulgent in that way. I'm always kind of looking for more ways to kind of improve my craft and learn from other writers. And most narrative games, even if they aren't comedies, will include some level of humour and interactions between characters, and as a device to kind of grease the wheels of conversation in a game as well. So hopefully by the end of this panel, there will be some little nuggets of... Sorry, I'm going to stop. Yeah, I'm going to... This bit just says invent words, so a little... Yeah, no.
Do you want me to...
I'm going to say the word nuggets because that's safe, of insight for you all to kind of take home with you as well. I thought I'd be all right because I'm actually reading this. I was really cocky. Like, yeah, I've got crib notes. You guys have to worry about. I'm just fucking it up. So anyway, I've assembled a fantastic panel of amazing, hopefully actually funny people who have all come from kind of different professional backgrounds, but also ultimately they're writers, so they have a shared passion for kind of making people laugh. And I'm going to pass, I've written down here I'm going to pass around the mic, but I don't have to because we have multiple mics, so that's buggered that bit. So I'm going to allow you to kind of introduce yourselves briefly, and then we'll get started. So, starting at this end, would you like to introduce yourself?
No. Sorry, I'm Sally Beaumont, and if my voice sounds familiar, it's because I'm a voice actor as well as a game writer. Apparently, you can be good at more than one thing. In terms of voice acting, you might recognise me as the voice of Fia Quinn from Old Skies. That's right, Into My Ego, yes. I'm the narrator of Heartspell, I'm in Lucy Dreaming, and Locomotive, and Sail to Blake Manor.
Didn't like it.
And I'm in Metropolis, which you wrote on as well. So I have the amazing brag of working with everyone's writing while also being a writer myself, and none of them have done my writing. As a game writer, I also wrote on Old Skies, also on The Will of Arthur Flabbington, a bunch of other things. I'm working on my own thing, which is about fairies and puns. Because of course it is. I wonder if there's room in adventure games for puns. I'm also a comedy playwright, which is a thing. And yeah, I think that's roughly all that I do. Would you like a microphone?
Why not? Yes, thank you very much.
Don't know why I'm being so formal.
Are we applauding each of us as we're introduced?
Yes, I think so.
So I feel like if you don't get a round of applause, it sets a precedent, and then I won't get a round of applause.
Oh, okay.
And then I'm going to be in such a bad mood for the whole thing. My name's Alasdair Beckett-King. It's all about timing, comedy. If my face looks familiar, it's because of the Judeo-Christian tradition. And I can't really take any credit for that.
Why am I next to you?
So you didn't have to follow him.
I'm a stand-up comedian of sorts, and an internet... to quote one of my fans, one of those shitty internet comedians. Direct quote. But I also have written, I would say, 2.75 adventure games of varying sales. Varying degrees of profitability. And I used to organise AdventureX, so really I have every right to be here.
I've already introduced myself.
Hello, I'm Adam Riches. I'm a game developer, and I put out a year ago my murder mystery comedy adventure Locomotive. I talked at length about it yesterday if you were here. Yeah, there's not much else. I'm just going to...
Let's have a round of applause then.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dave McCabe. If I look familiar, it's because I'm Alasdair after he let himself go. I'm the writer of the Dark Side Detective series, and I guess other things. The Saints of Blake Manor, which came out recently. It's not a funny game, but it is a game that has writing. And I've written other things that I'm not going to tell you about. Not a mystery, I just don't want to.
Cool, so let's go. Oh, no, you have a round of applause. I really didn't like your game. So let's get started with some questions. So a little bit, hopefully, a bit of an easy one to kind of break in. You've all got kind of individual styles of writing, but I'd like to kind of take you back a little bit and ask each of you kind of who you would consider to be key comedic influences, whether it's comedians or television, friends and family even. Who do you kind of align with and or aspire to be like? And Sally, would you like to start?
I should not have sat at this end. I always joke that I seem like a vampire because all of my references are from a very long time ago. I was heavily influenced by like Morecambe and Wise repeats in the 80s and that kind of physical comedy and like mucking about. And I'm also going to embarrass him by saying the voice of Dominic Amato. For me, I played Curse of Monkey Island at a time when I was just working out that things like writing and voice acting were actual jobs that pay money somehow. And just that particular character was so beautifully portrayed as such a complicated and like multifaceted thing in comedy. And I think a lot of people think of comedy as being a bit flat or broad or somehow lowbrow. And I do think that if you can write comedy, you can definitely write drama because understanding everything is about timing as well. And that thing, and just I think those are big influences, like early adventure games and that timing thing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I keep forgetting. Like.
It's time to share.
And I also have forgotten the question. What was this?
Just influences or who you'd like to sort of be like, or
well, speaking as one of the panel's many white men, it's tricky.
I did honestly try. I made a zero effort.
It's tricky because a lot of the people we grew up admiring have since revealed themselves to be awful. Terry Pratchett has.
Oh, thank God, yes.
Has thankfully not thankfully died.
It's a very dark turn. You said you wouldn't
tragically has very sadly died, but very thankfully not turned out to be a Roman. So I can say Pratchett without it being awkward. For me, a big influence was Terry Gilliam, who latterly has become sadly an extremely tedious old bloke. Well, I can do quite a good impression of Terry Gilliam, but it's useless because nobody knows what Terry Gilliam sounds like. I just have to take my word for it. It sounds quite like that. Yeah, it's a useless impression. But yeah, Gilliam, who's the animator with of Python, sort of wanting to combine animation and comedy and do things like that, and a great deal less successfully than Terry Gilliam, which people didn't think was possible, but I have achieved it.
Thank you.
Oh, it's me.
Go for it.
I was really thinking as this question was coming up, like, what are my influences? And I'm really glad you said Terry Pratchett because I was like, yes, of course. I own, my bookshelf is full of every one of his works.
It sounds like the background radiation of comedy. Of course.
Background radiation, yes. Radioactive. So it would be stuff like that. It would be sort of early Simpsons, early Futurama until they became not very good, I think.
Yeah.
Is that controversial to
No,
say?
I think that's perfectly legitimate.
So, maybe I'm aging myself a bit here, but I had them all on DVD, I watched them over and over again. And it's the commentaries that I would listen to back when they did that. They don't do that anymore.
I think it's only natural to kind of go back to things when you were younger as well, when things seemed brighter. Literally, in some respect.
I wrote that.
I get it.
We're just going to sit in silence when our writing comes up. Just go, that's me.
Yeah, in fact, Adam even said you shouldn't do that because it'll just distract people.
Yes.
But also, it might distract people. So it's
I feel vindicated.
swings and roundabouts. No, it's okay. Yeah, go for it.
No one. Fuck them all. No, I mean, say, like, I grew up, I'm Irish, that's my diversity that I bring to the panel. But I grew up on the border, which meant that if you stuck a coat hanger in the back of your TV, you could get some of the British channels. And so I saw the Pythons and Faulty Towers and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and early Simpsons and all that. Yeah, like Douglas Adams. I love a lot of his weird stuff. And Pratchett too. And you know, that we all saw the same stuff and read the same books. And that's where we're at.
I'd also say Monkey Island as well. Although I started backwards. I started from Escape from Monkey Island, because that was a title that you could get with the PlayStation 2. Yeah, I loved it because it was the only one.
It only gets better from that point.
Exactly, that's the way to play it. You start with that one and then work backwards.
You've got the stamina to get through it.
I did one other thing. Space Quest 5: The Spinal Mutation. That was the first adventure game I played. I was like, this is really fun, and that for me, I think, was a very foundational piece of shit.
So, kind of moving on to the craft of writing and comedy writing itself. When you're adding humour into a game or whatever it is you're writing, do you, for kind of whatever reason, do you have any specific like narrative devices or ways of kind of injecting the humour? I know Sally mentioned kind of there's physical comedy. You know, we're talking about timing. Are there any things that you specifically kind of like to use or rely on when you're putting humour into your game? And Dave, you can start if you want to.
I think it depends on the project. When I was writing the stuff in Tavern Keeper, I was just thinking about D&D tropes and like what you can do with that that's sort of funny, and try and push that into like weird little places. With the Dark Side Detective, a lot of times just thinking about like who would be a weird person to bump into in this little town, and what's their little weird thing that makes, because Darkside is like, it's this place where lots of strange things are happening, but no one knows. Everyone's just too busy in their own little like. So what is this person's like hyper focus, or what's the thing that's stopping them noticing there's a zombie over there or whatever that is? And usually there's something fun inside of that.
What's the question?
So what kind of So what sort of narrative device? I suppose. I mean, things like you've mentioned puns. Different kind of. When you're writing a joke,
I'd like to Susie help him how to do the
How do you form it?
I'm cheating in a way, because I sort of have my brother to work with.
Of course, yeah.
So I was bouncing everything off him, and if I could make him laugh, then I was like, well, I'm halfway there, and so that's kind of my crutch, basically.
Yeah. So that's it. And I've sort of, and obviously you've been a kind of solo dev sort of work and writing on your own, and I have as well. And it's when I like having the benchmark of. I know this isn't me. I'm not on the panel, but I am now. Jesus, but like being able to. I like being able to just forget my thread completely, and honestly, this is horrible. You guys are supposed to be fun. What's this like?
The secret of comedy is bullying.
Yes, definitely. But no, like I've sometimes I kind of I feel like if I make myself laugh, maybe that's okay. But then I think having that, being able to have and be part of a team and be able to kind of bounce ideas off, I think like absolutely is incredibly important. And yourself, Mr. ABK?
Thank you for asking. There's a couple of things I've noticed about writing. So in the UK, we have a thing called Radio 4, and there's a show on it called The News Quiz, where people make jokes about the news. And I've noticed that I've got to do that a few times. It's very similar to writing for adventure games, in as much as, or narrative games in general, in as much as you've got a whole load of topics which aren't particularly funny. You have to try and think of something funny to write about, or something funny to say about them. And it's exactly the same challenge as being handed a location by an artist and trying to come up with funny descriptions for all the things, which is actually kind of shit, I think. Having made a game which sort of sells itself as a comedy game, writing for Unforeseen Incidents, which was on the screen a little while ago, was more fun.
Nelly's come up.
Yeah, this is the kind of crap I'm talking about. Everybody hates it. But Unforeseen Incidents is a mystery game that's also funny, but it's principally a mystery game. And in writing the descriptions for that, because it wasn't, I wasn't producing the art, it was nice because I felt like when you interact with something in the space, it should either be telling you something about character, so the protagonist, it should be telling you something about character, or if it's relevant to a puzzle, it should be giving you a hint, it should be moving the story forwards, or it should be funny, and ideally all of those things.
Yes.
But it wasn't a requirement that every single interaction needs to be funny, because that isn't really possible or enjoyable. So it's fine for it not to be a joke as long as it's interesting. But it's great if it's a joke. It's also a great technique. I write mystery novels. It's very handy, and many people have made this observation before me. If something needs to not be noticed, if you need to try and get something across and you don't want the player to notice it, but you do want them to remember it, it's very helpful if it comes in the form of a joke, because a joke explains itself. So a piece of extraneous setup, or seemingly extraneous setup that's going to be really important later on, it's great if it's attached to a joke. So this doesn't help you with writing jokes, but jokes help you with writing everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think I feel like I'm just plagiarising Alasdair now, which is another secret of comedy.
Plagiarising in general, not me specifically.
No, we're all plagiarising.
You're very funny. But you've talked before about how basically a joke is that you set up an expectation and then subvert it.
Yeah, I invented that.
Yeah. So I don't want to be like, I'm handing down this comedy wisdom. No, this is a thing, but I know you talk about it a lot and it's really useful. Is that because adventure games can be very expositional, you already have a setup. And so you can, particularly with our long history as well, you can create a subversive twist on lots of things. And it's the thing you were saying about not everything has to be a joke is actually really important. Like the same as in art, negative space allows you to understand what's important. And sometimes if it's just joke after joke after joke after joke, it just washes over you. So similarly, if you create a passage which has no jokes, that's a way of zeroing in the player's attention of, wait, why is this so serious? And then you can just kick him in the stomach with a joke at the end, and that has a great payoff. I do enjoy doing that.
Just kicking people in the stomach.
Yeah, mainly.
Yeah.
Do you take punchline literally? Just.
So I'm a big fan of puns, and there have been actual studies done on this about Christmas cracker jokes, the jokes that come in Christmas crackers, and that the joke in them is intentionally bad, because jokes can be really polarizing, and if only half of the people at the Christmas table are laughing, that's not good. Whereas if everyone at the table goes, oh, that's a bad joke, suddenly you've got that unification. If we're all groaning at the joke, then we're sort of all outside the joke, sort of vaguely disapproving of the joke. And that can be very freeing. I always say I don't have a cringe gland, so I'm just constantly punning. This is one of mine. Basically, in the Will of Arthur Flabbington, I just inserted a lot of words like plonker, and that's
basically my technique as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just some words that sound really funny, and again, there's probably good science on that somewhere. But yeah, the idea of a pun not being a show-off clever thing, but of something that is just is really fun for me, and that's maybe bad, but also I enjoy doing stuff like that.
That actually segues perfectly into my next question, which is about subjectivity. So comedy is highly subjective, as you've literally just said. Not everyone's going to find the same thing funny. So when you are writing a joke, you're writing something which has got lots and lots of jokes in it, and it's a comedy game. How do you kind of decide what to leave in and what to take it? So, I mean, I'm guessing not every single joke you ever come up with is going to end up in a game. How do you decide whether, or maybe it is, but they're all gold. But how do you know, or how do you decide what to leave in and what to take out?
Do you guys want
or Alasdair, do you want to start with this one and then?
All right. Yes, I will. Yeah, I do agree with you, but I'm going to disagree for dramatic purposes.
Please do.
I do think comedy is subjective, of course, but I also think it's objective that if an audience is laughing, something was funny. And so people often, people will watch a stand-up comedian they don't like on YouTube. I'm not saying me, but like it could happen to like a really good stand-up, and people will say this isn't funny, the laughter is fake, and it's not true. Like the laughter is real. It's just you don't like it. So it's simultaneously true that it's very funny for the people who are enjoying it, and not at all funny for you, which is, I suppose. Or maybe I've just defined subjectivity, but a moment ago, now I invented that. A moment ago you said that bullying is comedy, or comedy is bullying, as a joke.
No, it's not.
Now there's a famous apocryphal Terry Pratchett quote, which is that if you're punching down with comedy that isn't comedy, it's bullying, which is widely shared as if Pratchett said it. Actually, I think a fan of Terry Pratchett said it inspired by his writing. I think it's not true, unfortunately. I wish it were true that only morally good comedy was funny, but that isn't true. Bullying is very funny to the bullies. This is just not very funny to the victims. And we should be honest about the fact that the reason we don't like racist comedy is... Am I being undermined by...
Yeah, I'm so sorry about it.
But we should not look at it. We should be honest about the fact that the reason we don't like racist comedy is that it's racist, and we have a moral objection to it, for instance, rather than saying it isn't funny, because a room full of people laughing at a racist comedian demonstrates that it is funny to them. And so I don't think you can worry about the subjective element of it. Of course, you can be led by an audience, but the problem with being led by an audience is that loads of people like all sorts of things that you don't like. And so you can be guided by people enjoying or not enjoying things, but you also have to be led by an aesthetic, a moral, a question of taste, what you want to do, what you find funny, and just hope other people enjoy it.
Adam, do you want to have or go on, put you on the spot now?
No.
But idea, how do you know what you, when you kind of think of a joke, I know like you said, you bounce it off Joe, but kind of if you're sort of going through the editing process and like you get to joke and you kind of go, that's, for some reason that's not right, or that's brilliant, that's definitely staying. What sort of things do you kind of compare it to or think about when you're trying to edit them down?
I mean, it's hard because, when you're playing through the game for the 900th time and you're reading the same jokes. You start to lose confidence.
Absolutely.
You're like, okay, I'll have the 5th time, but now it's the 90th time, and is it still funny? So like, it comes down to just gut feeling, I think, and just having the confidence that it was funny the first time, and like once you start second guessing yourself, then it's all shot,
Yeah, if you're not sure whether one of your jokes is funny, then you're just going to kind of, the whole thing crumble. You're like, is any of this funny? Should I even hold on? Yeah, exactly, Dave, do you have any thoughts on...
No, really.
Okay, no,
it's like you gotta just trust yourself, and ideally you have some people you test it with. Especially in games like you're gonna bring it to QAs, you're gonna bring the rest of your team. Ideally, you'll bring it to events like this, and you'll see people play it, and you'll watch them, and you'll see them go, fuck yeah. And the rest I know it's you have to go, you're fucking dead inside. And you just gotta trust the process, really. As much as trusting yourself. You're right, after the 600th time, it's not funny, but you know that it was, and that other people find it funny in the first place.
Have you had kind of moments where someone's been testing it and they've said, like, they've given you a reason why something they think is kind of inappropriate or shouldn't, like the humour was, for them they found offensive, and you kind of you can't see that in there, and you kind of I don't know. Is there anything you disagreed with and then you've kept it in, or have you always kind of been safe?
Usually, if someone finds something disagreeable, usually then other people are going to find it disagreeable, and you got to decide if that's important or not. And often we take it out because it just doesn't fit. The world of Darkside's not meant to be offensive in that kind of a way, unless you're a billionaire, in which case it is offensive to you, and purposefully so.
That's punching up.
And there's been some really hard ones. Like there was a very difficult one. We had a character called Mammy the Clown, and Mammy in Irish is the most endearing word you can. Like it's your mammy. You fucking love your mammy. But in America, it's really racist. So it's a racist slave term kind of thing. And to have that word polluted by fucking America was really in that case we changed it to Mummy the Clown, which is meaningless. It's an Egyptian dead person, but look, it was close enough, but it lost, and that was a real lot of fight to figure out was that the right thing to do or not. And in the end we were like, look, somebody somewhere could get unintentionally offended, so why do it? Like, just, you know, that doesn't fit what we're doing there. Other games, maybe you would keep that fight. You go, fuck them, whatever, you know, it just depends. But for us in that moment, that wasn't the thing to keep.
Yeah. I do think that it's super important to have friends who are not writers and not in the games industry, so that you can text them at 3 a.m, is this still funny? I'm not joking. Hi, Jackie. I'm so sorry. I have a wonderful friend who enjoys my jokes. She's enabling me a lot. And it is just really important to have, like, just that one person who you're writing for in your mind's eye. And that can become a real, like, North Star for whether you keep something in or not. Not because you keep bothering that person, it's the idea of the person. I want to be very clear on that. But if you write jokes for this sort of nebulous crowd of people, it becomes an avatar for all of your self-doubt, and you will write nothing, or you'll cut everything and defang all of your best stuff. Whereas, if you imagine the friend that you've got who always thinks, you know, the weirder you are, the better you are, and you lean into that, that then becomes a way of avoiding the fear of being perceived. And it can be very helpful to think about when you're cutting things, like, how tight can I make this joke? What is the minimum amount that I can write here to get the same kind of payoff? And yeah, I think that's probably that's how I keep myself sane on these things.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I'm sort of interested now in I know some of you kind of have some skin in the game in terms of this one, but in terms of writing comedy based on whether you know the final dialogue or the final writing that is going to be enjoyed by people is going to be kind of voiced and read out loud, or whether it's just going to be read kind of inside something. And I know kind of Dominic mentioned in his talk yesterday about the fact that, you know, with Monkey Island 1 and 2, that it lived inside people's heads, and he had to then kind of, and then obviously with 3, it was going to be dealt with in a very different way. So I know you have varying kind of experience of this with Darkside not being voiced, and obviously you doing voice work. So I suppose my question is, what kind of changes in your approach to writing if you know it's going to be spoken aloud or just written word?
It's a lot. I mean, I think in terms of kind of word count, when things are voice acted, just even tighter. No, tighter than that. No less words. However many words you think, it's less. Because what you're doing when you're adding voice acting is not just a bunch of sounds, you're adding subtext, or you should be adding subtext, she says vocally. But there's no other way to say that, Sal. When you have voice acting in, you're adding an extra layer to potential jokes and humour. And you need to give the player space to process that. If it's a great big long paragraph, when you could do it in a sentence, that is then burdening. And it's also, you have to be mindful that a lot of players will read a lot faster than they'll listen. And reading ahead and seeing the joke and then waiting 3 seconds and then the joke pays off verbally is excruciating. And that's probably more to be mindful of splitting things up, and the timing of dialogue arriving on screen is really important. And again, just timing being so important. I think, just the tightness of it, the brevity, the economy of it needs to really be there. And I think, I'm interested to hear what Dave thinks, just because all the Darkside Detective games are so funny, written down, just so funny, and just like moving on to doing like not funny, very serious horror stuff. And just like the change of that. Like there's some words that are really funny when you hear them, but written down, nothing. Yeah. And vice versa as well. And so it's just really interesting.
We actually did test voice acting for Darkside and hated it.
Yeah.
For a number of reasons. It broke the pacing of it. Like we keep, the not many words on screen, you click through, you're going at your own pace, you get to enjoy that. But we found that most people have a voice for the characters in their own heads. Yes. And as soon as we put voices down, the three of us were like, well, none of that sounds like the characters that we have. And I like, not having voices, I think, is why it went so well with streamers, because they could do the voices, because they all think they're very funny. And that was... Shots fired. But yeah, I mean, we did test it, and we just felt that it really ruined the pace and the flow of the game. But obviously, yeah, as you say, with Blake Manor, another comedy classic, we did put voice acting in. But I mean, we didn't put voice acting until very close to the end.
I think that's a screensaver.
I wrote the screensaver, I wrote this one, that was me.
Classic in the genre.
I wrote that logo, and the white screen, also me. Carry on.
But with Blake Manor, like, we didn't convince the publishers to give us money for voice acting until very close to the end, so we didn't really consider it. We just wrote, this is what the character should be saying in this moment in time, and stuck with that. We did trim some things a little bit once it went into voice acting, but usually in the performance when someone was stumbling, okay, let's change that. But as long as the meaning was kept. But I think it's easier to edit non-comedy stuff in that way.
Yeah, so sort of following on from what you were saying, Sally. So a lot of when we were writing this game, we would have like an open Google document. And I did a lot of work remotely with Joseph. And so we would actually do the bits out loud and we'd do the voices. So like we wouldn't write it, we'd do it, like perform it. And then that way the humor and the dialogue becomes conversational because you are literally saying it. And it's very different writing it. And if you write something out, like you can tell immediately when you say it that it doesn't sound the same. So that's how we wrote the entire game. And like, I mean, I have to say, like, once we did get the voice acting in, it massively elevated everything we wrote. And, you know, we were very lucky to have amazing voice actors on the game.
I'm so modest.
Sally voiced the train.
Yes. Yes. Can you give us a... No, I won't let you... Perfect. But yeah, that was an element that I think worked really well with our process.
Understood.
Well, so that's unforeseen incidents, and that's Harper. He's the main character. And if you think Harper's funny, then you probably like, based on the reviews I've read, if you think he's funny, you probably like the game. And if you think he's not funny, you probably don't like the game. But I think there's perhaps a truism there about adventure games and narrative games that you don't. There are anti-heroes out there, but if you don't like spending time with the person who you're spending time with, then you probably don't like the game. And humour is not universal. So, you know, if you don't enjoy Harper's sense of humour, if you don't enjoy the fact that he's trying to be funny or trying to find a way of coping with a difficult situation, then you're not going to like the game. And that's that. But we were lucky. Matt Curtis, who voiced Harper, who's been in a load of other indie adventure games, he's a terrific voice actor. But also, he just reads the lines the way you wrote them in your head, without you needing to direct him, which saves a hell of a lot of time, because most actors are idiots, and they don't know anything. And they're just the worst people. With Matt's. So there's a particular line. I don't think it's the funniest line in the game. I don't think it's the best thing I've ever written. Harper has a ham radio in his flat, and if you examine the ham radio, it's like a broadwave radio, whatever it's called. He says, I think I wrote the line. That's right, ladies. It's my ham radio. Oh, Harper, we love your ham radio. Quiet, ladies, please. And I wrote it with that rhythm in mind, and that is exactly the rhythm that Matt says it within the game. And I wasn't there when he recorded it. He recorded exactly the line as I'd written it because he understood that you have to do a funny sort of, he's just trying to be pathetically funny to himself in his own room kind of a voice. And yeah, I think...
Did you use kind of punctuation, or like when I kind of write, so I kind of usually kind of ellipses and pauses and line breaks wherever I can to kind of try and force the spaces and things. Did you kind of...
In my experience, and I may be wrong about this, if you write ellipses, you write 3 dots, voice actors will pause for about 400 years.
When I said comedy is bullying, I meant when I'm the bully.
And you can edit those out.
So apart from the obvious of making people laugh, what else do you think comedy can add to a game? Adam, do you want to... surprise everyone with some off-the-cuff.
Always a Sunday afternoon at AdventureX.
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because Locomotive, it's a comedy at the forefront. So, like, it was the main ingredient.
Yeah.
So, like, it's hard for me to think of what it would have been like without that. Probably really short.
Really short. No, that's fair enough. Sally, you took the mic. Do you want to?
I did, didn't
you
I?
have an opinion on this?
I need to pause for
Please, 400 years until Sally finishes.
I've actually forgotten the question.
The question. So, and what else? And I think you've actually touched on this a little bit before. What else can comedy or jokes kind of add to a game? I mean, you mentioned the kind of negative space. I thought. It was...
Yeah, I think for me, so I use a lot of comedy when I'm writing drama, and I'm responsible for a lot of the silliness in Old Skies. So I'm the person who came up with the Plant Master thing. So nobody's played it. It's fine. That was so quiet, by the way. Thank you. Yes, one person. But what I find is you can use comedy as kind of the velvet glove thing that while people are going at something, you could just like hit them with something really serious, and it just lands in a very different way. You can tell that what I'm talking about a lot is patterns, that you're creating patterns and expectations and then subverting them. So you're sort of driving the player around where you're going, hey, we're going this way, up. And you can do that with drama going to comedy, and you can do it with comedy going to drama. And it's very much, for me, it's like a feel thing, which is not helpful for a panel. But like the thing that you were saying about doing the scenes with your brother is so heartening, and I think that really comes through in the dialogue. I mean, it was an absolute, it was so easy to be funny in Locomotive. It was just really a joy to work with that. And I think when I'm writing on my own, I'm improvising a scene in my head with myself. Because I do a lot of like comedy improv stuff, that writing is just improvisation inside my own head. And that's how you get around the problem of it being seeming like writing. It should feel like talking, really. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going with this.
No, it's good.
Did that subvert an expectation that I had a point?
Alasdair, also, I mean, on this point, you kind of mentioned using humour to kind of almost hide the importance of something.
Yes.
Would you like to
that would
reiterate that same point again?
Would have been great if I'd saved that for this
question. Yeah, well, I was thinking.
I didn't know you were going to ask it later. The uses of comedy. I do think comedy is an end in itself. Yeah. I do think you can also use it as a tool. Terrific games like Little Misfortune and the Frank Bow games. I remember reading just a fan review of that, saying I felt that the humour was it was really inappropriate to have all this sort of, it combines incredibly dark themes with very silly humour and sort of toilet humour sometimes, and I thought that was very interesting because it's like you could watch Twin Peaks and go like, oh, but someone was murdered. Should we really have all this weird stuff and all these jokes? A woman is dead, which is it's perfectly reasonable. Like if you don't like it, you don't like it. But I do like it, and I do think those games, the Kill Monday games, are the closest thing in point and click we have to like sort of David Lynch, in that they're really, really sincere about the horror and they're really sincere about the dark stuff and they're really committed to being very silly at other times. I don't know. I don't think comedy needs to serve a purpose except as an end in itself. But it pairs very nicely with other things. And I don't know that I would want to be selling a game which is principally a comedy game, because I like comedy, but when I hear about a game is principally a comedy, I go, no, I'm not going to.
Sorry.
I did it. I know I did it.
Wow,
and I hate it.
Who is this guy?
What I mean is, if you tell someone your game is a comedy, I think that most people's reaction is, well, that doesn't sound very funny.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. You're definitely.
But if you say it's a mystery on a train.
Yeah, you're definitely setting yourself up for a fall in some ways. Yeah.
I think the thing that comedy is quite nice for is that it sort of opens your audience up. And like with Dark Side, for example, we like to inject a lot of philosophy, a lot of criticism, a lot of satire, a lot of stuff about community and support and love and friendship and all that, that I think if there was no comedy, it would be a bit twee. No one would want to play it and stuff. And so we can mask a lot of the intentions that we want to put into the universe. We can bury that behind jokes, and people are more susceptible to it.
That's a great point. Sincerity is awful, isn't it? Jokes are good.
That's the whole panel. Sincerity bad, jokes good.
Absolutely, summed up. So I kind of slightly flippant one at the end. So can you think of a joke or a comedy moment from another game that wasn't written by you that you kind of you've always stayed with and you've gone, God, I really wish I'd written that.
Stop looking at me.
We can start with Dave if you want.
No, thank you.
We'll start with Sally.
No, thank you.
I can't think of one either. No. It doesn't have to be any media. It doesn't have to be a game. It could be anything that anyone has ever said in the history of time.
I've got one.
Guys has got one.
I think, I think probably one of the first voiced adventure game I played was Curse of Monkey Island. But I'm afraid I'm going to quote a Murray line. So because I think I enjoyed it because I slightly saw the joke coming. I saw the punchline coming, and then it was the punchline I thought. So not only did I laugh, I was like, I'm some kind of genius. I could write that. So it's fairly early on in the game. I think Murray the Skull is on one of his big rants, and he says like, and I will stride through the gates of hell. And roll. That was off mic, but that was a gorgeous moment for me. And Guy Bruce says, "Don't you mean roll?"
Don't you mean roll?
Roll through the gates of hell. And he doesn't miss a beat, and he's like, "Roll through the gates of hell," and it's beautiful. And as that was for me, thank you.
And anybody, any other jokes or anything?
I just want to talk to Dominic.
Yeah. Well, I've gone off the rails. Yeah, that's it. I see.
No, we're just playing the scene now. Shut up. I'm just joking. I wouldn't put you on the spot like that. For me, it's Curse as well. Me and my brother used to sing "There's a Monkey in My Pocket" to each other, and it's just like, and I don't think those songs are there for any reason at all. They're just pure whimsy, and I just loved the detail where it's like, if I keep clicking on this, there's going to be another silly song, and it's all framed beautifully because the lights go down and the spotlight comes up, which doesn't make any sense in a pirate game, and I just was like, yeah, this is my stuff. Just keep it really, really weird. And yeah, just that somebody would put that effort in, and I just love when it feels like the game is kind of playing you back a little bit. That it's like, yeah, no, I know that you're going to be curious about this, and I'm going to slightly subvert what we're going to do here. And like, for those players who are like the dialogue option exhausters, of which I am one, just always putting a little something in there just to reward that behaviour, because like we love you. We love when you're like reading everything. It's really good. But yeah, I think like Curse was really important to me for so many reasons. But just the way that you could tell a story which had like moderate peril and also jokes. I was just like, yeah, okay.
You guys need me to leave so you can talk about
No, please don't leave. Never leave.
May I add something to that? I just wanted to, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to add to Sally's point. We saw yesterday at the Dark Room, where people sort of toyed with John Robertson by choosing the same option. I don't know who it was, I don't know if that person is still here, by choosing the same option over and over and over again to see if it changes. And of course it does change eventually. And John becomes angrier and angrier and angrier. But when you do these things, because games are made with fairly small teams, the kind of games we play, it does feel, I think this is what you were saying, but I want to say it again in order to get the credit, is it often feels like this is a joke just written for me, because who else tried to combine those two infantry items, in like a Ben there, Dan that game?
I just want to say, as the only woman on this panel, I really appreciate that a man repeated my idea. So yeah, that idea that you're playing something and you do something and it's like, I'm the only one in the world that's got this joke, and like, you're not, but also being made to feel like a little special flower is lovely. And also when a joke can make you feel like you've been clever for getting the joke, which we created so you would get the joke, is that it's good for your ego, but just, it's really, Do you want to repeat that? You're like, yes.
Great point, yeah.
I see what you mean.
Did it to me.
Those were answers to a much better question than the one I actually asked.
Oh,
no, please do. But that does bring me to, unless you have anything more you wanted to add, you said no, and quite a
I
defiant
can't remember
way.
most of what happened in a day.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I haven't played a game in so
so
long.
should we? Are you happy to open up the floor to any questions from?
If anybody wants to ask a question, it could be sat near the front, grouped together. That'd be great.
Anybody?
Anybody have
Yeah, we have
questions?
one over there. And
One over there. Let's start over there.
It would be good if the hands moved further away from Stephen.
Do you find you need to write jokes differently if they're just in text versus if they're voice acted?
They sort of...
That was one of the questions. Apologies if the panel didn't answer my question properly. I don't take any responsibility for that. But you can add some more.
I don't know if we answered it directly. I would say no, because I think, like Adam says, you're probably saying the lines aloud to see if they sound funny when you're writing.
Hopefully.
And even if it's like a tongue twister limerick, you're probably seeing how hard it is to say.
I've found, from my point of view, it's not that I necessarily write them differently, but I definitely heavily edit them based on. So I've done kind of. When I've read them aloud, I've written them down and I've heard them in my head and I've gone, yeah, that feels right, the rhythm feels right. And then when I've come to kind of record them, if I'm doing the voice myself or if I'm doing just a placeholder, I'll try and record them and I'll just go, yeah, that word doesn't need to be in there, that doesn't need to be in there. And I kind of use it as almost like an editing method.
So for me, because I'm doing two things at once, I'm always doing acting and writing at the same time. It seems to me very intuitive that, of course, those would be two very different things. And, like you said, that I'm kind of experiencing it as written and spoken at the same time. But yeah, again, it's about brevity and tightness and not being precious. And I think when people come into writing and they've not done any acting, and I do always recommend writers do a little bit of acting, specifically doing improv is incredibly helpful because it helps you to distill an idea and to buy into an idea and say yes to something and build on it. And it takes you out of your head that what you're doing is writing and you want people to see your writing and know that you're a good writer. And there's some writing. Oh, that's some writing right there. When you act writing and you do improv, you sort of understand that the words are serving the larger joke, the larger scene, the project. So I think they are very different. So when you're making something, you do need to know if you're going to need to edit it down for voice acting. But also, when it's just written, the subtext has to be in the text as well. When you get voice acting, you can use subtext, so you can say, I'm fine. Whereas on screen, you would just say, that's fine. Yeah. So, that's a big distinction for me.
Can I just, yes, and... No, it's just that, of course, it's a very good point that you're making, because I know I was implying that actors were very annoying
No, I have.
before, but improvisers, Jesus. You thought actors were bad. I've got nothing to add, really. I was being silly.
Yeah.
Does this work? Hey, great.
So you're all hilarious people, obviously, which is not always the case with everyone in the room in your development teams, unfortunately. Yeah. Now, how have you handled including a joke that you thought was absolutely hilarious and just does not land in the team, but you put it in the script and had to defend your jokes? How have you handled that? Do you have any fun stories there?
I mean, usually if you have to defend a joke, you should drop it. Because my thinking is like, if let's say everyone in this room played a game and one of you didn't like something, well, hopefully it's going to be played by thousands of people, and that one person becomes 100 people, 1,000 people, and you got to think about, well, is there a way I could edit that joke? Jesus Christ. Is there a way I could edit that joke? Is there a way I could edit that joke so maybe we'd land more with the... Because like, it's the same as when someone says there's something wrong with the logic of a puzzle. You're going, well, I don't think there is because I don't know how it works. But I accept that people probably will. And if you do, then more people will. And you just try to, like, you don't want to be too precious about any of this stuff because it's just easier to change it. It's very rarely worth fighting, I think, to defend a particular piece.
This is how I know that you have a great team. Because like ideally you would be on a team where you all share that same sense of humour. But obviously that's not necessarily how you put a team together. And actually, if your joke is not landing with the rest of the team, that either means your joke is not within the vision of the game, or something else is like disconnecting. So it's worth like digging into. I don't always like throw out a joke. And obviously, like, because I'm a real tryhard, I'll like go, no, you don't get it, because he's not really fine. See? And as everyone knows, the more you explain a joke, the funnier it gets. So, but yeah, honestly, I think that humour is such a useful way of team building. It can be really useful in the early days. And so ideally, you would have done that already. So you would know everyone's sense of humour. And you hopefully have a vaguely similar sense of humour because you're all working on the same project. But yeah, like I say, I wouldn't immediately throw it out, but it would make me kind of go, okay, I need to reassess, I guess.
Or reframe it.
And I wouldn't immediately throw it out. I'd throw a strop and stop off for a while. Maybe kick a puppy and then come back and take it out.
Any more questions? Oh, there's a few more. Got a few more minutes.
Yes, I actually have a very similar question to that one, but more about testing and sort of thinking about target audience. As you've mentioned before, like humor is very subjective, and what's funny to some people is not funny to other people. So when you're testing, would you just test with your sort of target audience and the particular crowd that you're catering that particular type of humor to, or would you test more broadly to get different perspectives? And also, Sally, thank you for being the token woman on the panel.
As a man, to answer that question. Go on, Sally, be a woman. Say woman things.
Honestly, it's an honour to tick that box.
I'm coming across like such an arsehole, but honestly, it's such a niche within it, like comedy writing within narrative games, with people who are actually able to attend and things like. I'm digging a hole, but I'm going to defend. I've tried so hard to make this as diverse as possible. I've failed on every single count. Jesus Christ! I forgot what diversity even means anymore. Would you like me to talk over you some more?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. So I'm a flaky creative, so I don't always get involved in the testing. So that's my cop-out. But yeah, I think it's possible to over-test things like comedy. I think you can knock all the fun out of it. And at the same time, it's sometimes nice to have the testers tell you something was really funny when, 3 years ago you thought it was funny and you don't know anymore. That can be useful from the outside perspective. But yeah, I'm going to stop speaking.
Stand-up comedy is written differently to other kinds of comedy for the most part, which is that it isn't written first. You start to say it, and then it's written. And it's a very iterative process. And some people come with pages and pages of A4, and some people come with sort of an idea, or just to set up a punchline that might turn into a routine if it's funny. I don't think that's the same thing as trying to cater your joke towards an audience, because I'm not sure. Maybe those of us who work in marketing are doing that, but I think the creatives are probably, the people who are writing and drawing things are hopefully shielded from that a little bit, because I think we're probably all writing for ourselves when we were 14 or something like that. I don't think you're actually thinking, what kind of thing would the average person find funny, and then trying to write that. And I just simply don't think it. I don't think you're actually writing it for someone. But then you are, with stand-up at least, you have the advantage of just trying it out. And yeah, if people don't laugh, you cut it.
I think
it doesn't make it into the show.
Yeah, you almost risk writing it for nobody. So that's the worst. That's the death, like you said, of comedy.
That's not just comedy either. Really anything.
Yeah.
You try to think of. Well, yeah, I guess. I was just going to shout. Yeah, and that's true of all writing. Really, like it's like you might have in your mind going, okay, this is targeted towards young adults, or it might be targeted towards kids, or it might be targeted, but largely you're writing something. You go, I like this, and I hope that someone else likes it, and really, really hope that many other people like it. But like, if you're writing something that you don't like, get a different job. Like, just work on a different project. It's not for you. And if you don't find the jokes in the game funny, that game's not for you.
Yeah, just quit. Just get out. Just get out of video games now. It's a dying industry.
Because you're usually working on this game for like multiple years, and so it's not a sprint; it's a marathon. You need to have the passion to get to the end.
Do we have room for one?
Unless we are before someone writes at the far back. Oh, of course there is someone up there and it's roses. Okay, I can't not get this one question.
No pressure.
Hello, YouTube's pushing up roses.
Oh, jeez. Thank you.
Yeah, a lack of a woo from the room.
This question's actually just for Sally. Sorry, everyone else.
That's okay.
So I do some comedy writing on YouTube, and inevitably I'll get a comment, or a lot of comments, that say, wow, you're actually really funny for a woman. And they it's not a compliment, but they earnestly mean it as a compliment. What would you say to people who earnestly mean that, that think that this is a compliment, that like women are not as inherently funny as men, but you are?
Thank you.
No, it is a tough one to navigate, because yeah, like, oh, you're funny for a girl is like, it's so entrenched and just. Oh, sorry, I've just got deep sighs and screaming. That's all I've got. I don't know, because like not everybody wants a lecture when they've paid you a compliment, so it's a difficult spot to be in, and so I've just started to just say yes.
You are correct.
That is a correct opinion. I am funny, because that's the funniest thing I can say in that given moment. But it's always really interesting that it's always. You are very funny, ergo you are the exception. And this can happen 100 times. And they're all the exceptions because, you know, women aren't funny. And it just never seems to quite get through. And I'm aware that I'm kind of trying to answer a question about a systemic problem with an individual solution. And my answer has mainly been sarcasm. And that largely works for me to just sort of survive it. I don't know, man. I just kind of sympathise, and just like anyone who is doing comedy writing, who is marginalised in any way, it is much harder. And I'm just going to say that Tom worked very hard to try and make this panel a bit more diverse. We've been joking about it all day, but I really appreciate that. And I do also want to say, if you do comedy writing and you don't see yourself here, it's not because you don't belong. You do belong. We need you. The more stories, the more viewpoints we have, the funnier things get. I really firmly believe that. And the more normal it is for a woman to be funny, anyone to be funny, that eventually we're going to saturate things and we won't be the exception. I don't know what the tipping point of that is, but I do know I feel like I've been talking a very long time.
I think that definitely deserves a round of applause. Thank you to all the panelists, to Sally, Ali, Adam, Dave, and thank you all for coming. And I think Steve's just going to wrap up a little bit, and then everyone can piss off to the party.
Yeah, okay, so thank you to Sally, Alasdair, Dave, Adams, and whoever this guy is, for the final event, and that does bring AdventureX 2025 to an end. And I think we managed to not destroy the legacy. Yeah! So, I'd like to give a final round of thanks to Amy Tant, who definitely did the heavy lifting. To the wonderful Tom Hardwidge, who and printed all the lovely and managed all the lovely slides we see around the venue. To Helen and the marvellous team of volunteers who have kept things running out here. To Liam and the fabulous Amy team. Got everything from resetting to chasing the madman around in the dark. To Jan for his background support, to all our speakers, all our exhibitors, and last of all to me for being impeccably dressed. If you would like one of the lovely AdventureX banners, because they say 2025 on them, so we can't use them next year, do feel free to take one. If you ask nicely, we will even give you a carrying case to take it away in. Do not forget that we have the after party up the road. If you've forgotten where it is, there is literally a map on the back of the programme. Thank you, and we hope to see you all next year. Thank you for coming. So we won't just ourselves.
I can't just leave her. I don't know how to live without her.
So, Diver, do what you do best. Help Lena remember.
My barbershop doesn't open till midnight. I don't have many clients. The enchanted, those who hide their nature, that look for a place to belong.
I was bitten shortly after I joined the General Police Corps.
Blaze had his eyes on this building, always full of guards, private security.
We have our reasons, but I'm afraid that's classified. We're looking for a young delinquent.
2 more turned up dead the other day.
They saw something they shouldn't have seen.
Drugs, they said, but I saw the bodies. fucking bite marks.
Something that dangerous people would very much like to stay hidden. I know she's here.
And yet, I'm the one holding a blade to your throat.
From the icy depths of the Cold War, a hero rises. In a world on the brink of annihilation, only one Soviet soldier stands between salvation and total destruction. He must save the world twice. Fear not, for he is not alone. Take control of Stalin, a fearless feline ready to claw his way to victory in Red Star. The sensational, action-packed, and absolutely free update for Sagar. The call for help has been sent out. Will you answer? Or face your doom? Coming soon, comrade. Don't miss it.
Hello, I'm Matthew Lombard, CEO and co-founder of Dolos Incorporated. Today I am delighted to reveal the existence of our revolutionary product, Dolos. But what is it? Dolos is a program capable of predicting each individual's potential, thus helping to create a perfectly efficient society and guaranteeing the best possible future for each and every one of you. Promising, isn't it? Maybe even too good to be true, huh? Let's see how it works. Our evergreen team feeds our algorithm with tons of data to better understand who you are, what you want, what you desire. Thanks to this very precise knowledge of each individual, we know what's best for you, what suits you the most, what will enable you to fulfill your potential while contributing to the common good. No more worries about your future, about what to do with your life, or how to make yourself useful. From now on, we will have a perfectly objective system at our disposal, treating everyone equally, excluding no one, recognizing your true worth, and knowing how to reward you in line with your merit. However, we are faced with a small problem. You see, machines are very good at processing and analyzing a colossal volumes of data. But when it comes to making choices that are as close as possible to individual cases, their talents in this area are permissible. That's why we need you to teach our system how to appreciate every trajectory, every past, every history. Your decisions, your choices, will nourish its learning process and enable the emergence of a perfectly efficient society for the benefit of all. So, join us and help us to build a better future for everyone.
I have decided to retire.
Retire?
Yes, to sequester myself away on the farm of my dreams. I have a notion to take up beekeeping.
They were wonderful years, weren't they? I loved every moment.
Watson is by my side again. I must ensure that he is able to rest and recuperate. A picnic, perhaps, on the cliff tops.
Oh dear, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid everything has gone wrong. Mrs. Duffy has been kidnapped.
My cat has been catnapped.
Did you know there has been a heist over at the British Museum?
Roll up, see the 8th wonder of the world, a real-life mermaid.
I feel the need to remind you that I am retired. I am a beekeeper. As an ordinary citizen, I should leave investigative matters to the police. Let's have a look, shall we?
My dear Sherlock, how can I be of assistance?
I am devising a small treat for Watson. A picnic.
Each to their own, I suppose. Personally, I shall be dining at a table.
I have the scent. View halloo! The hunt is on. Why have you done all this, Holmes? The picnic, I mean.
There is something I wanted to tell you.
I've always been a good girl. But someone just pushed a prefect out of a window. And everyone says it was me. If the other girls won't play by the rules... then it's time to break them. Someone has to take the fall.